Novak as the favorite here at Wimbledon for next year and possibly another 3 years to come, maybe making him the greatest grass court player of all time.
Novak Djokovic, 28 consecutive wins here at the All England Club. For James Blake, I'm Jeremy Schaap at Wimbledon.
Djokovic with another Wimbledon title. Won't be at the U.S. Open, it looks like, either. We're a week away from baseball's all-star break. Shohei Ohtani voted in as DH for the American League, selected by Major League Baseball as a pitcher. Second straight year, he's been a two-way pick. The Yankees leading the way with 6 all-star selections. Also of note, the Braves' William Contreras was picked as a DH by fellow players. He'll get the start because Bryce Harper is injured. That means William and his brother, Cubs catcher Wilson Contreras, will start for the National League, marking the first time 2 brothers will start an all-star game since Roberto Alomar and Sandy Alomar Jr. in 1992. It's Monday, July 11th. Birthday of former Texans wide receiver Andre Johnson, the 7-time Pro Bowler. 2-a-days continued today. Broncos and Seahawks this morning with KJ and Max. They're next. I'm Jay Reynolds. It's ESPN Radio.
Coming up next, Keyshawn, J. Will, and Max on ESPN Radio and ESPN2.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. Like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Angie's List is now Angie, your home for everything home. With Angie, you could cross your next project off your to-do list before this ad is over. Just tell us what you need, and we'll handle the rest, sending a top pro to get it done. Or browse reviews, compare quotes from pros, and connect instantly, all for free. For everything from routine maintenance to a dream remodel. Because however you want your project done, we'll get it done. Download the app or go to Angie.com. That's ANGI.com to get started.
Helzberg Diamonds presents the guy who hit a home run with an engagement ring. Andy was on a mission to find the perfect engagement ring. But where to start? He did research, went online, asked his best friend for advice.
Hey, for engagement rings, where should I...
Helzberg. Andy went to Helzberg Diamonds. At Helzberg, Andy found an incredible selection of lab-grown and natural diamonds, certified and guaranteed to be of the highest quality. He also found help choosing a custom setting from Julie, a Helzberg Diamond expert.
Don't worry, we got this.
Plus, he learned about Helzberg's special financing options, so Andy could get the perfect ring for her with a payment plan that was perfect for him. And when it was time to propose, he got the reaction he wanted.
Wow, you really hit it out of the park, babe.
Mission accomplished. Be like Andy. Find the ring of her dreams at a Helzberg store near you or at Helzberg.com. And right now, take advantage of special financing offers. Hurry, offer ends soon.
For over 35 years, Health Partners Plans has been proudly caring for people in the community. Our nationally recognized Medicaid plan offers a growing network of doctors and hospitals so you can get care close to home. Health Partners can help you get the care you need, including doctor and hospital visits, prescriptions, immunizations, eye and dental care, and more. To learn more, please call 1-800-553-0784 or visit hpplans.com. Health Partners, trusted care where and when you need it.
I've got muscular dystrophy. That means my muscles are weak and it can be hard to breathe.
Now is a scary time for everyone, as we are at a higher risk for respiratory infections.
In good times and bad, the Muscular Dystrophy Association helps kids live with neuromuscular disease. The pandemic places more than 200,000 adults and children with muscular dystrophy at a greater risk.
Breathing is often hard when you live with a neuromuscular disease.
But the Muscular Dystrophy Association is here to help.
MDA is what ensures they receive critical medical care at one of over 150 care centers across the U.S.
During COVID-19, kids like me are at a greater risk.
The Muscular Dystrophy Association needs your support now more than ever.
COVID-19 won't stop us. To learn how you can help, please visit helpmda.org. Thank you.
When you get a call from a top NBA player who was injured in a car crash by a drunk driver and faces a career-ending injury, you know you must bring your A game. And you also feel grateful that your reputation as the world's largest injury firm with hundreds and hundreds of verdicts and billions in recoveries for our clients has been recognized. Results matter, reputation matters, choices matter. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, for the people.com.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Good morning. Thought I'd help you wake up.
It's 6 a.m. and you're listening to The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Let the party begin!
The show starts now.
Yeah, it starts now. Monday morning on The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. And we're big fans of our friends at Wawa, big friends of our fans of our friends at Wendy's. But today is 7-Eleven. Today is 7-Eleven. Yes. The only place that I've ever stolen in my life from an establishment.
What? Yeah? The bad boy radio?
Do tell. I hope the cops are listening. Go ahead. Too late.
Well, it's a statute of limitation. I had to probably be, it was probably, I was probably 7, and I stole Gold Rush gum.
Dude.
You know that little sack of gum, the little gold chunks of gum? It's like in a sack of gold. And I stole it from the Broomall, the 7-Eleven there. Brought home candy. And at the time, the nuns used to complain that I was too jacked up at school, so candy was sort of off my agenda. And my dad said, "Where'd you get that candy?" And I said, I stole it. Ooh. And I was then put in the car, driven back up to the 7-Eleven.
What a bad boy.
Where I had to walk in and hand back the Gold Rush gum, 2 of those little sacks of gum, and hand them in. And my father told me when he wants to call the police, I'll stay here till the police come and get you.
You can't do jail time, Johnny.
I was pretty bad. You think I'm pretty now, Pat?
I don't, but
it's adorable. I mean, come on now. Don't fight your feelings, Pat.
What a bad boy.
Yeah. And then,
I had no idea we were sitting next to a scofflaw.
Yeah, but then Tom did worse than that, though, because the gentleman behind the counter knew, he'd see me around there with my bike and little kids and everything, and he goes, "Johnny Kincade, you never do that again. Don't ever do that again." And I guess he sort of gave my father a wave, and I went out to the car. So then my dad drove me to the Marple Police Department and sat in the parking lot since he wouldn't call the cops on me and said, "Now go on in, turn yourself in and everything because they're going to put you in jail."
Dude, he did a scared straight on you.
That is freaking terrible.
He did a Maury Povich scared straight.
You know what he did? He did a horrible parenting 101.
Oh, I disagree. Have you stolen since?
I'm with Pat. That's the right way to handle it.
Have you stolen since?
No, I've not.
Other than hearts.
No.
Hearts and minds.
Yeah, exactly. See, now you're giving into your feelings. Hearts and minds.
Oh, my heart, but somebody's heart.
Go. So, 7-Eleven day. Are you a Slurpees man? I am not.
I have not had one in a long, long time.
I haven't had one in a while.
But I'm not opposed.
But yeah, I mean,
you're not opposed on a hot day.
No.
I'll dabble.
Sometimes you just need a Slurpee.
Betty would, my mom loved a Slurpee on a hot day. And she would get and she'd hold it to her forehead because she'd always get the brain freeze. And she taught me to cure the brain freeze by putting the Slurpee against your head, and it cures the brain freeze.
Oh, really?
If you have a brain freeze, just put it against your...
I always was told put
your tongue on the roof of your mouth. Yeah.
Put your tongue on your roof of your mouth?
Yeah, like press it against the roof of your mouth.
That's supposedly with Zach Wilson. That was some of his advice, too.
Talk about bad boys.
Well, we'll talk about that a little bit later. Hey, according to Amazon.com today, Monday is the day of the week when most people do their online shopping. That doesn't shock me at all that it's Monday. Online shopping is up 33% on Mondays. That doesn't surprise me in the least, that Mondays is the day that people do the most online shopping.
Just after the weekend, notice you need some things.
You do that sometimes. You sometimes do the like grocery online shopping and things like that.
Occasionally.
That's staples, right?
Mm-hmm.
You do the staples.
Yeah. It depends. If my wife and I are busy, we'll do the online. I prefer to go.
I love I want to know that, like, I can't have somebody pick my fruit.
Yeah, and they're usually out of something you want, and they have to make like an audible, and then it gets weird. I prefer to go myself.
Don't they like kind of suck at doing the audibles too?
Yes and
They'll be like, "Oh, you ordered popcorn, so here's a cantaloupe."
Yes, here's something healthier. Here's a healthier option for you.
It's never anything that actually you go, oh, okay, I like that.
I saw your list, Fatty, and we think that you need to be a little better. So here's more vegetables and fruit.
I think I need that. That might help me out a lot.
You would really have somebody give you an audible?
Yeah.
I get Lance to help you out with Co-Pair.
Yeah.
He can help you out.
I mean,
another pound down, baby.
Yeah, there you go.
23. So I'm very excited. 23 pounds, my 3-month mark next Monday. So I'm excited about that. 6 a.m. sponsor is Bradford White Water Heaters. Bradford White is here for the pro. I got to tell you, though, just one little quick thing. I saw yesterday morning, I'll bounce around some of the stuff. It was here are healthier options if you're taking your kids to the movies. And I thought of Pat.
Oh, jeez.
Because it's like, here's healthier options if you're taking your kids to the movies. Healthier than getting them popcorn, movie popcorn, which has the butter on it, which is not good for them and everything like that. And it's tough. You can pack carrot sticks, Pat.
There's nothing sacred.
Seriously, I'm going.
There's nothing sacred. We're packing carrot sticks.
Pack carrot sticks and fruit for your kids.
They're good for your eyes, carrots are.
There's only one movie that it was acceptable to pack fruits and vegetables, and that was 50 Shades of Grey. And other than that, no.
I never saw that. Am I on the right track
fruits
of
and vegetables?
pervertedness?
Right?
Yeah, you're on the right track.
Okay.
Yeah,
But
and
vegetables?
Vegetables.
Really?
It was
A lot of
veggies.
zucchinis.
It was just a zucchini, really.
Squash.
That was the only thing. Other than that, let's stick with the classics of nachos, candy, popcorn.
Squash was a euphemism in the movie, JD.
Yeah, we don't need to stop with this.
Come on,
healthy
put your
snacks.
wiener in.
I mean, it was like they're showing little kids going, and then they show these kids sitting in the movie theater and they're eating.
Oh yeah, they're just happy as a
nibbling
clam.
nibbling on their celery and carrots, and I'm like, are you freaking kidding me?
It's ridiculous.
Oh my god!
LeBron brought a bag of
I saw that.
Healthy trail mix nuts.
What is healthy trail mix?
I guess without the M&Ms, probably.
It was just a bag of nuts. It looks like
because you know that granola is not healthy.
No, it has sugar.
Granola is not like a great thing.
Really?
No.
Why not?
It's not.
It's not bad for you. It's
no,
just,
but it's usually high in fat and sugar.
Yeah, but you see, for me, you got to be comparative. Like, is a granola bar
better than a microwave cheeseburger?
Yeah.
Yes. Well,
Yes.
everything you might.
There we go.
Anything you don't have to microwave, Connor, is just because all that microwaving is going to catch up to you. So I want you to know.
What's the worst thing that microwaves can do?
Hey, Bradford White water heaters are here for the pro, and we appreciate our friends at Bradford White. I'm not ready to declare this Phillies team different yet. At just 6 games over 500, but I must say, I am thinking that the season is starting to feel oddly special. Welcome to the party. Yeah, why I say oddly is because of the fact that it's been so long since I've had this feeling rolling into the All-Star break where I've been like, okay, this team feels like it's like some connection is being made. Winning the season series versus the Cardinals, which has already been done. There are some people that are still confused about this. The season series against the Cardinals is already won, despite the outcome, whatever happens tonight in a great pitching matchup in St. Louis. It is already done. What the Phillies have done by holding that, one of their top competitors for that last wild card spot. Just remember, whenever you look at the Cardinals, the Phillies are going to be a half game ahead. Whatever the standings say, the Phillies are a half game ahead. So it is a great accomplishment, and I've got to tell you, this pitching staff, though, even yesterday, the offense let them down yesterday. The pitching staff has done an amazing job, I think, even in a bullpen game, Jamie. I mean, it still wasn't a bad day at all.
No, not at all. The offense is the bigger concern to me. I know you're looking at Bailey Falter games every 5 games, and with Ranger and Eflin kind of being hurt, you see the need for a starting pitcher, but to me, it's still offense. It's just too streaky, too inconsistent still for as good as they are. But it's amazing. I mean, they have the series lead over the Brewers, the Cardinals, and the Padres. Wow. For a team that's
You mean Dodgers? I don't think they have the Padres.
I thought they won the series.
No, they lost the series to the Padres. But they have a series coming up with them. I think.
Didn't they take 3 or 4 in San Diego?
No, that was.
And then they won 1 here. Well, whatever. They're performing well versus the teams they need to perform well against.
Correct.
If you're in a wild card race, and St. Louis is. I didn't think they'd potentially win 3 or 4 down in St. Louis, and potentially could have been looking at a 4-game sweep if the bullpen didn't have their first hiccup in a couple weeks. It's impressive. I honestly don't know how they're doing it. Kyle Schwarber is wow. I mean,
it's incredible.
This guy's really amazing. and it feels like all he does is hit home runs and carry this offense, and it's quite admirable.
I mean, Pat, when you're looking at it, the special term, is that a little much? Is that too far? Or they do feel like they have a quality to them that this could be an October team.
Yeah, it definitely feels different than previous years, because previous years it was like the questions were about the fact that you couldn't really beat good teams, or you'd have that one boogeyman type team that made no sense, but you faced them 45 times. You know, this team does appear different in the sense of they're beating the bad teams, but they're seemingly also beating the good teams and the teams that they're chasing or no longer chasing in this case in the wild card. So it does feel different, and they're doing all of it without their best player, which makes it even weirder, because we sit here and we look at the roster and we go, it doesn't make sense. I mean, and even when Kyle Schwarber, like, he's having an unbelievable run, but he's hitting home runs. So it's not like he's doing it all. He's pretty much just hitting home runs.
Yeah.
And I'm totally
That's
cool
pretty
with
much
that.
it. Yeah, it's all.
But
he's
it's
doing.
not like he's hitting doubles and triples and singles,
No.
and I mean, his on base percentage is good, but so you can't even really point to Kyle Schwarber like carrying the team, but in a way you have to.
Big Al, and I hit dingers.
He does.
Yeah, the dingers,
That's
baby.
all he does is hit dingers. So it makes absolutely no sense. It's like a bumblebee. I mean, it makes no sense of how they can fly.
The bee really blows your mind.
You guys are looking at me like I'm crazy.
They have wings, Pat.
They have wings?
No, if you look at the bumblebee,
the wings are smaller than the body.
It's smaller than the body. It makes no sense of how the bumblebee can actually fly.
They
but it
shouldn't
can.
be able to fly.
Yeah.
Well, their
Wings
body
go
is
really
big,
fast.
but it's light.
Yeah, but scientifically, it should not be able to fly.
Really?
Yeah. Yeah, you can look at that. So the coach knows stuff, but Pat knows stuff too every once in a while. So the bumblebee really shouldn't be able to fly, but it does. That's the Phillies team right now. They shouldn't be able to win games, but they do.
Connor,
makes no sense.
I think you lead the Locked On Phillies podcast. I think you do it. You lead it with a bumblebee analogy.
Okay, yeah.
You really connect with your audience.
Yeah,
like that.
we'll definitely fit that in.
I think if you find a way to fit that in, it does feel the reason it's feeling special. I think is because I am actually enthused at the All-Star break coming up. I'm feeling enthused. I'm enthused to turn them on. I'm enthused to think about what are the upcoming days looking like. How's this schedule breaking out? And by the way, Jamie, completely correct. Padres 4-3 season series winner. The Phillies.
It's pretty impressive, and they might have won the Dodgers series too, but not.
No, they did.
Yeah, not that you're really competing with them as much.
Dodgers.
It's just another good team, though.
Yeah.
No, the top two teams in the West and the top two teams in the Central. You've won the season series against.
Yeah, if you had asked me prior to the season if that was going to be the case, I would have bet a hard no.
And if you have to go to the postseason,
that's big.
You most likely are going on the road to play those teams. You played well at San Diego. You played well at L.A.
Yeah.
You played well with the Brewers, and you played well with the Cardinals.
And you're going to be throwing out 2 All-Star game snubs as your 1-2 in a series. And, I think I heard Jason Stark talk recently, and he was just like, yeah, like nobody wants to see Zach Wheeler and Aaron Nola to start a series. That's not an easy task.
Does Nola count as a snub, though?
Yes.
Yeah,
Really?
He's top 5. And
Wheeler is an all-star snub.
Wheeler is offensive.
Wheeler's ridiculous. I'm offended.
Yeah.
There's no way I looked at the pitching staff. I said, I'm not knocking 2 off. Honestly, a Wheeler deserves to be on.
Nola's top 5 in most statistical categories.
Nola deserves to be there.
You think so?
Yeah.
Yeah, he's a snub. Like, if he had made it, you wouldn't say he doesn't deserve it.
No, I agree with that. I think that it's egregious that Wheeler... No, I think it's egregious that Wheeler's not there.
More egregious,
because there's a lot of guys who got snubbed.
Yeah,
Wheeler is an egregious error.
Yeah, Passan put out his snubs, and there was like 12 guys, and I went, yeah, they're all deserving.
Yeah.
And Nola and Wheeler were both on there.
Hey, there are roughly 75,000 moose. Not mooses, Connor.
I believe it's meese.
Or meese that are living in Maine. And the chances are you'll see at least one. Visit Maine.com. This message sponsored to you by the Maine Office of Tourism. I did something this weekend that I thought Jamie would do before me. And I thought that, so there's something that I did this weekend that
you went to the Blueberry Fest at Linvilla.
No, I did not. But I thought you would do this before me. I live right around the corner from Linvilla. I should be able to do that before you. This time, I have purchased a hybrid. Vehicle.
Oh, really? I had a Prius back in the day that was handed down to me. I liked it.
It was not a Prius.
But the hybrid, it's nice.
I finally got tired. I calculated the other day that gas was going to cost me, if I just went by my gas expenditures of the last 4 months, I was going to spend almost $3,000 on gas this year.
Oh,
yeah. You have a hike from.
I have
Westchester.
a hike, but also too, I had premium gas hike.
Oh, you go that bougie gas.
So I had to.
I go.
Because you want to give it in?
No, I go the Groupon gas.
So I went into one dealership on Saturday with my wife. I said, you know what? I want to do this, and I want to do it now. I said, I'm tired of this. I looked at the numbers Friday night. I want to do it now.
I can't live like this.
So I went in, and we went to one dealership, and I particularly decided on, and absolutely walked out. Like it was a horrible experience. Horrible. Like capital H, horrible experience.
I need to know what dealership this was.
I will tell you off the air. I will.
Yeah.
And then my wife said, well, let's give another dealer a chance. So she picked up the phone and she called the folks, and they were not an advertiser, so I'm just throwing it out there. Sloan Toyota in Malvern, right off Route 30.
Almost named one of our daughters Sloan.
We called, talked to Nicole.
Sloan Peterson.
Nicole got it where I said to Christina, I gave her the thumbs up. I said, okay, let's go in. Talked to her on the phone. I said, let's go in and meet her. And by the time I left the day, I had sold my car. I'm in a bridge car until my car arrives.
Nice.
So I will have a hybrid now. So I will join the hybrid, and I will go from getting 24 miles a gallon, to getting around 48 to 52.
Well, congrats.
So there you go, Pat.
That's great.
Pat, you were part of the impetus of this. That's a good thing to do, a smart thing to do.
Yeah.
And I got tired of it. I'm like, I said I can't do this.
You still need a better gas guy, though. Who's your gas guy?
By the way, regular gas.
Yeah.
I now will be going to regular gas.
Yeah.
Where I've been paying 60 cents more a gallon, too. I will now go to the regular gas, which will also save me more.
Pat's right, though. You need the Groupon gas.
Yeah.
Pat knows how to do it.
There's a guy I know. He's under 95. He's
I'm
got
not
an
doing
oil
Groupon
transport.
gas.
Yeah. He just siphons it in.
He'll rotate tires.
Jamie,
too.
I thought if anyone was going to have a hybrid before.
Well, he kind of did.
You.
Yeah, he kind of did, because he did have the Prius, but he wrecked it.
He wrecked it.
He watched all 9 Fast and the Furious movies. And when you hit the road, it was a wrap.
He did 35 one day in a school zone.
Yeah.
And he flipped the thing. And
Bad boy life. They had some pickup, though. I was kind of hybrids,
Well, the gas, and also regular gas, I can't even begin to calculate how much money it'll save me, and that made me smile.
Yeah, gas prices are only going
ridiculous.
up. Like, they'll go down a little bit, but they'll eventually, they're trending up.
James Harden took the pay cut, and Shams and now others have come out with some of the details that it looks like. That there is it involves a player option for next year. And Jamie, I know you shared some thoughts on that on social media about what you thought about that, so I wanted to get to you with that. Is, first of all, applause for James Harden. Say what you mean what you say. And James Harden meant what he said.
Yeah.
And put it into action. And what do you feel about the player option for next year, and how you looking at that?
It makes sense.
That is the case, if that ends up being the case.
Yeah, I mean, it makes sense from his standpoint. If he really believes he can improve on last year, then he's betting on himself in a way. Totally makes sense from his standpoint. From the team standpoint, I guess that's kind of the reward for giving a team-friendly-ish deal. So they say, yeah, okay, if you're going to go 15 lower on the cap this year, then we'll give you the player option next year. And both sides seem to be happy. I think it's a rare win-win. And I think there's a strong chance he outperforms, what he is on paper this year. I think he's going to have a good year. And there's a chance we're doing this again 1 year from now. But, that's what it is. And, it's a win-win. I was pretty impressed.
I'm impressed by James Harden.
Yeah.
On this, and I will give him a lot of credit because he absolutely.
Nobody does this in the NBA.
And he did. He followed through on what he said, and I absolutely had doubts that was the case, or he absolutely did it, and I applaud it. I think it's and anyone like me who was like, yeah, this is talk. We're wrong.
Yeah, and
flat out wrong.
A lot of people will say, well, it's not, 63 over 2 years is more than 47.5 for one. It's like, well, yeah, but even if he's bad this year, he would still get more than $13 million on the open market the following year. So no matter how you cut it, he's still cutting you a deal, and it worked out great.
Pat, what did your gut instinct when you heard about the details? And by the way, this isn't the signed deal. This is just what is being reported.
Yeah, I guess I was. This is kind of what I expected, just because I believe what James Harden was saying the whole time. But it's still impressive in the fact, as Jamie said, this doesn't happen in the NBA.
No,
that's why it's such a big deal. I mean, I watch Bradley Beal has been with a loser organization his entire career and has hinted at wanting to win, opt out of his deal, and you thought, okay, maybe Bradley Beal is going to, go somewhere else and have a possibility to win. Nope, right back to the Wizards. Nope. Max deal. Dame Lillard just re-upped in Portland. Loser organization, he's never going to win there. But he re-upped. Why? Because it's a massive deal. So that you don't, you see players all the time talk about wanting to win, and yet when, the bankroll is presented to them, they just take the cash and run. In this situation, you've seen a player that has already made all of his money primarily and goes, all right, well, the one thing I don't have is a ring. So I have to applaud him. I mean, I'd applaud anybody that does that. I thought KD ring chasing in Golden State was a smart move for his legacy. So how can I not praise James Harden for doing it here?
It also does show, though, and one of the things of the story, too, is that there was James Harden and his representatives found there was no market on the open market. There was no market for him on a big money deal, so he's betting on himself that maybe he can be in that position next year and get more out of the Sixers and get more out of the league. And by the way, if he outperforms it this year and kicks ass, then he deserves to go for it. Then he deserves to get a better deal for next year. He deserves it. That like he would have earned it. So I admire what Harden did, and it looks good for the Sixers moving forward.
Yeah, I think it was Mark Stein or somebody said, contract negotiations are ongoing, should be done any day. It's between Daryl, James, Michael Rubin, and somebody else. And
Michael Rubin he did.
I know, but I went.
He is involved.
The Michael Rubin thing.
Michael Rubin.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah.
That a guy, Mike.
Yeah. Well, two weeks ago he's selling his team, and now all of a sudden, for whatever reason, he's involved in negotiations.
Well, here's an interesting thing. I was on NBA radio yesterday morning on Sirius XM talking about it.
Maybe he's working for James.
How about what if I told you there was at least some whispers that Michael Rubin may have a sports representation firm coming?
That would make sense.
That would make sense.
Of some way, shape, or form, including what if we saw Fanatics having clothing lines for specific players that they then launch the Fanatics only clothing line of James Harden, of Kevin Durant.
I joked about it the week you were out that the $15 million exclusive James Harden Fanatics deal was coming.
That would be an interesting way to do it.
Yeah, I don't think it's really a joke either. I think there's something going on here. The way he stepped down and the way it coincides with this.
I think you're a soothsayer.
Yeah.
I think you read the tea leaves well.
Yeah.
They could call it Only Fanatics, then Only Fans for short.
I don't think that would
That's
work.
not bad. No, that's not bad, Connor. That's a good joke, Connor. That's a solid one.
Nobody wants to see James Harden naked.
Some people probably do.
You pay him to see him put his clothes on.
Put his clothes on.
Yeah, put on the Fanatics clothes.
I'm sure some ladies out there would like to see.
Yeah. Hey, we have a major station announcement coming.
Body love.
Pat, don't sweat this one. Wednesday at 4 o'clock, a major station announcement.
I'll have my key cards ready, and it was great working with all of you.
Coach, do we have playbooks we have to turn in?
We got. Yeah, all of a sudden you bring in Ryan Schwager back.
Well, Ryan is here.
Intern.
Yeah, our former intern.
All of a sudden he shows up, and there's a major station announcement going on Wednesday, and everyone's looking at me.
In the locker back there.
4 o'clock.
Here's my headphones and mic screen, Coach. It was a good run.
We will find out about that coming up at 4 o'clock on Wednesday. The Flyers did exactly what Pat Egan has told us he feared. And both Pat and I are skeptical of the plan. But we'll talk about it next. It's the John Kincade Show. Good morning. Hopefully your Monday's going to go great here on 97.5 The Fanatic. The fact that I'm a two-time cancer survivor makes me very, very passionate about helping others find a way through their cancer journeys. And one of the ways you can do that is by helping great organizations. One of the ways you can do that is by supporting people like the American Association for Cancer Research. We can help accelerate scientific discoveries that are going to benefit patients and families everywhere. Because every donation from private citizens like you and me make big differences in the lives of cancer patients. It helps to drive worldwide progress. Do you know there's more than 50,000 researchers worldwide that are supported daily by the donations that come into the AACR? You are directly supporting scientists, researchers, doctors that will come up with the next cancer breakthrough or treatment that are going to hopefully benefit you and your family. It touches everyone's family at some point. So support cancer patients and their family right now in a tangible way. AACR.org/fanatic. That's AACR.org/fanatic because cancer research saves lives.
The John Kincade Show.
This is not radio fantasy camp. We're on the air here.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with my childhood friend, Bob Marino, now president, Huntington Valley Bank. Bob, tell me about Huntington Valley Bank.
We are a full-service, fast-growing community bank with a great lineup of competitive products and services.
Go on.
We've always done residential mortgages, but now we have built a best-in-class business banking group.
Meaning?
We are attracting business customers by offering the best business bankers and the best services to help businesses become number one in their fields.
Sounds like Huntington Valley Bank is the best bank for your business.
Right on. And great tagline, Ant. Here's another stat. We just celebrated our 150th anniversary.
Wow. So Huntington Valley Bank is a seasoned player with a history of working with a team of experienced bankers whose goals are to deliver top-notch customer service. You heard it right here, folks. That's Bob Marino, the GOAT, president, Huntington Valley Bank. The best bank for your business, celebrating 150 years as a top contender in local banking. Huntington Valley Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Is sports betting about to become way more fun? You bet. Because the BetParx app has a brand new sports book. Live bets and parlays? You bet. Instant deposits and incredible app experience? You bet. Plus, your first bet is risk-free up to $750. So, are you already a winner just for signing up on the BetParx Sportsbook app? You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only. Is today your lucky day? You bet. Because the new BetParx app is everything you want in a digital casino and sportsbook. It's easy to sign up, fun to use, and faster to win than ever before. And all new BetParx app users can choose between a $20 casino bonus or a $20 free sports bet. Which begs the question, is this the most rewarding casino and sportsbook betting app ever? You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad. Your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples. We're not going back. We're going forward to school. N716 in-store only, limit 30.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer Wet Jet. With Swiffer Wet Jet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer Wet Jet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
If you're a window installer, keep it simple. Choose Andersen 400 Series windows. They're the clapboard windows contractors trust the most. So much so, they're the windows contractors trust for their own homes. And with fewer callbacks, the choice is simple. It's Andersen 400 Series windows, the windows contractors trust the most. Get started at AndersonWindows.com today.
Claims based on 2022 Andersen brand survey of U.S. contractors.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? Quality oil like Valvoline Full Synthetic can help you get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP extended life oil filter for only $36.99. Got an older vehicle? Try Valvoline Full Synthetic high mileage options. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Other banks go out of their way to make redeeming credit card rewards needlessly complicated. Like how they require minimums or force you to use your rewards before reaching some arbitrary expiration date. But Discover isn't like that. With Discover, you can redeem your rewards for cash in any amount at any time. So you'll never have to jump through hoops. Unless you're like a trapezist, then by all means, go right ahead. Learn more at discover.com/redeem rewards. Terms apply.
Hey, hot dogs, sausages.
Maybe instead of using a stadium vendor to feed the office, we should have just ordered through Easy Cater.
I got nachos here. Nachos?
Yeah, right here. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was fun at first, but it is kind of disruptive.
Cheesesteak here. Who wants a cheesesteak?
Over here.
Coming at you.
Oh, right in the face.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but EasyCater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
In the heat of the moment, you keep it calm and cool with a $3 medium ice cold brew. And not just any cold brew, but one that's slow steeped and mixed with brown sugar and molasses flavor. With a cold foam infused with brown sugar coolness and a cinnamon sugar sprinkle on top. That's keeping it calm, cool, and cold brewed. With Dunkin's new brown sugar cream cold brew, now $3 along with all medium cold brews. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary, limited time offer, terms apply.
Listen to 97.5 The Fanatic everywhere. On Alexa at 975thefanatic.com, the Fanatic app, and now on Odyssey. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Picking on Egan is extremely mean, but I assure you, it's just a small, minute, tiny part of our content.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Hopefully your Monday is getting off to a great start. Or if you are one of those people who's taking the long weekend, that's awesome. Hopefully you still get us with your coffee and you've got as Pat would say, you have a phone in the palm of your hand. Unless you're my brother, who can't navigate the new cell phone. He can't navigate.
Doesn't mean he doesn't have a radio.
He does. He just doesn't know how to use it.
He doesn't know. He doesn't know that maybe he just doesn't want to listen to you.
Now, that could be. It could be. I mean, could be a theory. He had his penance. He had his penance.
He did his time. As I asked most of my family, don't listen for me. Listen for the other three guys.
That's not a bad thing at all.
I had my neighbor text me if I had a transistor radio over the weekend. And I went, what? Because I work in radio? You think I got transistor radios? No.
Oh, yeah, we get them for free monthly.
I was like, he was testing his dog invisible fence line. I guess you can find the holes in it with a radio somehow.
Really?
What?
Yeah. Yeah, I guess it picks up where
a
drop in the line
there are
is.
little gaps.
A transistor radio can pick up holes in an electric fence.
Yeah.
That is correct.
And I was like, no, I do not have a transistor radio, but I have an app for you if you need it.
I remember the early down south, a lot of people had the electric fence because they have bigger properties and they'll have the electric fence for the dogs and everything. And I remember people walking around looking for them. They would pick them up at garage sales. Go at a garage sale and see if they could find one, and then put the old batteries in it and walk around and be able to
just
test
put the collar on and walk the perimeter.
You don't want to do that.
I did that, I convinced my cousin when he was younger to do that. It was a good time.
How bad was it?
He was probably like 7 or 8.
Yeah, but how bad of a shock is it?
I don't know because I wasn't dumb enough to do it.
I would never do it to.
But he went down. I mean, he had it around his neck and he dropped.
Usually, like fillings, cavity fillings will pick up radio signals sometimes.
That happened on Gilligan's Island back in the day. Yes.
Did it?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Gilligan's mouth became a.
I think it probably
became
changed,
a radio.
But like back in the day, if you had a filling, you had a radio.
I'm getting a filling Monday. Maybe we'll try that out.
And you know what radio station it picked up? WCAU in Philadelphia.
Did it really?
Yes. That's what they were listening to.
Actually,
John Facenda.
Lucille Ball once captured. She didn't capture, but she
captured somebody.
She discovered a Japanese spy ring during World War II thanks to her teeth fillings. She was like walking around the neighborhood and she heard them doing like their messages.
Serious?
I'm dead serious.
I heard about this.
You can look this up. Yeah, I'm dead serious.
Wait a minute.
Lucille Ball
was walking around her Hollywood neighborhood.
Yeah. And there was a Japanese spy ring around World War II. You can look this up, man.
Google it.
And every
Googling
time she
doesn't
walked
make
around,
it true.
Okay,
check the sources.
Just because it's hard to believe doesn't mean it's not true.
Well, no, that's the truth. I mean, I want to see the source.
She was getting concerned, and then I think she called the police or something. I don't know, but then they found a Japanese spy ring. Look it up, man. You learn stuff on this show. You shouldn't just
wait a minute.
Just throw this to the side.
Lucille
Ball is breaking up spy rings.
All right, this is entertainment.howstuffworks.com. Sounds like the ultimate urban legend, right? But this isn't a baseless rumor started by an anonymous gossip monger. The source is Lucille herself. She told the story on the Dick Cavett Show in 1974. The tale has morphed over the years. No way to actually verify it, but she stood by him.
It is unproven.
Well, I mean, she said it. I believe
she
her.
said it.
I believe her.
Lucy.
I believe Lucy, absolutely.
I believe Desi was running around on her at every turn, too.
That's quite a lie to tell.
No, but I don't believe it. Yes,
it's too much of a lie that I.
It's so weird you want to believe it.
I got to believe it, yeah.
Right. I want to believe it, too, because I love Lucy.
Yeah?
Did you see the movie The
Lucy and
Ricardos?
Ricky?
Meet the Ricardos or whatever it was? They were nominated. Javier Bardem and Nicole Kidman were nominated. It was an Amazon movie.
I can't believe
it's not great. But
I can't believe Nicole Kidman was
because she was just like it was a very good. She looked like Lucy.
I would have thought crazy Deborah Messing.
Yeah,
would be.
She looks a lot like her, actually.
Because she's zany. And she's zany like her.
Wait, so Lucille Ball did it for you?
Oh, I loved Lucy.
Yeah?
Yes.
No,
I
she-
think
no,
she's an
nothing.
attractive lady.
Nothing.
Not the old Lucy. Young Lucy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I love Lucy.
Well, we didn't think you were talking about current Lucy.
Not
I
the
think she's
Lucy
dead.
show. And by the way, Lucy Arnaz did nothing for me.
No more Lucy.
The daughter.
She's dead.
She's dead now. So, by the way, the beach, the boardwalk, the boat on the bay, Bet Parks has got you covered when you're down the shore. Download at betparks.com. You got to be 21 and in New Jersey. Gambling problem, call 1-800-GAMBLER. So the Flyers did exactly what Pat Egan has said over and over on this show that he thought they would do. He feared they would do. They believed they were only a player or two away from once again being competitive in the Eastern Conference. I joined Pat in being extremely skeptical of the plan. And the trade that was ushered in this weekend, we're going to talk about it in two different ways. We're going to talk about it, the player, and then we're going to talk about it after 7 o'clock with the controversy. So the player itself, Tony DeAngelo, the acquisition this weekend, it seems like a heavy price to pay for a very, very talented player. I am excited to see how much better they can be under Torts and the roster improvement. But I wonder, does that make me sort of hypocritical? And Pat, I want to sort of turn the floor over to you a little bit with this. I don't think I have any other choice because I desperately want hockey to be relevant and the Flyers to be relevant. I love the NHL. You love the NHL. We both are into it. But to me, I do believe this says that they are, they do believe this was we're close.
We
can fix that.
1,000% does. It is another sign that this team is completely. They live in another universe. So look, the price that they paid for the trade, okay, fine. You know, like for the talent that you're getting, it makes sense.
He's a really talented
second, third, fourth round pick spread over 3 years. You know, whatever. It's not like Carolina wanted to lose him. They didn't. They had
did
cap
not.
problems. There was a lot of interest in him, but you're not a 1 and 2 player team away, and they think they are. And it's just another stupid move that this organization has made, just like the Rasmus Ristolainen deal, where you trade the 14th overall pick. And, you know, one popular thing I saw on Twitter a lot this weekend was, well, they can't draft. Well, that doesn't mean that you just trade away picks because you can't draft. And then you hand out $5 million contracts. If you can't draft, you do what Howie Roseman did. You acquire as many draft picks as possible because that's more shots at the apple and
cast a wide net.
Yeah, exactly. So I saw it. I thought immediately that's an incredible overpay for a player with his checkered past and a team that doesn't really need him at this moment. Like, he's going to improve their power play. He's going to improve their blue line.
He's going to improve the entire
everything.
team's better with him being.
Yeah, on the ice, the entire team is much better with Tony DeAngelo. The problem is, like, this team has no farm system, and their farm system just got worse by this trade.
Now, I saw a lot of vitriol about it, and we'll talk more about that coming up after the top of the hour. A lot of strong opinions, a lot of anger, a lot of whatever about the acquisition of Tony DeAngelo. What I did is I just decided then, well, thankfully I had a contact. So I went right to Don Waddell, the general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, who I actually worked with for over 11 seasons. And I said, Don, anything that you can share with me on Tony DeAngelo, on or off the record. I want to be fair to the young man as he starts his tenure here in Philadelphia. So I will quote the general manager, Don Waddell, who, by the way, they did offer him a contract. The Flyers offered him a better one, and he decided to come home. So they wanted him to stay. Don, he was very good for us, both on and off the ice. I can't speak for his past behavior before me, but I think very highly of him and his professional approach. Hope all's good with you and the family.
Yeah, Rob Brendamore said really good things about him, too.
Now, the thing was, here's what I'm going to say to you is, he wasn't a prove-it contract. in a prove-it year. So for the skeptics that are out there skeptical of Tony DeAngelo, who's had some problems in his career, I absolutely understand someone going, yeah, in a prove-it contract, prove-it year when he was being paid peanuts, he went out and balled out in order to get paid. Okay, he did. And by the way, he was a model citizen on and off the ice and a great teammate, and the Carolina Hurricanes were upset to lose him. All you have to do is go back and look a year ago. When Don Waddell signed him, the same vitriol, the same anger, the same all in the Carolina fan base. What are they doing? Why are you bringing this guy in? He's going to tear things apart. It's terrible. And a year later, Don Waddell's getting questioned in the press going, how'd you let him get away? Now, they have cop issues. That's how they let it. The Flyers.
Yeah, when I saw the news on Friday, I texted Pat, and I was like, this seems like an overpay. Am I wrong? Help a Zamboner out here. Then the immediate next place I went was not even anything to do with Tony DeAngelo. It was, oh, man, we may never see Ryan Ellis. And that could go down as an I mean, look, you gave up what you gave up, but
you gave up nothing.
You didn't give up a ton.
No, you didn't. But the
money is going to be given back to you in.
Yeah, you had hopes that this guy was going to be the stabilizing force with Provorov and was going to kind of right the back of half of your team. This move tells me, yeah, don't count on it. If you can get him,
that's the way I'm sort of hoping right now. I think get a medical settlement.
Yeah, this seemed like an insurance policy for Ryan Ellis, and that kind of went, damn.
He's better than Ryan Ellis. Like on the ice, he's better than Ryan Ellis, at least offensively. And that was one of Ryan Ellis's big things, was he was the offensive threat. On the blue line, he's much better than that. Last year in Carolina, he kind of gave Carolina what I thought he'd give Carolina, like offensively. Look, the talent's there, no question. It's just a matter of it's another example of the Flyers thinking that they're really close, and while he'll help them, they're not very close. He's also, in my opinion, he's a ticking time bomb. So how's he going to mesh with Torts? How's he going to handle coming back home? You know, sometimes coming back home is not good.
The best thing, yeah.
Yeah, being around friends and family that gas you up the entire time, it's not a good thing. So it was a head scratching move for me from a team that really should recognize where they are and they're not. And it's another move that Chuck Fletcher made where I just go like, dude, do you get it?
Hearing you talk about him, Tony DeAngelo, and in my opinion, they sort of dovetail. It seems like the kind of move that a really established team makes with a really established locker room.
Yeah,
that wants to get pushed over the top.
Yeah,
a push over the top move.
You need a strong leadership core. Flyers don't have that, and he's a guy that I mean, that's one of the reasons why Carolina got him. You know, it was a low risk buy by them.
It was like $1 million, wasn't it?
For a year.
It was a minimum. And they were close. I think they got to the Eastern Conference Finals the year before, so they thought they were close. He could help them out. He certainly did. I mean, they lost in the second round this year, but talent wise, it's there. It's just it's kind of like when the Phillies went out and got Carlos Santana. Like, what's the point?
Now, we'll talk about the Tony DeAngelo story from a different angle coming up at 7 o'clock on the other issues that have been involved with his career coming up. But first in the linchpin, a destination? Maybe.
This is the linchpin.
Yeah, I'm curious now with this reported James Harden deal, you know, maybe coming down today or early this week, whatever it ends up being. I believe it has them $5 million under the NBA salary apron. So there's a little bit of wiggle room. I know Matisse was hanging out with Tyrese and Niang and Sam Cassell at Summer League. It would still kind of surprise me if Matisse was here. I still feel as though there's one more move to come. The question I had was, are the Sixers now looking good enough to some vets out there? Let's just use Eric Gordon as an example, and he would be a trade, so it's not like he would choose us per se, but are they good enough now on paper that some vets might come ring chase here or attempt to? I don't think anybody would deny they're a better team than they were on paper to end last year, but I still think something else is coming, and I wonder if they're appealing enough to guys in the league, or do guys in the league look at it and go, well, Joel Embiid's never healthy, next? I don't know, but I feel as though they're
looking at him that way.
But if he's healthy, and I know that's the ultimate but, they probably look pretty good to some guys out there. Like, you know, Boston and Milwaukee, you give them the edge. outside of that, I mean, I'll take them over Miami in the East. The West is the West. You worry about that in the NBA Finals. So, I mean, there's only one or two teams in the East you might put ahead. You put ahead of them, not might. I wonder how good they're looking.
I'm going to tell you, I think a lot of players would doubt that he's going to be healthy. That Joel Embiid's going to be healthy because, as you say, he never is. So, is ring chasing? I mean, I think ring chasing. You go to a team that needs to be pushed over the top. They haven't even gotten out of the second round.
But it's all, in my opinion, health related.
And that's why I wouldn't trust it.
Yeah.
If I was a player, unless it was the best option out there. You know what I mean? If he's the best option.
Well, I'd hope that a lot of players around the league go like a lot of these injuries are kind of fluke.
Yeah.
The problem is it's racking up. At what point do you go, all right, fluke injuries are becoming the norm, which they kind of have been. But still, you look at, like, you're not expecting Pascal Siakam to elbow a guy in the face and break it. Soft tissue muscle injuries, like Deshaun Jackson always dealt with hamstrings and whatnot. That's one thing, but to expect broken faces and messed up fingers and stuff, it's. I would hope that some of these veteran players go, all right, yeah, he's always injured, but there's a reason for it, and it's flukish. And because of that, I am willing to go to Philadelphia.
Do you guys think it's over? Because I still think there's one more move. I'm not saying it's major, but it feels like there's another move still to come to me. Am I alone here?
I felt it in my plums. That
You really did?
That this is it.
I think it's done.
You think it's done?
I think it's done. Yeah,
and I don't think it's for lack of trying. I think Morey is trying.
And I don't think that it's bad. I think it's so far I think it's
they
a pretty
improved.
nice offseason.
But when I saw Matisse with the guys in Summer League and Casella, I went,
I thought the same thing. I went, he doesn't show up if he thinks he's actually being traded.
But I still feel like he's trying. Morey's trying.
Yeah, and
Matisse is the obvious kind of trade chip.
Yeah, all we've heard is that, like, that's the number one name Morey brings up in trade talks with other GMs is Matisse. So maybe we're reading into it too much, but I thought the exact same thing when I saw Matisse in Summer League. Oh, okay, well he's staying.
Yeah,
maybe he was told something. I mean, I got to be honest, I'm a little underwhelmed by the offseason if this is it, but it's going to depend on the progression of the younger players. Like Isaiah Joe balled out in the Utah Summer League.
Game-winning shot.
Paul Reed, his progression. Can Charles Bassey become the backup five? Because at this point, it's become clear they're not going to sign a veteran big like they have in the past couple of years. I mean, if they were, they would have signed some of these. Like, I think Andre Drummond went for like $3 million or something.
Yeah,
something
2
stupid.
years, $6 million.
Where you go, okay, well, if you wanted him, you probably could have had him back. So they're going to go with a younger rotation, and they went with guys like PJ Tucker and Daniel Melton. So.
And Melton's only 24 himself, so he's another young piece. But yeah, it's interesting they're going with Bassey and Reed.
I
kind of like it though.
Jamie, I like it. I know what you're saying, and I want to believe it, but I think that because I don't want to make it like I'm thinking people around the NBA are saying I doubt Joel Embiid. I think players can doubt his health.
Oh, absolutely.
But
that's fair.
but not doubt him.
No,
as a player, I believe that if I'm going. And this would be a great place to.
Yeah, I mean, his talent should never be questioned. He's a freak. What is fair to question is he 100% come playoff time?
Yeah, is he available?
That's the big concern with him. It sucks because I hate this conversation. I wish we just knew he was 100% and they weren't good enough. You know what I mean? I'd rather that than go, well, that's one of the most talented guys I've ever seen put on a Sixers jersey. Shame he's never healthy come playoff time.
Yeah, that's what sucks. I mean,
it's torture.
You look at his career, and while they were fluke injuries, how many playoff runs has he had where he hasn't had something? It's been the one,
and it was the
one was they got swept in 4 games. So
and Ben Simmons was out.
Yeah, if they ended up advancing somehow in that series, who knows what would have happened? But it's frustrating, man. It sucks.
It sucks.
It is. It does suck. It does suck. Pat, when you're looking at the Phillies roster and where they're at right now. You say you're not in a rush to make
I'm not.
Okay, now trade deadline is
August 2nd.
3 weeks from tomorrow.
Yeah.
So 3 weeks from tomorrow. That's a mountain of games.
I feel like Jamie's going to want to kill me after this topic. But I'm not in a rush to make a trade because they continue to win. And I feel like a lot of the the pressure to make a trade is because, as we said earlier, it doesn't make sense. You look at this roster, they have holes everywhere. But every single day that goes by and they win a game, the price that Dombrowski and Fold would have to pay goes down just a little bit. So while on paper we go, my God, please go out and get a center fielder, go out and get a right fielder, go out and get something, starting pitcher, something. They keep winning. So the price, every league, team in the league knows that Dombrowski needs an outfielder. So the price is probably more for Dombrowski than for, let's say, I don't know, the Boston Red Sox if they want an outfielder.
Because they think they've got you over.
Exactly.
They think that you're over a barrel.
But every single day that goes by, time is ticking down to that trade deadline. So because of it, until they get into like a 4-game stretch where they start losing, that's when I'll go, okay, like time to do something, time to get. They're not, though. I mean, for whatever reason, I can't figure it out. But this team continues to persevere, continues to win. Yesterday was the first game where they had a hiccup. But they've got Nola going tonight.
And I didn't Did you turn off the TV yesterday and say, "Damn it"?
No,
because you won the first two.
It was a hard fought, tight game, and I don't expect to win bullpen games anyway.
Now,
the guy always go to a bullpen game going, if you win that game.
Yeah, they threw Nick Nelson out there to start the game.
A Bailey Falter game, I can say, yeah, I hope to win. Or I hope to win.
Now,
the bullpen game, I don't.
The flip side to this is, make a move before that stretch happens, before that losing streak happens.
That's where I'm at.
But it's like, I feel like that's the ultimate like the Negadelphian of waiting for the other shoe to drop. And
but
in this case, it makes sense because the roster is so bad. But I'm not screaming for them to make a move because they just don't really need to at this point. They continue to win games under Thompson. He seems to have some magic around this squad, and if they can get to the All-Star break,
which is next Monday's the home run derby.
6 more games before the All-Star break.
And Segura should be back relatively quickly after the All-Star break.
Like the 20, I saw yesterday.
He's ahead of schedule. Apparently.
Maybe the 25th of July, 26th of July.
I guess my point is they can weather. I think they can weather this storm until closer to the deadline to make a move, so they're not paying more of a premium price. I mean, the Toronto series is going to be interesting because of who they sit. Like it's not lost on me that they changed around the rotation so Nola pitches tonight so he doesn't have to go.
Noted epidemiologist Aaron Nola.
Yeah, I trust him with all my medical opinions.
Yeah, I did my research.
Did you get that right?
You?
Yeah, I did. Mine. Very good, Pat.
But it's I understand where Jamie was coming from for the longest time, and I still do in a way.
They're performing better than I thought they would.
Yeah, they're
when
exceeding
Connor
expectations.
And I got into it. But I still think they should make a move.
There you go.
Yeah, but just imagine if 2 weeks ago you made a move for a bullpen piece, and then
I don't want a bullpen piece. I want a center fielder.
You don't want one now, but 2 weeks ago,
2 weeks ago we all did.
You probably did. Yeah.
2 weeks ago we all wanted a bullpen.
Well, yeah, I always want bullpen pieces.
Admit it.
No, I still think center field is the.
They're not in a rush.
Admit it, coward.
Right
Pat, get after him.
Shortstop, bitch boy.
Admit it. Come on,
down boy.
No, I want a leadoff hitter and a center fielder.
There we go. Lots going on.
Well, they could be the same person.
That's all you're looking for?
Good point.
But I guess you don't mess with Schwarber, but whatever. I want a center fielder.
No, I thought we came to that conclusion the other day.
I know you don't mess with what works, but I would prefer him hitting too. If I
don't mess anything with Schwarber.
I know. I'm not saying. I just want somebody of that. I want an on-base guy that can hit behind runners, that can play baseball like the traditional way. That's what I want. You can call them whatever you want. I just call those guys leadoff hitters.
Okay. Well,
you know what I mean?
I don't have any problem with that.
Yeah.
Is that
they need a singles doubles guy that can just get on base, steal a bag here and there.
You want Lenny Dykstra?
Yeah, basically.
You want
93.
No, we do not want Lenny Dykstra.
He'll give you stock advice.
Holy moly!
Just don't
help you in the
get near your
field,
credit
help you in the stocks.
Coach used to hang out with Lenny Dykstra. I've heard stories.
I hung out one time with Lenny Dykstra. It was an event.
Do you remember it?
Oh, vividly.
He's got me blocked on Twitter.
I remember thinking how the mighty have fallen.
Yeah.
All right, coming up. The Tony D'Angelo story and the truths, the falsehoods, and the opinions that were offered around it. We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show here on The Fanatic. You can beat the heat with Window Nation. Save $200 off any style new window from Window Nation. Plus, pay nothing until 2024. Lower your energy bills, raise the value of your home with new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. My folks at Window Nation are going to take great care of you. You've got those sticky, drafty, cracked windows. You got windows that are letting the cold air out in the summer and the hot air out in the wintertime. They have an A-plus rating from the Better Business Bureau, so you know you can trust them. They absolutely are waiting to take care of you. Whatever kind of window you need, vinyl, wood, fiberglass. You do your window shopping online at windownation.com. Then you make the call to 866-90-NATION, and you're going to save $200 off any style new window from Window Nation. Plus, you're going to pay nothing until 2024. So lower your energy bills, raise the value of your home, get those new energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. Call 866-90-NATION. That's 866-90-NATION.
The John Kincade Show.
Talking sense into people isn't really my thing. In fact, I'm better at the opposite.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic has a major station announcement. Listen Wednesday at 4 p.m. This is 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, it's Cuz. Don't be that guy with the T-shirt on in the pool this summer. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet is unlike any other weight loss program. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances, which gets your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Guys, don't wait for your doctor to give you the bad news and then try to figure it out. Contact NJ Diet today. Get ahead of your health. Your weight loss can help you overcome any health issues like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, arthritis, depression, even digestive issues. So what are you waiting for? Locations: Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, or worldwide with live online video consults. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. Go to njdiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. N716 in-store only, limit 30.
Let's be real. Mopping is a hassle. You have to fill the bucket, pushing a wet, heavy mop around, then cleaning the mop when you're done so it doesn't grow bacteria. A hassle on top of a hassle. Try Swiffer WetJet. With Swiffer WetJet, you start with a fresh pad and cleaning solution every time. And when you're done, you just toss the pad. Swiffer WetJet, the faster, easier, cleaner way to clean your floors.
Staples has everything for school at great prices. So this year you won't go back to school. You'll be ready to move forward and master 5th grade math.
I can't do this. It's impossible.
Not you, Dad, your daughter. Staples will help her move forward.
Right.
Right now, Staples comp books and number 2 pencils are just 50 cents each. Plus, 2 pocket paper folders are only 25 cents each. Everything on your list at amazing prices. Staples, we're not going back. We're going forward to school. N716 in-store only, limit 30.
DQ presents the sound of a summer double play. It's the sound of drumstick pieces and peanuts combined with world-famous soft serve to make 2 all-star treats. The Drumstick with Peanuts Blizzard and new Caramel Drumstick with Peanuts Blizzard. Grab one today or get it delivered at DQ.com. Official treat of MLB. DQ. Happy tastes good.
Hey, hot dogs, sausages.
Maybe instead of using a stadium vendor to feed the office, we should have just ordered through EasyCater.
I got nachos here. Nachos?
Yeah, right here. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was fun at first, but it is kind of disruptive.
Cheesesteak here. Who wants a cheesesteak?
Over here.
Coming at you.
Oh, right in the face.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but EasyCater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
Did you know that shapes have sounds? This is the sound of a square because it's Wendy's fresh, never frozen beef served up on those hot and juicy hamburgers. And this is the sound of a circle. Not the Arctic Circle, but a circle of frozen beef that's flash frozen somewhere else. And this is the sound of a triangle. Anyway, when you want hot and juicy hamburgers, go for the square at Wendy's. Choose wisely. Choose Wendy's hot and juicy hamburgers.
Fresh beef available in the contiguous U.S., Alaska, and Canada.
Get in zone, AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. Thinking about gas mileage? Quality oil like Valvoline Full Synthetic can help you get more out of every mile. Right now, you can get 5 quarts with an STP Extended Life Oil Filter for only $36.99. Got an older vehicle? Try Valvoline Full Synthetic High Mileage options. Get what you need for better fuel efficiency at any of our 6,200 stores or on AutoZone.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
As a contractor installing windows, you deserve a simple choice. Anderson 400 Series windows. They're the cladwood windows contractors trust the most. So much so, they're the windows contractors trust for their own homes. And they even have fewer callbacks for extra peace of mind. When it comes to windows, the choice is simple. It's Anderson 400 Series windows. The windows contractors trust the most. Request a quote at AndersonWindows.com today.
Claims based on 2022 Anderson brand survey of U.S. contractors.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. The John Kincade Show.
Oh, I don't think I'm a lot dumber than you thought that I thought I was once.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hopefully your Monday morning's off to a great start. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Our 7 a.m. hour brought to you by the all-new Bet Parks app. Sportsbook and casino in one sleek, easy-to-use app in Pennsylvania and New Jersey. The Parks Casino Sportsbook app. A lot coming your way. Much more on the what the Phillies have to look out for. What the Sixers maybe have cooking. And also we get closer and closer to Eagles training camp. 15 days away today.
Wow, that's
that
closer
good?
than I even realized.
Is it really? It's catching up to you here.
Yeah, that's great. Not that, camp gives you that many things to really sink your teeth into, but I just like football being in the air.
Yeah, it's interesting.
It means it's close. Yeah, sure.
You don't see Pat's very Pat just is training camp.
I just like seeing guys in Eagles helmets.
Pat's on this level of excitement. This is great for radio when I'm doing something like this, so YouTube people can see it. Pat's like here in the lowest level. I'm a little above you.
Yeah,
a little above you. Jamie, you're probably a little above me.
It's never done anything.
But like I hate the games.
If I had that remote from Click, I would fast forward to week.
No, that's when you miss. Pat, it's not about the destination; it's about the journey.
I watch the games.
The whole point of the movie.
I'll watch some of the games, and I sit and watch them, holding my breath, because I'm actually just saying, please, nobody get hurt. Please, nobody get hurt.
Yeah, that's the biggest thing.
That's what annoys me about training camp. It's full of season-ending injuries and false messiahs.
But I am the hypocrite.
Paul Turner's going to work out any day.
Who also says that you need to play. You need to have snaps. You need to play some of your starters.
Yeah.
I just sweat until they're out. You have to play.
Yeah.
I don't like the. I don't approve of the Nick Sirianni. Summer camp is Club Med.
Like even the one thing I used to look forward to at training camp was Hard Knocks.
Yes.
And even that's been ruined for me.
It's been lame.
Because it's been so bad. Because they introduce you. Hard Knocks was so good at finding the undrafted free agent signing and profiling him from week 1 on. So that by the time the finale wraps up, you have an actual question whether he will make the team or not. Now they're introducing the guy in week 4, and you're like, well, I know he's not making the team. He just got signed 30 minutes ago. But they hype it up as to, well, if this cornerback from Little Sister of the Poor will make the team. He won't.
Yeah, Willie Asshat.
Yeah, exactly.
Willie Asshat.
4th round pick. He's a 4th round pick. I have you now.
High motor on that ass.
So we haven't heard about Willie lately, but now the training camp's coming. I think we're going to hear from Willie's camp.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Willie's representative, his big fan, will call us.
We're
and tell us
efforting
a
to
bit
get
about
him on.
Willie Asshat. I put a tweet out Saturday morning right before listening to Tunis and to Pat. I was enjoying that Saturday morning, sitting out in the back patio. Real nice, listening to Tunis and Pat. Have a great time on Saturday morning. Real nice listen.
Yeah, see, he's a foxhole guy.
Jamie, not to say you've been replaced, but
How's my
it's been
ex?
a nice easy.
Is he doing all right
Easy
without
listen.
me? Is he moving on?
He forgot about you.
He did forget about you. It seems like. I was perusing social media regarding the Tony D'Angelo story.
He's my man now.
And just social media as a whole, and I've always believed this, and I've said it over and over again, and it just reminded me.
Back off, Antonio.
I put one thing gets clearer to me in the social media age. This is the tweet. One thing gets clearer to me in the social media age. Some of the biggest public rock throwers of condemnation are those who, with a little research, once had to beg for mercy themselves about their own poor behavior. It seems grace is many times not a learned behavior. Clearly, just stating that I can't believe the amount of public figures, I'll call them blue checks, that are out there as rock throwers on other people's behavior, the way they conduct themselves. And I'm like to myself, wait a minute, hasn't this guy been fired multiple times for doing things? Hasn't this guy had this scandal in his past? And just publicly on Twitter, I am amazed at people's lack of, well, let's just say a mirror, that they can realize, sometimes I've done some things in my life too, and this Tony D'Angelo story comes up. There's one thing that also is worth sharing. The story about Keandre Miller and the Rangers and Tony D'Angelo, where Tony D'Angelo reportedly kept the first goal puck away from him and was portrayed as a racist, that the entire Rangers organization almost uniformly came out and said, this is patently false. John Davidson, after he cut Tony D'Angelo, saying he was a problem in his locker room and had to get rid of him. Like, they had to get rid of him. So John Davidson is already saying, we had to get rid of this guy. I told him to go home. But he also said, the talk of him being a racist, it is 100% false. There is no truth to the story ever about Keandre and the puck. There was no truth to it at all. And for people to write things like, he's a racist, and other people to digest it, it is just wrong. It's sad, actually. And then you had teammates come out and also reiterate that story was false. Completely false. If you need to do your research, which you can, and you can read all the Rangers quotes, all you have to do is go to February 1st, 2021, and you will see numerous people from the Rangers organization, including the guy who told him to go home. Now, what it tells you is there's trouble because, Pat, he told Tony D'Angelo to go home. We signed you to a contract. We're telling you to go home. Yeah, we don't like you in this locker room.
Still had, I think, $3 million left on the deal. Yeah, he got sent home because he got in a fight with the goalie.
Yes.
Which,
by the way, I've seen in professional sports organizations before.
You see it, but you don't see guys get sent home and kicked off the team.
No, because there were enough guys. It appears the story, and if you go and read all the details, there was enough stories in the locker room where the guys were like, okay, he's not worth keeping around if he's going to act like this. He's a problem to the chemistry in the locker room. But the story of Keandre Miller and him being the racist player in the locker room was completely false.
Yeah, I
100% false, according to the guy who told him to go home. Yet we have people continually pushing this because some blogger wrote a story and they've read the blogger's story and the Rangers organization came out and said, look, we told the guy to go home, but there's no truth to this story.
I didn't even know that story was being circulated because,
oh my gosh,
as you said, it's been shot down by many people in the organization. The problem is, look, this kid had a ton of talent and dropped in the draft because of character issues. And the character issue was he said a racial slur in the OHL, was suspended for that.
To reportedly an Italian teammate, he called him a name. And it was right.
And that I've been told that it was a similar thing with the fight with Georgiev, the goalie. Correct. He called him a name.
Correct.
So
I think he called him a name that was more of a slur of a different slur.
Look, I don't get the sense that Tony D'Angelo has a lot of contrition. I don't get the sense that he's great for a locker room that has no leadership whatsoever, which is what we kind of talked about.
Which is what we talked about before.
And for an organization that doesn't have an identity and lacks leadership, literally doesn't have a captain right now, to bring him in is, in my opinion, it's a stupid move. He's going to help you on the ice, but what will he do to the locker room? From what I've been told in New York, it was like you either loved him or you hated him, and that's not great for a locker room at all because
not
it's
when
a
you have a bunch
divided.
Of young players.
Yeah, you're going to have a lot of guys who go, he walks in the room and they crack up at everything he says, and then you're going to have some players that go, oh my God, I can't wait to get rid of him. And the fact that I can't think of many cases where an NHL player under contract who is arguably the second best offensive player, the offensive defenseman on the team, gets kicked off of a team that is in a playoff hunt. I can't think of many cases with that. So I just get the impression that from his behavior, he does the right things kind of, but he's not really sorry for what he's done in the past. And it's, in his opinion, everything's overblown, but you get suspended by the OHL. It's not good. It's not a good sign.
And he got an unprecedented suspension from the OHL.
Yeah, I mean, I think he deserves it when you're saying racist stuff.
It was 8 games. Well, when you get 8 games like that, that's not good. That's
no,
he is a tough person to stand behind.
Yeah, look, he's played for 4 organizations. 3 of them couldn't wait to get rid of him.
The last one on a prove it deal, in a 1-year deal, said, and I read you the quote earlier from Don Waddell, general manager of the Carolina Hurricanes, personal friend. He was very good for us both on and off the ice. I can't speak for his past before me, but we think very highly of him and his professional approach, and that sums it up. But in a 1-year deal where you're trying to prove yourself,
you're going to be on your best behavior.
For $1 million, you're going to be on your best behavior. Now, when you get $10 million in the bank, I'm not sure how you're going to act. Pat and I both, we're in agreement that this doesn't make sense to me for this team at this time. This team at this time, I would think you need to have a really strong locker room that could handle bringing in someone like him.
Yeah, and the Tortorella aspect is interesting how they'll mesh here. But I mean, there's no doubt the guy has a reputation in the league. And just looking up some stuff about it over the weekend, Brad Marchand was chirping with him, borderline fighting with him last year. And when you watch the video, he goes, "You're a racist. You're a bleeping racist." Now, I mean, that reputation carries around the league.
Even though you are hearing again that he was being accused of something that the Rangers say never happened.
Well, that's
the OHL.
But that wasn't what got him kicked off.
Right.
And that's his reputation.
Right. But the thing is, though, people
peers.
now want to just they're creating stuff on him that didn't exist.
Well, that was after he got kicked off. That whole Keandre Miller thing.
We do not want him. The thing is, though, is I don't think any one of us want a team that's trying to grow and trying to be young with a distraction.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's that distraction.
I wouldn't want him on my team, honestly. Like, talent-wise, whatever. I mean, this was years ago, and it's a lesser player, but the one thing I was always proud of with Philadelphia was, like, when the team claimed Billy Tibbetts off waivers, the fan base was like, we're not having this dude. He's a scumbag. And the organization quickly got rid of him. Now, Tony DeAngelo is a much, much, much better player than Billy Tibbetts, but to the point, like, the fan base doesn't really feel good about most of the fan base doesn't feel good about the move because it's kind of gross cheering for a guy with that reputation. So the locker room angle that we talked about, look, on the ice, it will help the team, but sometimes it just goes more than on the ice. And with the locker room angle, I don't see how this really helps.
Well, if this too, I worry about it as young players. I worry about it when you have a lot when you're going to be cycling a lot of young guys through this clubhouse. And I really do wonder what kind of potential negative, positive like type of influence that has, Jamie.
Yeah.
And that's it is, do guys feel uncomfortable around him? Does he make people feel comfortable and comfortable to come to work? And if he doesn't, then it was a stupid move. But the thing is, you saw in the 1-year deal, the question is the Carolina guy the guy that is him going forward?
I guess he has to answer that.
And he's going to have to answer it. Now, I'm willing to give him the chance to answer it. There are many in the town that will not. I am willing to give him the chance to say, okay, I have changed. I am acting like a mature adult. I am being a better person than I was at 20 years old. And I think that there are many out there that are a hell of a lot better at the age of 25, 26, 27 than they were at 20.
Yeah.
But I'm willing to give him the chance to prove it, but I would never have made this move if I was the Flyers. I wouldn't have had the guts to make the move if I was Chuck Fletcher or the Flyers organization.
Yeah, I just my concern is, something that you're raised with, brought up in, and, I saw a video of his father back from when he was drafted, and he was just kind of justifying the language they use as like a South Philly thing. And I just went, that seems kind of deeply ingrained in you. I don't know how much remorse he actually had about it. Obviously, I don't know the dude, so none of us really do. But it appears from the optics of it that he's not overly remorseful. So we'll see. I have my doubts for sure. I don't know if you can change your colors when it's kind of deeply ingrained in you.
Yeah, once you're raised.
And that's the big concern here is now that he got 2 years and 5.5 each. Does that rear its head again? And coming back home and being around that thing that made you who you are, does that make it worse?
Yeah,
and that's a concern.
And that is, it always is a concern when you're back around.
Yeah.
When you're back in your element.
Yeah, that is a huge concern for me. I mean, I don't think it's a good thing he's coming home.
Like I always heard the Sixers didn't want to sign Dion Waiters because you're bringing him back home, and
and you're wondering whether you get
is
back
that a
into
good
old
thing
habits,
for
right.
him?
Yeah,
I mean,
we talk about remorse, right? And one of the most hot button signings in my lifetime was Michael Vick. And you want to talk about a guy who
won't forget where I was when I got.
I don't think many Eagles fans will. And you talk about a guy that did the work to show that he was, he was remorseful for his actions. Tony D'Angelo has not done a damn thing other than say I'm not a racist. Whether he is or not, it's the optics of it that aren't good. I don't think he's remorseful at all. I think it's how he was raised and all that. And I don't feel it's a gross move. It's just that's the best way I can describe it.
I just don't understand why you would make it. To me, and we agree on that. I don't know how though, Pat. You can say that. I can't read his mind. I can't read his heart. I don't know whether he has changed his life at all or not. I don't know any of that. But what I will say is, I agree with you. It just doesn't feel right.
It feels, yeah.
It doesn't feel right. I think there's one of those things where, I would like him to get an opportunity, but I don't think this is the fit.
Well, and it's like, why does it have to be here?
Exact type of thing.
It makes me question a lot when, as I said, he dropped in the draft and he goes to Tampa Bay. And you look at his numbers, and he was putting up points in the OHL and in the AHL, and he gets sent to Phoenix for a second-round pick. So they sold low on him.
Because Tampa said, we don't want this.
Yeah, he's not worth the headache.
We don't want the headache, right.
And the Torts angle is so real. How is he going to mess with Torts? Now, maybe Torts will get him on his best behavior. But I think, as Jamie said, it's just if it's ingrained in you, I don't feel good about it. It's gross.
Hey, Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. Whatever your order, summer tastes better when it's full of hoagie love. Get $5 shorties and $6 classic hoagies. So it just is one of those things like with Michael Vick. And I remember this town with Michael Vick. And this town was extremely anti-Michael Vick. And I guessed it on this radio station and the other radio station in town many, many times. I guessed it on Philadelphia TV regarding Michael because of being intimately involved with Michael's story from the day he was drafted in the NFL. And from the time Michael was in, I said I was extremely critical of Michael Vick, but I was also one of those people saying, can we offer him some grace here? I can tell you, I think he's a guy who wants to make his life better. And people were like, oh, yeah? After he did that to dogs? Oh, yeah? You're going to believe in him? And I was ridiculed heavily for it. I feel like I've been vindicated, absolutely, because I offered that up. And I said, look, I can be highly critical of what he is and what he's been, but I also can believe that he has a chance to prove us all wrong and to say that things can be better and that he can be a better guy. And he did. And he did. And Michael's one of the greatest examples to me ever. And knowing him from the day he was drafted in the NFL, I'm proud of Michael Vick. Like, I'm proud of the person he became because he really was off. He was on the wrong path. He was on a bad path in life.
Yeah.
And he said he was going to get better, and he got better.
Yeah, he was clearly, remorseful. And again, that was a cultural thing that was kind of ingrained in him.
He was, Jamie, he woke up thinking, and it's sort of what you're saying about Tony D'Angelo, too. It could, when
I just don't know if we've seen that remorse from Tony.
I don't think we have.
Well, the thing is,
we're getting it.
Well, federal prison makes you be publicly remorseful.
Yeah, I mean, that changes things. But he did the community stuff. He paid back every cent.
But the thing is, though, also that was publicly imposed on him. He had to do those things.
Sure, but you got the sense
though he didn't. By the way, he didn't pay him back.
You just got the sense from Vic that he did want to change. Whether it was for the public eye or not, he turned his life around, and it's pretty damn impressive.
I'm always willing to say to somebody, "I'll give you the chance to show me." Now you got to show me. You have to show me and prove me. I'm not going to just back it blindly, but you get the chance to show me. And I many times get egg on my face because of that policy.
Yeah, and that's the
But I
concern
believe
with this is, he may have made a mistake at age 20, but then at 26, maybe the exact story's not right, but he's still a hot button issue. And as Pat said, teams don't just tell guys to go home.
Oh, they literally and
that's concerning.
And reportedly, the Rangers locker room sort of had like a meeting and. I don't think everybody had a vote. Like, I don't think it was one of those things where, okay, we're counting votes now. Who wants them?
No, but we're going to kick this guy off the team. Does anybody want to speak up?
He's arguably our second best offensive defenseman in a playoff hunt, and we're sending him home.
And they let him go.
That's damning.
That's incredibly damning.
Because, I please, if anyone's out, tell me a guy that was kicked off a professional hockey team in the NHL. I can't remember one.
That was a
I'm
top.
sure it's happened.
That was like a top 8-10 player on the team.
Yeah.
So, that was a big one.
Yeah,
right.
So.
Hey, there's another critical series beginning tonight before the All-Star break. And it doesn't involve the Phillies. The Mets go to Atlanta to face the Braves, where the Mets are just a game and a half up. Jamie, your friends are probably really, I know you hang with Met fans. We don't. So you are better at to talk about this. Your Met fan friends must be losing their minds.
Oh,
they must be 1.5 games up.
They were cocky a few weeks back. I haven't heard a lot from them lately.
Dude, that is literally what they do.
I know.
Oh,
and they know it, too.
They hide.
Like, come May, they're chesty. They're chesty in May.
Yeah, I'm pulling for the Braves. Just because I love watching a Mets collapse. Like, nothing in sports makes me happier than a Mets collapse.
I'm saying you have to say, let's go Braves.
Yeah.
And here I have a different reason than you.
Okay.
My reason, Connor, and test me on the reasoning here, is you've got 4 series left with the Braves head-to-head. You have 2 series left head-to-head with the Mets.
So it'll be harder to make up games against the Mets if they're up. Easier against the Braves.
That's why I want the Braves to take down the Mets, and then you worry about – you try to keep pace with the Braves now. Don't fall any further behind. What are you, 5 games behind the Braves today?
I believe
think you're
so.
5 behind.
Yeah.
You worry about try to keep pace. Try to keep the Braves close, but have the Braves tear down the Mets and bring them closer to you.
I don't hate that. I still don't know that the Phils are going to end up being in the same stratosphere as the Mets and Braves.
I don't either. No, I don't either.
But the strategy is right. I don't think it'll end up mattering, but if you had to pick one of the teams to chase down, I'd rather be chasing the Braves.
Yeah, I'd much rather. Whoa, wait a minute. Because of the amount of games you have?
That and also the talent level of the teams. When Scherzer and DeGrom are fully healthy, that Mets team is going to be uncatchable.
Well, I would much rather chase the Mets than the Braves.
Yeah, disagree with you on that there, Connor.
Absolutely. The Mets aren't as good as the Braves.
Okay.
Really?
Okay.
Jacob deGrom's arm is ready to fall off.
I know it is, but if they get healthy, they're going to be impossible to catch with those 2 guys throwing.
I don't think they're catching either of them, if I'm being honest with you.
No, I don't either.
That's what I'm saying.
I don't either,
Yeah,
but I
really
would much rather chase down. I'd much rather have an opportunity to chase down the Mets. But the thing is, I want the Mets pulled back to you. Get the Mets pulled back because you have less chance to. You only play the Mets 7 times.
Yeah, but the Phillies have played the Braves really, really well. They have not played the Mets well.
Yeah, but they play. You got to take everything with a grain of salt.
True.
Well, that's why you would want the Braves to tear down the Mets.
Yeah, no, you're not wrong.
So you're with us
you're
on
not
this.
wrong. Yes,
you want the
I
Braves
agree
to
with you.
tear down the Mets, and let's see it happen. Can you imagine if the Mets blow that huge division lead?
It'll be
Can't
great.
wait.
Before the All-Star break?
Be amazing.
That is going to be a zoo tonight. They're going to be.
Don't tempt me with a good time.
And the Mets tend to pee their pants anyway when they see the tomahawk. They tend to be. It's just been a history thing with them. So I think there could be.
Dude, they
some of
pee
that
their
going.
pants when they see anybody. Like that team is so fake.
Except the Phillies.
No, it's 07. It was a while ago.
That doesn't have anything to do with this
But
team.
seems like to me, it was just yesterday.
They're 9-3 against this team. They're chesty
once
about
again,
playing
you
the Phillies.
You got to take everything with a grain of salt because you had Joe Girardi and his "we'll get after it tomorrow" mindset.
That is the truth.
And thanks for Zach Wheeler, you idiots.
We have
losers.
By the way, too, when you think about it that way, the Braves were the favorites to sign Zach Wheeler because he's an Atlanta guy.
Yeah.
But the Braves wouldn't sign him because they were afraid of his blister.
blister issue.
problem.
And they were afraid of being down south where the blister problem is much bigger.
Yeah, it's amazing. Of that big 5 at the time, they obviously let Wheeler hit the market and kind of go.
Oh, my.
He's outside of DeGrom. He's the next best pitcher
No, he's
from
the best pitcher.
that group.
Could not have been more wrong about that signing because I hated it.
You did?
I didn't like the idea of giving $100 million to a guy who at the time was
I remember trying to talk
only
him
good
down.
half a year. Yeah, well, I tried talking you down to Carlos Santana, but you were all Santana up.
Yes.
Well,
You're sitting there saying, smooth, Pat,
he was doing the right things. He smashed the TV.
Greg Fisher sent us a listener-suggested segment we're going to get to yet, and it gave me a little bit of the creeps about the 2022 Eagles. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. I know this, Landis Block and Concrete is waiting to turn your backyard into a paradise. You've heard about Landis Block and Concrete, and I've got to tell you that their outdoor patios, their outdoor kitchens, their fire pits, their retaining walls, they look absolutely beautiful, but don't take my word for it. Go to landisbc.com, landisbc.com, and you can see some of the amazing work that they've done. You can lean on them. You can trust them to help you as long as you've got an imagination and a budget and the space to use. They're going to build you a dream backyard. Now, some of you are do-it-yourself people. I am not. But if you are, they can teach you how to do the project yourself right there at their store in Souderton, Pennsylvania. Once again, check out the pictures online at landisbc.com. I swear, Christina's doing it every single night, looking at that and trying to figure out what our backyard's going to look like. Landis Block and Concrete will help us through the entire process and put us in touch with a contractor that's going to make it all happen. Because what we want is Landis Block to create a jaw-dropping outdoor paradise for us.
The John Kincade Show. Wow, getting drunk in the morning on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, guys, don't be that guy with the T-shirt on in the pool this summer. With NJ Diet, it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds. NJ Diet is unlike any other weight loss program. They use your hair, saliva, and blood work, along with bioenergetic scans, to personalize supplements that will target your hormonal imbalances, which gets your body into the fat-burning zone so you can finally lose that weight. Then NJ Diet uses DNA info to help you keep the weight off. Guys, don't wait for your doctor to give you the bad news and then try to figure it out. Contact NJ Diet today. Get ahead of your health. Your weight loss can help you overcome any health issues like high blood pressure, high cholesterol, diabetes, arthritis, depression, even digestive issues. So what are you waiting for? Locations: Newark, Delaware, King of Prussia, Cherry Hill, or worldwide with live online video consults. Visit njdiet.com or call 855-5NJ-DIET. That's 855-5NJ-DIET. Go to njdiet.com. Lose the weight for good.
Helzberg Diamonds presents the guy who found the perfect ring. Jake needed an engagement ring. So he did his research, asked his fiance's best friends for advice.
She wants emerald cuts. Definitely.
And he went to Helzberg Diamonds. Jake knew that Helzberg's been in business for over 100 years. That means quality. And with their price match guarantee, he'd get a great deal. And she'd get the ring she's always wanted.
Way to go, Jake.
So be like Jake. Find the ring of her dreams at a Helzberg Diamonds near you or at Helzberg.com.
5X480. Dayton B100 V-Belt, one of the many parts Grainger carries. It's also the item that helped Rob carry the day. The job was on hold, deadline fast approaching, but a quick search on Grainger.com and Rob found his part. And with same-day pickup at his local branch, he and his crew got the job done, safely and on time. Get supplies and solutions for every industry with real-time product availability. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
Where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Thanks, everyone, for baking your way here on this toasty morning. Are you all ready to jam? Excellent. Before we get rolling, let's start by hashing out everything bagel will be discussing. Profit margins are okay, but they could maybe be butter. Sorry, I don't mean to waffle. Next quarter, it's all or muffin. Did you have a question, Sausage Patty?
My name's Patricia.
When you can't take your mind off breakfast, it matters where you stay. Delicious breakfast available at our Hilton family of brands. Hilton, for the stay.
By now, you know that sound. It's the sound of the Home Depot. But what about those sounds? Those are the sounds of a new laundry set that provides a powerful yet gentle clean in less time, making this the sound of savings on top brand appliances. The Home Depot. How doers get more done. final days. Get up to 25% off, plus 750 instant savings on select appliances through July 13th. Valid June 22nd through July 13th. U.S. only. Gas dryer extra. See store for details.
Something you probably do know. Progressive can not only offer you a great price when you bundle home and auto, they offer you round-the-clock protection. Something you probably don't know, the average garage door is made up of 1.3 millimeter aluminum panels. Something you probably do know, your neighbor likes to tinker with his dirt bike. Something you probably don't know, a runaway dirt bike can take out your garage door and a good portion of your car bumper. Bundle your home and auto with Progressive and get more than a great price. Get round-the-clock protection. Something you know for the things you don't know. Coverage from Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers and subject to policy terms. Bundle discount not available in all states or situations.
Hey, it's Cuz. Are you getting ready for a home improvement cleanup? The garage, the bathroom, big move? Let me tell you about the perfect solution, the Bagster. The Bagster, by far the most convenient, affordable way to help with your cleanup. The Bagster isn't just a great product. It's a 3-cubic yard dumpster in a bag sold at Home Depot, Lowe's, local home improvement stores everywhere, and for only $29.99. Holds 3,300 pounds of waste. Buy it, fill it, schedule your collection. Poof, it's gone. Clean it up with the Bagster dumpster in the back.
In the heat of the moment, you keep it calm and cool with a $3 medium ice cold brew. And not just any cold brew, but one that's slow steeped and mixed with brown sugar and molasses flavor. With a cold foam infused with brown sugar coolness and a cinnamon sugar sprinkle on top. That's keeping it calm, cool, and cold brewed. With Dunkin's new brown sugar cream cold brew, now $3 along with all medium cold brews. America runs on Dunkin'. Participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
It's a fact. Only 0.0001% of people will ever step up to the plate as a pro baseball player. For the rest of us, there's BetRivers.com Sportsbook app. Featuring same-game parlays, you can combine the excitement of different bets all from the same game. Totals? Bet 'em. Spreads? Bet 'em. Player props? It's a home run. Download the BetRivers.com Sportsbook app today. It's a whole new game.
Presented by Rivers Casino, Pittsburgh. Must be 21. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Concerts, festivals, family gatherings.
There's an Everfresh juice for that.
Shooting hoops, sitting on the stoop.
There's an Everfresh juice for that.
Picnics, pool parties.
There's an Everfresh juice for that.
Days on the beach, nights on the town.
There's an Everfresh juice for that.
Crack of the bat, peanuts and hot dogs.
There's an Everfresh juice for that, too.
There's an Everfresh juice for every occasion. Everfresh has over 40 flavors to choose from, including our premier apple juice line with your favorite apple to eat. Now available in a bottle to drink. Just twist the cap. Everfresh juices and juice drinks. Nature's refreshment.
Look for delicious 100% juice, Honeycrisp apple, or any Everfresh juice or juice drink flavor at the Hungry A on Sproul Road in Springfield.
The John Kincade Show.
This group of people, when they put their minds together, they can do something great.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hopefully your Monday morning's off to a great start. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. You know, you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White. Bradford White is here for the pro. Connor, not you, Connor.
What?
Not you, Connor. Connor said, I enjoyed my drive to work today from the Jersey Shore. Sent along a little note here. He's now listening in his office. He got up early and drove up from the Jersey Shore.
I love that move.
He said it is his go-to move from their family shore house. And he made it, he said he wanted to know that he made it from Ocean City to the Great Valley Corporate Center in an hour and 46 minutes.
It's not bad.
Wow.
Now,
really
how's he
good time
spell
this
his name?
E-R.
Yep, no, don't care.
Well,
Wish
Connor,
it would have taken you longer. Hit traffic next time.
Don't do that.
Thanks for listening.
A little much, dude.
No, we have to stand up for the right way to spell our names.
Well, what is the Connor?
Connor.
Now, but see, you're saying that, but like you some people use Connor as a first name it's a family name that they then give to a kid, and they spell their name Conner.
Yeah, wouldn't yours be more Connor?
Connor.
Yeah, I think his might be more right.
His is more Connor.
Er.
Yours is more Connor.
How do you say ER.
I'm siding with the Connor who drove up from the shore.
Yeah,
Right.
he's definitely the better
Great
Connor.
plan. We like that.
How quickly you guys turn.
I used to have a teacher who did that every single day. He
Shore
lived,
to-
he lived down the shore.
whoa.
Paul Moynihan, great teacher.
What
Great
did he
teacher.
teach?
He teach finance, and he graduated from Doherty.
Okay.
4 years later, got hired by Doherty, stayed there for 50 years, and then retired.
You're kidding
Yeah,
me.
stayed a great teacher, great guy.
And Shore to Doherty commute daily?
Daily.
That's
Wait a minute,
wild.
wait. He didn't do that for 50 years as a teacher.
I don't think he did it for 50 years,
so
but
he moved down the shore at
but
some point.
Yeah, but when I had him in 07 was his last year, he was doing it, and I from what I was understood, he was doing it for a while.
Oh my gosh!
And it just like he loved at school, he loved teaching, he loved me, obviously, so that's why.
Well,
he stayed.
he would definitely.
He was going to bow out in 06, but he said, "Oh, I got a Egan coming in 07. All right, well, let's stay
They
a
have
little
high
bit."
schools down the shore.
Yeah, he didn't want to.
Not as many anymore though. The Catholic high schools. I
Yeah,
don't
the
think they have many.
dedication he had.
Wow.
He didn't want to go to Camden Catholic.
We have our listener
Wasn't about it.
suggested segment
Not that
of
guy.
the day.
Here is the listener suggested segment of the day.
Greg Fisher. Fine listener, Greg Fisher. And I told him to be listening at 7:30 this morning, so Greg Fisher's listening.
You're 4 minutes late.
I'm going to more
Jeez.
read you what Greg Fisher's email is. He says, hey, guys, as a huge Eagles fan, I like most this offseason. I like most of the offseason moves that they've made this offseason. Although I haven't seen much on the field from Hurts and have my doubts, I can only be hopeful that he vastly improves. So I was excited for the season. However, lately I keep hearing how much they've improved, how they're everybody's sneaky pick, how the division is now theirs to lose. They have a complete team, great weapons, and if Hurts improves, there's no stopping the Eagles. When I keep hearing things like this, I can't help but think of the Browns. They signed everyone, had a great roster, and they just needed their quarterback loaded with intangibles and moxie to improve and play well. And we all know how that worked out. So, in our opinions, is it more likely this is the start of something special, or is it destined to blow up in our faces because certain pieces don't fit, or the important one wasn't addressed properly? He wants to know our thoughts. Great job, Greg Fisher. I'll start. I understand. I got to tell you, Greg, you sort of ruined a little bit of my weekend when I read that. So I told you to be tuned in this morning. I can understand his correlation, and I can absolutely understand the correlation that I think Baker Mayfield, there's every reason to believe in Jalen Hurts as much as you'd believe in Baker Mayfield or vice versa. And Baker Mayfield has actually accomplished more as a starting quarterback in the NFL than Jalen Hurts has. So I understand your point of view. I do believe, though, the organizations are different. I believe the Eagles organization is different. I believe the success that the organization has had is different. So I don't think you can compare the Eagles organization to Cleveland. I'm much more optimistic the Eagles will make this something right.
Yeah, I like the chances of it working out here more so than Cleveland, because I do think the Baker comp and Jalen comp are probably pretty fair. I believe Baker was entering his third or fourth year too, so like timeline in their career-wise, it syncs up. Obviously, Baker had more games started at that point, being a number one overall pick. I see where he's coming from entirely. I mean, my biggest concern about the Eagles season has to do with the quarterback. I think the rest is fairly proven in terms of the wide receiver core you now have. Now the cornerback group you have, I think you know what you're getting from the line. It may not be the best, but it's solid, strong, and you upgraded the linebacking position. So it does kind of sync up. My big concern is the quarterback. I do think he'll improve, but I don't know if he'll improve enough to be that guy that you feel like is going to hoist the Lombardi one day. So we'll see. I hope we're wrong, but I completely see where he's coming from.
I never thought about it, and it terrifies me because upon the explanation, I go, man, he's kind of right. Now, you know, the Browns were supposed to be like
both young coaches, second year.
Yeah, it's the similarities.
The comps are there.
Similarities
Weird
are
similarities,
scary.
yes. Offensive gurus.
Yeah.
These guys.
I do think one big difference is the Eagles' offensive line is much better.
Oh yeah,
and that's gonna go leaps and bounds with helping this team win games. So, but the comps are really there. I mean, you think about like AJ Brown. Well, they had Odell Beckham.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
Juice
the young
Landry.
quarterback. Yeah, the running game. I think their running game is better than the Eagles, but still,
Yeah.
I mean, you look at the Eagles
The
running
running
game, and
backs
you go,
are better there,
yeah,
yeah.
you go, okay, the Eagles have a solid running game. Man, that sucks. I wish we never did this segment.
Yeah, Greg,
who did
thanks
this?
a lot.
Greg Fisher.
You guys
man,
are
thanks.
remotely worried
Greg
about
Fisher,
this?
Thanks for
thanks a
listening.
lot.
I'm worried in the sense of like there is a team every year that is hyped up by fan
I
bases
read it
and
to you
media.
last week, Connor.
And it's like that is the team that people expect to be a secret contender, which by the time the season starts, they're not a secret anymore.
And
the Eagles are that.
I took all the most improved teams from that carried over
were playoff
the most
teams.
from all of those things, and they all said, "Oh, the most improved team."
Yeah, but compared to the Browns, first off, that organization is a dumpster fire.
And that's why I choose not to believe the Greg Fishers of the world.
Second off, the quarterback comparison, sure, like maybe you can look at them as in a similar spot in their careers. Here's the difference. Baker Mayfield got run out of that locker room. He was running people off that team. To a team that ended up winning the Super Bowl in Odell Beckham's case. Meanwhile, it sounds like anyone in this locker room would die for Jalen Hurts.
It does seem that way, doesn't it?
Yeah, so I'm not remotely worried about
No,
that.
but keep in mind, the Browns entering last year, were coming off a playoff game.
They were coming off a
It's
road playoff win in Pittsburgh.
Yeah.
Yes, but is there a
where
scenario
they put up like 45? I think I may be exaggerating.
Yeah, they dummied them.
Is there a
seemed like it
scenario
was-
where this locker room completely turns on Jalen
No.
Hurts this year? No, not a chance.
No.
I'm not worried
That
about
is
it.
never. I think that's the one storyline we will never do on this show. The locker room once Jalen Hurts gone.
And that was the beginning of the end for the Browns this past year, and I'm not worried about it.
There you go.
The problem is if they start smelling themselves in that locker room. That's where the concern comes in. You know, you already heard Miles Sanders do the All-Star team
That was
thing.
so stupid. I'm so glad I was gone that week.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't really get into it much on this show.
Thank you.
But
So stupid.
the fear is they smell themselves a little bit. And before they prove it, believe it. You know what I mean? So it's only a slight concern. But
So like Penn State preseason football rankings, so I can understand where Miles made.
well, they got a real quarterback coming in now, John. Number one recruit in the country.
I've never heard that before.
Never ever heard. Penn State's got a great recruiting class coming.
Well, they
I've
always
never heard this.
recruit.
I've
well.
never heard this before.
It's the quarterback position
I've
that
never
kills
It's not
heard
them.
the
it. It's
quarterback. It's
amazing.
the coach position.
Well,
that
the
kills
coach
them.
sucks in game, but he's a hell of a
he's
recruiter.
only there for another decade. They're due.
Yeah.
Exactly. They give him a big
They
extension.
had this dude Hackenberg a couple years ago that was supposed to be the next Joe Montana.
I forget this kid's
Tom
name,
Brady. Come
Pat,
on.
I believe we call him Sackenberg.
Yeah, because
10 sacks.
He was
it?
horrible.
Still getting sacked.
He's still getting sacked. Hey, in Pat's point of view, he wants to talk about someone getting tagged. What?
This is Pat's point of view. Here's
NSFW.
Pat.
Hey guys, it's me. It's Pat.
It's a little saucy.
This is just my point of view.
Horny.
So the interim tag is being discussed quite a bit by Phillies fans with Rob Thompson, and I've gone on the fence back and forth with whether to pull it or not.
Really?
Oh,
Pat?
yeah?
Pat?
You think about
Who
that?
doesn't like a good boner?
You mean you debate that? Okay.
I'm going to let you have your time, gentlemen, to
Okay.
enjoy that.
I didn't really expect much thought.
Get your
I'm a big Woody.
Okay.
get your statements out.
All right.
But look, I mean, I love
Congrats on your success.
I love pulling it when it comes to interim tags if it's deserving. And I'm starting to get close to saying, yeah, it's time to just name this guy the manager. Wow. But I have to remind myself that there's really no rush to do so.
There isn't.
There isn't a rush to do so because, you know, if they offer him the job now or they offer him in September,
he's taking it.
The odds of him, like it doesn't happen of, hey, we're going to pull the interim tag. No, I'm bolting for, I don't know, Arizona. So the job that he has done, though, it's warranted of getting the interim tag pulled. And we look at the fact that it doesn't make sense of why these guys continue to win, but they do. I'm a big proponent in like rewarding really, really like a good job, and that's what he's done. So I'm getting close to saying, yeah, like if they pulled it today, I'd be okay with it. I'd be 100. I'm not banging the drum for it. I'm not begging them and saying, God, you got to pull it now. You got to pull it now. But if they did it, I would be behind it. I'd have no problem with it.
They're 24-11 right now under Rob Thompson, which is pretty damn good. 5 weeks of baseball. That's a really good mark. But Pat, what if the next 5 weeks he's 500?
And that's the counter to it.
Would you feel you pulled the trigger too early? Would you have buyer's remorse? So there's no reason to do it, is all I'm saying.
100%. You know, what you're saying makes perfect sense. It's been a short sample size. I've just been impressed with what I've seen, not only from the team on the field, but the team gravitating around him in the locker room and off the field. And I think that's what got me. If this was a situation, and the Father's Day posted so much for me.
That really did make a statement.
It made a statement of like, we're behind this guy, and this is our our leader. I never got the feeling with that with Gabe. Gabe was literally getting laughed at.
He was getting mocked in his own locker room.
Yeah, it seems like there has been a cultural shift with this team. So while I'm not banging the drum for them to pull the tag, I'm calling 100%.
You're getting moved in that direction.
Yeah, and I think a week ago, my opinion would have been saying exactly as you said, John. Like, well, all right, it's too soon. What happens if this happens? But when you go on the road to St. Louis and you take the first 2 games in a 4-game series and you got Nola going in, and look, he's facing Miles Mikolas, who's having a great year for
be a great
for the
game
Cardinals, so it should be a really good pitching matchup. But it's just been impressive. Like, as you said, they've beaten the Cardinals already this season. They've beaten some really good teams.
Dodgers, Padres, Brewers, Cardinals.
They've
Top
won
2
those
teams
series
in the West and the Central.
Yeah. I'm okay with it.
He's been so good that he's going to have to do something to lose the job at this point. But that's, it's great that there's no rush to sign him to that long-term deal. But, if the season ended today, I'm extending him. Like, he's going to have to do something to lose it. Like, that's where I'm at with him.
If the season ended today, we'd be 7 games out.
Yeah.
If the season ended today and you're out and you were, if this team's in the postseason, he's locked.
Oh, yeah,
for sure.
He's locked.
But wait, I have a question. It's not rhetorical at all, Pat, but I want to pose this to Pat. What's the upside of taking that tag away right now?
And that's the other thing. It's the only upside I can think of is
the guys
you're
might
sending.
love it.
Yeah, you're sending a message to the locker room and to him. More importantly, a guy that's
you got one guy fired, but you got this guy hired.
But I don't think there's any question in the locker room right now that he's the guy, right?
But that's it. It goes back to there's no question. So pull the tag. If there's no question in the locker room and there's no question in the front office that he's the guy, then pull the tag and reward him. But on the flip side, it's like, it has been a little early. Like, are we being too premature with this? Are we falling in love too quick? Because
what's it, 35, 36 games? Something like that?
It's
35.
It's like
35.
Yeah, it's under 40. So,
we've been on like 2 dates. I'm not getting down on one knee yet, but.
Connor, you haven't been on 2 dates. We've already established that on the show.
I've been on 2. They were just different
You haven't been on
girls.
2 dates. It's fine. They're just 2 different girls. So I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth here, but I'm leaning towards get rid of it.
I'm leaning towards the tag, but I don't want to talk about it till September. I don't even want to discuss it until it's proven to me. Get this team into the postseason because we all expected before the year this would be a postseason team, correct?
Yeah.
We all were calling.
We did,
Or at least in the hunt.
But, I mean, think about where we were.
I think we all picked him for a wild card.
Yeah, I thought they were going to win 87 games.
You said 87. I think I was 87. Someone was 88. I mean, we're all in that mix.
He took over June 3rd. And where we were as a fan base on June 3rd was a dark place.
Oh, my gosh.
Actually, June 2nd, because June 3rd, when Girardi got fired, we were in a happy place. But June 2nd, we were in a dark, dark place of, oh, my God, they're going to miss the playoffs again. They're going to waste the season of Zach Wheeler and Bryce Harper again. And amazingly, they've lost Bryce Harper, and they've continued to win.
And the change in the bullpen, for me, is the biggest reason. I mean, up to June 2nd, we were like really 3rd year in a row of this terrible bullpen performance. And now the last 3 weeks, they've pretty much been the best in baseball. I mean, the team ERA is incredible. The bullpen's been great. And all it took was some common sense moves. Like Rob Thompson didn't reinvent the wheel here. He just kind of slotted guys into more natural roles and stopped putting Familia in high leverage situations.
Familia's still just
he's terrible. God.
But I mean, he's doing the right thing as a manager. Like even
trying to put him in situations where
and
the least offensive role.
Trying to build confidence. I mean, the job that he did with Sir Anthony. As soon as Kincade lost the closer job, right? We were all like, well, it's Sir Anthony. It's obvious. But he went, okay, let's think about this a little bit different. Let's not just hand him the job. Yeah, he's probably got it, but let's ease him into the role because I don't want to ruin him by saying he's our closer. Then he goes out there, craps the bed, and then all of a sudden you're sitting here looking for your 3rd closer of a season. So he goes, all right, no, it's going to be a closer by committee. Yeah, he's pretty much been it, but we'll also throw Brad Hand in there who's been an established closer, and then we'll figure out if Sir Anthony can actually do the job or not. Like that was something that I didn't think of. I just immediately jumped to, it's Sir Anthony's job to lose.
Correct.
He went, no, this is a young pitcher who's coming off major injuries before, and we don't even know if he can do it.
Jamie,
we just assumed.
One of the things you talked about in your notes for the show was the fact that this team, they really aren't.
They
have a lot of holes.
A ton of holes. I mean, when you look at shortstop, second base, center field, and let's face it, Castellanos in right field has been not what we expected. I mean, more than half of this lineup stinks. And
there's a lot of spots where they have, holes.
Let's just call it what it is. I mean, Didi's done. Stott's not ready. Moniak's not ready. Vierling's your best option. It's just not good. They're pretty much doing it. This weekend, Bohm was a big contributor, but even he has had his struggles too. So you're talking about 5 guys in the lineup that are underperforming. When you just take a look at the offense, the only guy above his playing weight is Schwarber and Harper's been gone now for almost 3 weeks. I don't know how they're winning. I mean, their team ERA is great. Aaron Nola and Zach Wheeler are huge reasons why they're being successful.
And then you get a Gibson,
here and there.
Thrown in where Gibson looks pretty much lights out.
Yeah, my buddy from Boston
One of
texted
those
me,
odd things.
was it Friday or Saturday, the old Gibby pitched, and he said, is Gibson horrible? And I said, no, he's not, because he's just looking at the stat sheet and seeing the ERA, 4.79 or whatever, and I'm like, no, he battles. He had a bad start last game, but I kind of feel like he's going to have a good one. I still don't understand how they're winning at this clip that they are with Rob Thompson. They're not that good, but they're getting it done, which is really impressive.
I like what you say, how you describe him. He's a battler.
Yeah.
Gibson's a battler.
Yeah, he is.
He's not a hate-the-face pitcher to me. I like him. Some games he's going to give you a mediocre type start. Some games he's going to give you a great start.
Yeah, 7
innings. But I don't cringe when I see a Gibson start coming at all.
No.
He's going to get hit. He's going to get hit. There's going to be base
like a middle of the rotation starter.
Exactly.
Yeah. If he's your 4 or 5, it's a great position.
I love that pickup.
He's been better than I thought he'd be in terms of like this season. Last season, I looked at it like he was having a career year.
I know that's one of the things that when he was acquired, you wondered about whether he was just having that blip on the radar year.
Yeah,
he's having a less of a year this year, but he's certainly not having a bad year.
I mean, maybe it was just the fact of like getting out of Minnesota and a change of scenery, because he was crap in Minnesota. He was a former first-round pick who was horrible, and then he got a prove-it deal in Texas and did it.
If they signed him, I think he's up after this year, right? If they signed him to a short-ish deal,
like a couple-year deal,
like a 2 or 3 year deal, I have no problem with that
I don't think I'd have a problem with it at all.
Yeah, if he's your 4 or 5, I think that's a good spot to be in. But this team is. They really put your brain in a pretzel.
Can I question you a little bit on this? Are you talking, when you say there's a bunch of holes, are you talking defensively or
offensively, defensively?
Because they're averaging the 5th most runs in all of baseball.
I know.
Their starting rotation has 2 arguable all-stars and a third that we're comfortable with. The bullpen's been one of the best in baseball.
Only the last 3 weeks.
Yeah, I mean,
before that, they stunk.
I know, but if I'm looking at the team right now, I don't see that many holes.
Yeah, but if we're talking about the bullpen, everyone's talking about they're getting amnesia from. We're talking about June 25th and beyond. The bullpen has had a light bulb
because
go
you
off.
have a manager who's not throwing guys who shouldn't throw in certain spots. Like, you've had these arms.
I got you, but the first 4 weeks of Rob Thompson, the bullpen sucked too. I mean, come on, it's just turned around a little bit.
He's only been the manager for 6 weeks, and
It's
for
coming around.
3.5 of them, they've been really, really good.
I mean, this is all on the backs of Reese and Schwarber.
It is.
It
really is.
It's like a 2-man show.
It's too much.
Once Bryce left.
Yeah.
And look, they'll get better when Bryce and Segura return, but I don't know how they're doing it.
And then they'll get like a timely hit from a Bohm
or a Stott maybe here and there,
or Real Muto, like somebody.
But a lot of these guys just aren't.
By the
good
way,
enough.
I'm not. I am, and I said it before the year, and I said it again. I want Alec Bohm in the lineup every single day. I just want to see him every single day in the lineup.
Me too.
I don't want any. I don't want any. I don't care what the batting average is. I just want to see it. And I sort of feel the same way about Stott.
Right. No,
but it's all going away though, because when Segura comes back, that's all going away.
You're right, but you look at the Cardinals who you're playing, like they're running out 6 guys batting under 200.
It's terrible.
This is just what teams are in baseball this year.
Hey, we got a lot coming up for you in the second half of the show, and we hope you'll hang out with us here on the John Kincade Show on this Monday. Thanks to all of you who are streaming the station all day long at 97.5thefanatic.com. Those of you who've got the app up and running. Those of you down the Jersey Shore that took us on vacation with you. You're getting your donuts this morning for the family or whatever. We appreciate you being on board. We have a major station announcement this Wednesday at 4 o'clock. You're not going to want to miss it. But coming up next, Hall of Fames, retiring numbers, Wall of Fames. I have a controversial plan, sure to be critiqued. It's the John Kincade Show here on 97.5 The Fanatic. Did you know the BetParx app is the official betting partner of the PGA Tour? Go to the BetParx app now. Download it in Pennsylvania or New Jersey. You're going to get special boosts and wagers for the PGA Tour. So if you're a golf head and you love to watch golf on a weekend afternoon, then maybe you want to bet along with the round, individual player performances and more. But with baseball, I sometimes have problems with that run line, that -1.5. A lot of times that's difficult for me to maneuver. But betting on individual player performances, it hasn't been. Tonight's an Aaron Nola start. I've been betting Aaron Nola over on strikeouts almost every single outing. I don't win every time, but I win enough. And they're the only sportsbook and casino app that I recommend. They got a risk-free bet up to $750 if you use the promo code Kincade. Download it today, betparx.com. Pennsylvania or New Jersey, use the promo code Kincade to get the risk-free bet. You got to be 21. And if you have a gambling problem, I implore you to please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
They're like the family from hell on acid that's on steroids.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic has a major station announcement. Listen Wednesday at 4 p.m. This is 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
Hey, kids, I'm going to Wawa. Anybody want anything? It's Hoagie Fest. Hoagie Fest is here. So, classic meatball and classic Italian with cherry pepper relish. And a new picture frame.
Wawa Hoagie Fest is back. Whatever your order, summer tastes better when it's full of hoagie love. Get $5 shorties and $6 classic hoagies. Limited time only. See store for exclusions.
There's an epic cookie battle happening right now at Wawa. Will it be Oreo cookies and cream frozen beverages? Or will you choose Chips Ahoy, cream smoothies, milkshakes, and more? If you can't choose one, go for both in our limited time ultimate cookie mashup, made with real pieces of Oreo and Chips Ahoy cookies. 2 legendary cookies, 1 epic frozen treat. Gotta have a Wawa.
One of the greatest players to ever play Counter-Strike, Simple, announced that he might be taking a break from his team Na'Vi in the near future for personal business. In an interview, the Ukrainian player went on to explain that the invasion of his country and not being able to return home due to constant traveling for competitive play has taken a massive toll on him. Na'Vi has undergone roster changes recently, and this might be the next major issue for the organization.
The latest esports and gaming news. Find it online at checkpointxp.com.
Did you book the Townsend's 10th anniversary tickets?
Alona's travel agency is overbooked and experiencing delays. She needs to land a new project manager to clear her business's runways.
Yes, Mrs. O'Hara, we checked. Pygmy goats do not count as emotional support animals.
Indeed can help her hire great people fast.
I need Indeed.
Indeed you do. You can schedule and conduct virtual interviews all from your employer dashboard. Earn up to $500 in sponsored job credits by interviewing on Indeed. Visit Indeed.com/credit. Terms and conditions apply.
You've got bugs. What's your move? A rattly can? Or a simple spritz? Bugs near your kids and pet? Will it be ingredients you can't pronounce? Ew. Or essential oils? Bother the bugs, not your family. Zevo uses essential oils, which attack bugs' biological systems, so Zevo kills bugs, plus is safe for use around people and pets when used as directed. Zevo. People-friendly. Bug-deadly. Now at a store near you.
If this were a Reese's TV ad, you'd be staring at a Reese's peanut butter cup. And sure, my voice is peanut buttery smooth, but still, you need to see the peanut butter cups, right? No? I can really just say Reese's and you'll go get some? Okay. Reese's. 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 Really working, actually. Reese's. Reese's. I'm on to something. Reese's. Reese's. Reese's.
For over 35 years, Health Partners Plans has been proudly caring for people in the community. Our nationally recognized Medicaid plan offers a growing network of doctors and hospitals so you can get care close to home. Health Partners can help you get the care you need, including doctor and hospital visits, prescriptions, immunizations, eye and dental care, and more. To learn more, please call 1-800-553-0784 or visit hpplans.com. Health Partners, trusted care where and when you need it.
Hellsberg Diamonds presents The Guy Who Got It Right. Tim needed an engagement ring.
He did research, listened to hints from his fiance's friends,
She wants a lab-grown, oval cut in white gold with a halo.
and he went to Hellsberg Diamonds. At Hellsberg, Tim found an incredible selection of high-quality, lab-grown, and natural diamonds. He also found the ring she really wanted.
Nailed it. She is gonna freak.
Be like Tim. Find the ring of her dreams at a Hellsberg near you or at Hellsberg.com. Ask now about special financing offers.
Think you know Amazon? Think again. Did you know you can get paid when it works best for you? Yeah, that means you can get the money you earned directly after your shift. Or that you get benefits like healthcare on your very first day. As an Amazon warehouse associate, you'll be amazed by what you can get. To learn more about all of the benefits of working an hourly job at Amazon, go to amazon.com/hourly. That's amazon.com/hourly. Amazon is proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
20,000 bonus points, 18.99% variable APR, and a $32 statement credit when you spend $200 before your dog's 8th birthday.
Credit card ads have all sorts of numbers, but they mean nothing to you if you don't get approved. So here's Credit Karma's number, 50. Like members who shop on Credit Karma get approved over 50% more often than the national average. Now that's a number you can rely on. Credit Karma. Apply with more confidence. Member approval rates in 2021 over 50% higher than 2020 CFPB national average.
Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. They wrote the book on workers' compensation in Pennsylvania. Turn to the team you can trust. Visit PAWorkInjury.com. Located in Center City, Bristol, Malvern, Allentown, Reading, Sunbury, and Harrisburg. Our attorneys are ready to listen and get you the justice you deserve. When you or a loved one are hurt on the job, you deserve the best. PAWorkInjury.com. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
There's never been a better time to get started with gig speed internet and advanced security from Comcast Business. And now, for a limited time, get 3 months on us. Call or go online today to learn more. And 7/21/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 1 gigabit internet. Security Edge, 1 voice line and Connection Pro customers only. 3-year contract required. 3 months on us after prepaid card redemption. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 2H 2021. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You think Jamie has some really crazy opinions? Don't worry. We do too.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
I got a good story on that one for you, Pat. I didn't realize you'd heard something. I have a good story on that to tell you off the air.
I like stories.
You love stories. Our 8 a.m. sponsor is Martin Law. Did you realize that they're the law firm for injured workers? Visit PAWorkInjury.com. You have?
Yeah, I've called. When you guys
Is
bully
Coach
me,
usually the one you're complaining about?
usually, and there's only so much they can do because he's in management, but they've tried.
They have tried for you?
They've made every effort, and the case is still pending.
Coach, what about you?
I have a little confession to make. Pat has been out of our little control room studio here for what, a couple weeks now?
You miss him?
Kind of miss him a little bit.
Wow.
I bet you do.
That says so much about
here.
Connor.
I'm sitting right here. I'm in your direct line of sight. Turn to your right
Is it
now.
because-
and look at the finger I'm showing you.
Is it because the Connor
You're
Thomas...
number one, Coach.
Is it because the Connor Thomas podcast is always going on? Every segment during the show?
He tries out material.
Connor's gotten a lot better. He doesn't do the show with the mic off in here as much anymore.
What do you mean? I was always relatively quiet.
Connor says that Connor has always embraced the don't do the show before the show. Connor hasn't embraced the don't do the show during the show. That's been the
Are we not supposed to do the show during the show?
During the show. No, when your mic's on.
When do you want me to do the show?
When the mic's on.
Do you want me to do it after the show?
Connor, your energy is always applauded by me.
He's gotten better.
Except when he's tired.
When you're tired
when
and you're
he's tired.
mopey and you're sulking around, it's not.
Even when he's tired, I like him.
Connor's just a good kid. He's
Oh,
a
by
good
the way,
kid.
guys, I'm tired today.
Yeah,
You are
You
tired.
guys want to laud me?
I knew you'd be. No, for what?
You are tired because you're showing up to work
Yeah,
tired.
I mean, I showed up to work.
Why
today.
you showed up to work tired? Because you were hanging out with
the concert.
I'm
Yeah.
exhausted,
Jamie,
guys.
if you were working a double and that was the reason you were
Yeah.
tired,
Yeah.
yeah, I'd applaud you.
Yeah, I work a double.
No, you
every
worked
day.
No, you got a double. You got a double at the concert. You got a double.
Everybody laud me. I'm tired and working. My energy's fine.
I asked Jamie what time the party got started yesterday for the Dead and Company. And he said pretty much when everybody arrived in the parking lot, they were all ready.
Yeah, we didn't get down there until 4:30ish, and it was already rocking. The show ended at 11:05, I think.
I got a text from someone who was there yesterday. Said they were having an incredible time. They thought it was just awesome crowd, awesome vibe.
So you overhear things at concerts or sporting events sometimes. So before the concert, we headed over to Shakedown Street, which is kind of the marketplace of hippies.
What did you buy at Shakedown Street?
I bought an awesome Simpsons Grateful Dead sticker that's going on my beer fridge that I'm quite excited about.
Now they travel. This is the traveling.
They're
flea market, right?
Basically, yeah.
Right.
It's people that go to shows and survive and provide for themselves by selling T-shirts and clothing. It's basically like a marketplace. You can get food, you can get snacks, all that stuff. But the one thing I overheard that had me laughing was one of these guys came up to another buddy and he goes, because a lot of these people aren't from town, they travel with the band and it's a new location all the time. He goes, man, I don't know what it is about Philly, but it just brings out the worst in people.
What?
I saw my homie get punched over there, and I just started laughing because it's Philly.
now, here's the craziest thing in the world is that so the other night we were at a party and meeting a lot of people, and they were meeting, and Christina was getting quizzed, but how do you like being a Philadelphian now? How do you like living here? And she's saying to everybody, it is so much nicer here. And people were like, you just came from Atlanta. And she goes, yeah. And they're like, well, Southern charm and hospitality. And she literally laughs in their faces like, you don't understand. She thinks this, my daughter and her will both tell you, they believe this is a much nicer place to live, that people are much nicer here. And I can tell you, just going through customer service in this area, customer service in the Philly area is 10 times better than any customer service you get in the Atlanta area. Waiters, waitresses, bartenders, store owners, help you get in a Home Depot or a Lowe's. It blows it away. But the thing is, I think a lot of times around here, we're very self-critical.
Yeah.
We're very self-critical.
Well, what's that famous quote?
Self-critical?
Philly's not as bad as the people that live there tell you it is?
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's
But it was funny to hear some hippie be like, man, I don't know what it is about Philly, but it brings out the worst in people. I was like, it might have a lot to do with the nitrous that's everywhere, all over these lots. There's a lot of balloons.
Yeah, there's a lot of balloons going. Hey, we have so much coming your way. We're going to be getting into through the course of the show today, and we appreciate you being a part of it. Make sure you're streaming the station all day long, and remember, major station announcement coming up at 4 o'clock. Jamie's already went into Joe Bell's office and goes, okay, there's a mortgage to be paid. They're right. It's Wednesday at 4 o'clock.
I got kids, Joe. Please don't can me,
And they're
man.
like, no, it's nothing to we're going to find out what it has to do with. Looking forward to it Wednesday at 4 o'clock. And Pat, Coach says, do not even ask him.
I'm already texting my agent, who is my mother, to be on the lookout for some jobs.
Is she your mama?
Yeah, it's my agent's my mom, so she's heading to Indeed.com right now and seeing
gonna make sure.
if Home Depot's hiring, some Lowe's maybe.
When you're gone, will she still bring by baked goods?
Probably will.
For us, because she'll still be a fan of us.
Yeah, she's one of those people that she listens for you guys, not for me.
She'll still be a fan of us, Connor.
Yeah, then I'm cool with it.
We love T-Dog. T-Dog, our favorite member of the Egan family.
Absolutely.
No, Jack and
Jack's
T-Dog.
pretty cool, yeah.
Jack's pretty cool.
Yeah.
Okay, I read a piece this weekend in Philly Voice that the Eagles should retire Nick Foles' number 9 jersey. And I know it's summertime. And I swear, I thought it was an Onion piece. I honestly, when I read it, I thought it was somebody trying to have some fun, poke some fun, and it wasn't. Now, the writer did a really nice job trying to make his case. I disagree with it completely, but I was highly entertained. I really like a lot of what the Philly Voice does. Some really good reads. To me, retiring a jersey is a career honor. It's not based on what Coach described last week as, quite aptly, I would say, as lightning in a bottle. If I was ever able to do something as a sports emperor, one of the things I would do is make Hall of Fame berths harder, make retiring jerseys less often, make Wall of Fames in organizations actually mean something for guys with huge accomplishments. I don't want anything watered down, and I think that a lot of these things are incredibly watered down. If I could be an emperor, I'd go in and take some people out of Hall of Fames that are there because I'm like, wait, this is the hall. I believe, like for football and in some ways baseball, I think it's become the hall of very good. That we now just, it's stat accumulation more than it's actually greatness. Where do you fall on that, James?
Yeah, I mean, like, take the Phillies Wall of Fame, for example. It's gotten so watered down that it's like, okay, cool. Like, you don't have to put somebody in every year. It doesn't, it doesn't have to be a thing. It should be deserving. Nick Foles, should the number be retired? No, it shouldn't. I love Nick Foles.
We love him.
Everybody loves him. It was incredible. But no, it's not worthy of a number retirement. He's forever a legend with or without it. So it's kind of, I don't know. What's the upside is how I feel about it. Like, okay.
Yes. Why are you doing it?
It's
to feel good, to
give him an honor, but like
usually those things are kind of done to sell tickets.
And the Eagles don't
need it. So, yeah, I mean, the Giants don't have Jeff Hostetler's number retired, and I understand that wasn't the Giants' first Super Bowl, but it's still a backup quarterback who led you to the ultimate prize.
There's a ton of former Eagles that had better careers than Nick Foles that aren't retired.
Correct.
So I almost feel like it's disrespectful to them.
And I also would believe to you that, to me, there are I just think there's too many. I think there's too many guys that like
is Eric Allen's number retired? I don't think so, right?
No. I don't think it is.
And he's deserving of the Hall of Fame.
Eric, he's right in that.
You know what I mean?
Correct,
if you're not going to retire his number, why the hell are you retiring Nick Foles?
It screams. The piece screams. It is mid-July, and I have a quota to write about something.
I'm supposed to.
So
write
I
about
have
something.
to write about something, and you know what? This is the best I got.
Now he did a really nice. The guy did a really nice job with it.
I'm sure he did.
I mean, because
we're talking about it.
Yeah, but a lot of those pieces tend to be done crappily. This was not. This was really well thought out.
Yeah, I like the Philly voice.
And I got to tell you, I'm extremely impressed.
Yeah, but to your point,
they do a lot of good stuff.
The broader thing, yeah, I think a lot of these things are watered down. I mean, when you have guys like Mitch Richmond in the NBA or the Basketball Hall of Fame, I should say, it's like
Pro Basketball Hall of Fame.
Okay, yeah, he was a really, really good player.
Mitch Richmond.
Is he
I know,
a Hall of Fame player?
You know, the Hall of Fame, this isn't a new trend. The Hall of Fame has always been the Hall of Very Good.
You believe it's always been.
Phil Rizzuto got in what year?
Phil Rizzuto got in. Now, here's another thing with that. Phil Rizzuto got in, Pat, by the Legends Committee.
Yeah,
which is something that I always hate.
No, I actually
think if you were on the ballot, if you're on the ballot for 20 years or 10 years or 15, whatever it is,
no, I like it,
and you don't make it, there's a reason you didn't make it.
I think what put him over the top was his role in Billy Madison.
Probably,
they were like, "Wow, this guy's cool. The kids get him."
No, I think
I like the Veterans Committee because
Paradise by the Dashboard Light.
The Veterans.
I have no idea what that is.
Meatloaf.
Yeah, the Veterans Committee I do like because as we've established in all of sports, these writers, because good things Bob's not here because he would punch me. These writers are biased at times.
Yeah, they
will keep deserving people out because they didn't like how they were treated. So now I'm going to make a stand. T.O., I'm going to make a stand, and I'm going to keep you out of first ballot and blah, blah, blah. So for a situation
whoa. First ballot, look, I realize it happens. They don't keep you out for good.
They kept him out for the second ballot, and then Gary Myers goes on like a jackass and says, well, if I knew he wasn't going to show up, I wouldn't have voted for him at all.
Which is stupid.
You sound like an idiot.
He's a top 5 wide receiver ever.
you should have had your vote.
Stop talking.
You should have had your vote revoked. But I like the Veterans Committee because sometimes I think that the writers are biased. With Rizzuto, it's ridiculous. But, I mean, I think that after the first initial run of Hall of Fame votes back in, the 20s, for the most part, you're going to have to get guys that are like, all right, well, was this guy really a Hall of Famer or was he a stat collector or whatnot? And there are years, by the way, where, I mean, for baseball at least, where, like, one guy goes in. Nobody goes in.
Well, like pro football, they have to have 7 a year.
Yeah, that's ridiculous.
I believe they have to put in they're required.
There should not be a requirement. And baseball doesn't have a requirement, and there should not be a requirement. But I think for the most part, the Hall of Fame, all of the Hall of Fames are full of guys that if you go back and look at the year that they got in, whatever year that was, there's people out there going, well, he's not a Hall of Famer because he wasn't quote great.
I'm surprised
You didn't think you were watching greatness when he was playing.
I'm surprised you like the veterans.
I do, yeah.
I would, and I swear, if I had to put money on the table, I would have thought that Pat would have been an anti-veterans committee guy.
Yeah, and
because it's always about putting your buddies in.
But I don't necessarily think it's that. I think it's righting the wrongs of the writers. And once again, it's not like they
Phil
put somebody in.
was beloved.
I get it. I mean,
they voted him in because they like him.
Well, I'm talking out of both sides of my mouth with that because of the fact that like Phil Rizzuto's probably the worst Hall of Famer ever. But because they don't have a number that they have to get to, like the NFL, which is dumb. You know, they're not required to vote in anybody. So, and sometimes they don't. So I'm for it.
Go and look at the Yankees Monument Grove and look at who the Yankees have put in.
Yeah.
So
do you want to take a stab at Phil Rizzuto's career home run total?
It's probably like 45.
13 seasons, 38 home runs.
I wasn't far off.
Wow.
No, you weren't.
He hit like what, 250 for his career?
273 for his career.
Way off.
I mean, he hit 195 one season.
Like the piece of paper that I have, like my Jimmy Rollins Hall of Fame case, I compared him to other shortstops in the Hall of Fame. And some of them, it's like, well, he has more home runs than this guy. He has more RBIs than this guy. Phil Rizzuto, it's like he has everything over Phil Rizzuto.
He's got everything.
Pretty much everything over Phil. So Phil's like the one guy. He's the low-hanging fruit when you look at guys that probably shouldn't be in the Hall of Fame. But no, I weirdly do like the Veterans Committee because they don't have to vote in anybody.
Bob Cooney literally speaking out and dispelling any chance we had to mock him today, saying that he's not suspended or fired, but now the COVID got him. He's down. He can't wait to get back. We're hopefully going to be able to find a way to get him a microphone so he can just join us from, I guess, quarantine.
Yeah.
Until he gets back. Feel better, Bob. But we can't even use the good joke of, like, Bob's been fired.
Yeah. Sounds like a PR spin by someone who's suspended right now.
It does.
It does,
absolutely does.
If I was suspended, that's what I'd say.
If you're going to cover it up, you'd get out in front of it first.
The big announcement on Wednesday at 4 p.m. It might be Bob. It might be Bob is out.
Bob's that guy.
Crossing Broad already has the draft written.
That it is Bob is that guy.
Yeah. Bob's doing OnlyFans. He's decided to change careers.
The Michael Rubin one, not the...
the different one.
Where they pay you to put on clothes.
What would be the Cooney line of clothing?
Yeah, it's Cooney's Sweatpants Emporium.
Cooney's Sweatpants.
Yeah.
So what else would it be?
Some kind of sweat combo.
So every high school...
Cooney's dong
basketball.
Every high school basketball coach would have like the Cooney... They have all different color schemes.
He's big in high school gyms.
They got it all set. Hey, the Harden potential free agency next summer actually makes me really happy. If the reported case of him having a player option for next year is actually the truth, then it makes me happy. Because if he performs like he did last year's playoffs, then I would root for a complete divorce. If he goes out and has a spectacular year and shows that he's sort of found the fountain of youth and is able to just be a dominant player again, then I'd be totally in. So this totally works for me, the idea of him being that. But one thing I'm looking for, it's not going to happen in 82 games. I want to know what James Harden's going to be as a playoff difference maker because that's what he was supposed to be this year, and he wasn't.
Yeah, I think a better roster around him helps him dramatically in that way.
And that is absolutely fair. Absolutely fair.
Because what you saw last year with a very good defensive-minded coach in Eric Spoelstra, with no Joel Embiid as a real threat there, they were able to double and triple and wall off Harden and make his dribble drives damn hard. And then, Tobias had a good playoffs. Maxey was solid most of the time. But there wasn't, even Tobias, when he's good, it's not like you have to, stay up late at night planning for him. He's just a steady, solid player. He's not one that, really rips your heart out of your chest. So I think a roster around him will make his life easier in that he can facilitate at an elite level, and hopefully when Joel Embiid's on the court, they won't be able to hone in on Harden and make his life miserable. Hopefully Joel Embiid will be doing that, and then Harden, therefore, can benefit from it. So, yeah, it's pretty much no excuses. The better roster should make his life a lot easier.
It should.
Which is like a duh statement. You know what I mean?
Better
roster.
The thing is, though, when he arrived, we did believe he was going to be a big playoff difference maker this year.
Yeah,
with the roster they had.
There was probably 4 games that were inexcusable in that.
In all the playoff games, there were 4 that were terrible.
Yeah, and then there was some that was really good. Like Game 3 up in Toronto. He came out and looked great, and you were like, all right, this is why they got him. He can be that difference maker. He has to be it.
Well, we like reasonable voices, like our own friend Mike from Delran.
Morning, guys.
Mike, how are you, brother?
I'm good. How was your weekend?
Really good. How about yourself?
Glad to hear. Good. Always a good time, man. I'm confused on why a player option makes you happy.
Because the amount of money for the 2-year deal. First of all, I expected it to be a 3-year deal.
Right.
And so the fact that it's 2 makes me jump up and down happy. And I like the fact that even if it's a 2-year deal, I'm not worried about that money at all. I think it's a very, very reasonable deal they've signed him to.
So if he's just as bad or worse than he was in the playoffs and he decides to opt in for whatever that money is.
Well, he's going to opt in, but the money for next year, that's negligible. I expected a much bigger deal than that, but he obviously wasn't finding it out there.
And if he struggles, Mike, that pro-rated 1-year deal you can flip pretty easily.
Because that's dead.
Come trade deadline at 16.
That's dead money too. That kind of deal, Mike, I don't think is going to. I'm going to use Sham's words here. The second year of the deal wouldn't scare any team off.
Okay.
Of taking that, you know what I mean?
It's a rare win-win, I think.
I heard you every time I've called. I heard you ask when I get off about FanFest. So yeah, I do like.
And what are you cooking? What are you cooking that morning?
Man, I don't know. Last time, Coach, I went out of the way to get a grill and hot dogs. Coach never even came out.
Yeah, because he doesn't like you.
Well, skip hot dogs. Think of something because I hear, are a grill master.
I do enjoy grilling.
So then I'm just thinking about it. It's October 1st too, so there could be a little chill in the air.
Fat guys like me love that. Go Birds!
I don't think of you as fat, Mike.
He's a big fella.
Yeah, but I don't think of Mike.
He's big. I don't think he's fat.
A big guy.
No, he's not fat.
I would say if someone said to me, Mike from Delran, I go, big guy.
I think if his nickname was Big Mike, nobody would argue.
Right.
No.
But he's not like...
No, he's Mike from Delran.
I don't think he's fat either.
Yeah, anyone taller than 6'4", I don't think can totally be called fat because that's just a big person at that point.
Because you're big.
He looks like he played 3 years of JV, O-line.
To Mike's point, the worst case scenario for Harden, or for the Sixers, I should say, is that
Harden balls out.
He lights the league on fire this year. Then there's no way he's opting into that second year. Then he's looking for a 4-year, big deal again.
The one thing though,
it's weird because you almost don't want him to be that great.
No, I do.
But you do.
No, I do.
Because if he's that great, you should be competing for a title.
And one thing I want to do is say it again because I said it earlier on in the show today, because I think when you say things from your chest and you then are proven wrong, you need to say them very loudly and clearly. I doubted James Harden. And I absolutely was proven completely wrong.
Well,
not a little wrong.
Yeah.
Completely wrong because he put his money where his mouth is, and it wasn't just speak behind a microphone. And I've heard so many athletes do that in the past and doubted them. So I made the mistake of saying, yeah, I don't believe any of that because I've heard that at press conferences before.
Well, historically, you would be in the safer area.
Exactly. But James,
because
the thing
players don't do this that often.
I got you. But when they do, I just want to make sure that James Harden gets his due because, James, you said something and you followed through. You walked the walk and talked the talk. And though I may doubt because of the fact that I've seen it so many times in the past, I want to make sure that I correct it when I'm not.
Yeah,
really.
And I wonder if it's not Daryl Morey. I wonder if that happens. I'm not trying to make too much of Daryl Morey, but
I agree with you. I don't think he makes the statement if it wasn't with Daryl Morey already.
Wasn't that basically said? I forget what insider it was, but it basically was like, yeah, their relationship, the amount of trust that they've built together, is the reason why this deal is happening.
Yeah, Daryl, I'm sure is telling him, like, James, look, dude, if you and Joel play to the caliber you can, you're probably going to have a bigger 4-year deal 12 months from now.
By the way,
work with me here, and boom.
It must be nice if you're Daryl after last offseason to just have a player that is living in a gym, motivated to win,
financially
wants
and
to
for
work.
a ring, yeah.
And playing for significantly less than their due.
And that's financial motivation is the big one.
I say he's getting paid less than he's due because his career, an NBA norm would tell you he deserves more.
Yeah.
So, really good stuff.
Timothy Mozgov signed for 4 years and $85 million at one point. You know what I mean? Like, yeah, he deserves more. It's the NBA. It's wild.
All right, we got a lot coming up for you. We hope you'll stick around. And remember, Thursday, 4 o'clock, major station announcement. Pat's not nervous anymore. He came back whistling, so I think he found out that it's good news.
No, I'm always nervous.
Oh, okay, that works out. I want you to put something in your back pocket because, honestly, it bodes well for your 2022 Phillies. John Kincade Show on The Fanatic. 12 weeks complete today on Co-Pair Health. 12 weeks today that I've been working with Lance, my personal coach, with Co-Pair Health. Co-Pair Health, COPARE Health.com, is the absolute gold standard for health and weight loss in the Philly area. And in just 12 weeks, I've now lost 23 pounds. I'm excited because I've struggled with the up and down, losing, gaining over the years, and never getting too heavy and never really getting as fit as I want to or being able to sustain it. This is where Co-Pair Health is going to help me now, taking it the next step, sustaining. And I can tell you, it helps you feel more confident, helps you feel better. And I'm having a full physical on Wednesday, and I am thrilled to speak about it. You know, if you need 50 pounds of weight to lose, 60 pounds, they can help you too. My goal was 28. I'm now just 5 pounds away from my goal. Go visit Co-Pair Health, COPARE Health.com. Tell them you're a Fanatic listener, and they've got a spectacular deal for you. They'll take great care of you. It's Co-Pair Health. They're going to make a difference in your life. Start it today.
The John Kincade Show.
If you don't like it, go on the internet and complain.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with my childhood friend, Bob Marino, now president, Huntington Valley Bank. Bob, tell me about Huntington Valley Bank.
We are a full-service, fast-growing community bank with a great lineup of competitive products and services.
Go on.
We've always done residential mortgages, but now we have built a best-in-class business banking group.
Meaning?
We are attracting business customers by offering the best business bankers and the best services to help businesses become number one in their fields.
Sounds like Huntington Valley Bank is the best bank for your business.
Right on. And great tagline, Ant. Here's another stat. We just celebrated our 150th anniversary.
Wow. So Huntington Valley Bank is a seasoned player with a history of working with a team of experienced bankers whose goals are to deliver top-notch customer service. You heard it right here, folks. That's Bob Marino, the GOAT, president of Huntington Valley Bank, the best bank for your business, celebrating 150 years as a top contender in local banking. Huntington Valley Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
That's the ease at which you get information. You want it, you get it. Like that. Ask your phone. Group chat, smart home. You're always connected and informed in real time. No waiting. So if you're diabetic and still using finger sticks to read your blood sugar, what are you waiting for? Knowing your blood sugar levels instantly is important for managing diabetes. Call US Med at 800-730-8405 to learn more about continuous glucose monitors, a real-time instant method to track your blood glucose. US Med is an approved provider for Medicare and over 500 private insurers. And the best part? Call 800-730-8405 and we'll give you a free insurance benefits check today. So call 800-730-8405 today. That's 800-730-8405 and manage your diabetes as easy as...
If you're a small business, there are lots of choices when it comes to your internet and technology needs. But when you choose Comcast Business Internet, you choose the largest, fastest, reliable network. You choose advanced security for total peace of mind. And you choose fiber solutions with speeds up to 10 gigs available to more small businesses than any other provider. That's virtually everywhere we serve. The choice is clear. Get unbeatable business solutions from the most innovative company. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and the little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
Today on Hey Culligan, better water that cares. Jane's on the line.
Hey, Culligan, how can I avoid using all those plastic water bottles that harm the sea turtles?
Jane, our always-on drinking water system helps eliminate the equivalent of 15 billion single-use plastic bottles a year. So, you see, Culligan cares about sea turtles, too.
Aw, plastic pollutes and Culligan cures.
That's catchy, Jane, and totally true.
I'll take it, like now.
Jane, we're already on the way. Let us help you out with the free in-home water test with a local Culligan water expert at Culligan.com.
My heart was racing just making spaghetti. I could have waited to tell my doctor, but I didn't wait.
I was short of breath just reading a book. I could have delayed telling my doctor, but I didn't wait.
They told their doctors and found out they have atrial fibrillation, a condition which makes it about 5 times more likely to have a stroke. If you have one or more of these symptoms, irregular heartbeat, heart racing, chest pain, shortness of breath, fatigue, or lightheadedness, this is no time to wait. Contact your doctor.
Brought to you by Bristol-Myers Squibb and Pfizer.
Venture X from Capital One is the travel card for people always asking,
where next?
You earn 10x miles on hotels and rental cars, and 5x miles on flights booked through Capital One Travel, and 2x miles on everything else you buy with Venture X. Plus, receive premium travel benefits like access to over 1,300 airport lounges. The Venture X card from Capital One. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Is sports betting about to become way more fun? You bet. Because the BetParx app has a brand new sports book. Live bets and parlays? You bet. Instant deposits and incredible app experience? You bet. Plus, your first bet is risk-free up to $750. So, are you already a winner just for signing up on the BetParx Sportsbook app? You bet. BetParx. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER. Terms and conditions apply. Pennsylvania and New Jersey only.
When it's getting heated, Philly, Dunkin' is keeping it calm, cool, and cold brew. With an ice-cold cold brew. And not just any cold brew, but one topped with brown sugar cold foam coolness. With Dunkin's new brown sugar cream cold brew. America runs on Dunkin'. Price and participation may vary. Limited time offer. Terms apply.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids. 1-877 Cards for Kids. Donate your card today.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Donate your car today at carsforkids.org. That's cars with a K. Your car, running or not, can be picked up as soon as the next day. No title? No problem. With gas prices at all-time highs, now's the time to donate.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1-877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
With your donation, you'll receive a tax deduction and vacation voucher, so donate today.
Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
We are reinventing what sports talk radio can be. Whether we improve it remains to be seen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Coach putting a smile on my face on a Monday morning. Good choice.
My favorite artist ever.
Really?
Really?
I did not know that.
Yeah.
He's in my top 3. Love.
What do you
love
play, like
Prince.
17 instruments or something?
Yeah,
he was a genius.
Yeah.
But
That's
yeah,
pretty
we
cool.
had on the afternoon show one of the days I filled in. We were asking people to name the songs based on like 10 seconds of it, and one of the people got this. He's like, "Oh, I love Prince. It's 1994."
What?
Like,
First of all, it's 1999.
Yeah, I know.
The year. That's not the name of the
Really?
That's the point. Yeah, he got that one.
Well, it's
just a
all
little
right.
off.
Yeah, it's a little
94
off.
baseball went on a strike, right?
94 is
Correct.
Yeah,
It was the World
95.
Series the year I was
Well,
born.
that was 95.
94.
I thought it was
95 was the 95. They started late.
95
No,
was
94
the
was the
hockey
strike. 94 was the baseball strike.
What was there was a hockey strike in there, 95 or 96. I thought it was 95. I thought it was 95.
The 95 season was shortened by like a week because of the strike of 94 and the getting it done late. So it wasn't. They didn't play 162 in 95.
Yeah, because the Expos were like the team to beat in 94.
And they were leading the division and everything like that, and then they got screwed over.
It says the dates on Wikipedia were August 12th, 94 through April 2nd, 95. for the strike.
When I tell you that it was incessant, that story was so negative, so terrible, and more importantly, it never went away. I mean, it lasted through football season. It lasted through the winter. Like, it just kept going on. And both sides looked like crap and sounded like crap.
Yeah, and look at the money now.
Oh, yeah. It's amazing. Put this one in your back pocket. Just put it in your back pocket and think about it. And Jamie added a team to this list this morning. The Phillies have already won the season series versus the Dodgers and the Padres, the top two teams in the West, and the Brewers and the Cardinals, the top two teams in the Central. There's a great chance if you're a wild card team, you're playing one of those four teams in a playoff series on the road. That is a tiebreaker also to get in the playoffs when you have the even number of wins. So if you end the season, same number of wins, you now have a season series victory. Dodgers, Padres, Brewers, Cardinals. Now, you're not going to win if you're a division winner, the only thing it's a tiebreaker on is your seeding. But to get into the playoffs, if it's a wild card battle, you're going over all those teams. So right now, Dodgers, Padres, Brewers, Cardinals, the top two teams in those other divisions, you've already won the season series against them. And Jamie, you said it earlier today. If anyone had told us that before the season, not one of us would have bet it.
No.
Never.
No.
Would I bet that?
I feel like, outside that run in 08 through 11, I feel like the Cardinals just always dominate the Phillies. So I definitely wouldn't.
Listen to bet. Yep.
Yep. And by the way, seeing the Ryan Howard numbers in St. Louis this weekend when they put him up, put a smile on my face. Love the big piece.
He was so dominant.
Yeah, he really was. No chance on betting that prior to the season. And it's weird. I'm not worried about the Phillies against good teams. I'm more worried about them against bad teams. And this is, crimes of the years past that make me feel this way. It's not really indicative of this team yet because they haven't blown it that bad versus the Pirates and Marlins and Nats. They're taking advantage of the Nats right now, which is great. So I'm hoping they're a different team than what I'm used to. And what I'm used to is they play up to their opponents, they play down to their opponents, which is about as frustrating as it comes.
That's the word. To me, that's the word.
Yeah, because you see a good team at times, and then you see them play down to an inferior opponent, and it makes you go crazy.
When it comes to your trepidation, I just want to grab you and just say it's not your fault.
Did you just say trepidation?
Yeah.
Because SAT word.
It's so logical of why you'd be scared of bad teams.
I know.
A Phillies fan. If you followed this team, I mean, and even dating back like pre-2007-8 run, they always had problems with crappy teams. So I understand it, but for whatever reason, and I think it's because they've had success this year against those crappy teams that normally they would struggle against, I don't really fear them anymore.
Yeah, that's what I hope it's not the same because they're kicking the Nats' ass, and that's great. In the past, they might lose a couple of those series here and there, and it would make you really pull your hair out. So let's hope it's different. But they've beat some really good teams, and it's impressive, and I don't quite know how they're doing it all the time outside of about 5 guys. I feel like I don't really know where it's coming from.
I would wonder if even in the run from 07 through 11, whether they won the season series versus the top two teams in the Central and the West, any of those years where they swept the season series, where they won the season series versus all 4 of those teams. I'm not sure they ever did it then.
Probably not.
Dodgers were always a bugaboo.
And what's weird? The 08 team, I think, and this team have very similar records to this point.
They're a game apart.
Yeah, I was going to say it's like neck
One
and
game
neck.
apart.
Big difference, though, is the fact that in 08 it was a 2-horse race between the Phillies and the Mets. And the Phillies pulled away, I want to say, first week of September, maybe second week. They finally put a little bit of gap between the two. Now it's you're facing.
You're in third place.
You're in third place, like a large gap, and you're chasing 2 teams that I think are just better than you at this point. Now the Mets are struggling, but luckily that wild card situation that MLB implemented this year, it changes things. It makes it easier.
I can already tell you, I already have the anxiety about it. That a third-place Phillies team makes the playoffs.
What's the anxiety?
I've always hated the division winners in baseball doing the whole champagne thing. Always been a huge, okay with it.
I agree.
The Wild, when you're a second-place team and you do it, It's always given me the heebie-jeebies. And if you're a third-place team and you do it, I've always mocked it. And we may be waiting for that like we've waited for water. In the
Are you
desert.
allergic to champagne? Like, what,
I know,
what
I
is,
love
what is the
champagne.
deal? Let's just celebrate it.
I'm allergic to cheap crap champagne. I like good champagne.
I don't think it's cheap, though.
Yeah,
I
they'll
don't.
get good
No,
champagne.
they're
Johnny,
like,
Johnny
no.
Middleton will shell out for some
I think
good
he
stuff.
will, but celebrate it. We finished third.
Nah, it's the
Finished
fact,
third.
like, celebrate it. You know, there's too much in life where you don't celebrate. Have fun. Go celebrate. But it annoys me that in football, there's always a crappy division where, you know, the team goes 8-7 or whatever, but they win the division and they get in the playoffs, and there's some team that won 12 games and they get screwed over. Like, I hate that. So if you're one of the better teams, you deserve to be in.
Can you imagine, though, Pat? Okay, Eagles win the NFC East.
I've imagined that.
And the Eagles pour into the locker room, and it's all covered in tarp, and they're spraying each other with
Yeah, but that's
champagne,
not
celebrating.
done. That's not done. That's not done in football.
It's not done for a reason.
Well, but it is done in baseball, so why can't they continue to do it?
No, but it's not done for a reason in any other sport.
Yeah, but let them have fun in football.
But for a reason.
I mean,
it's not done because you haven't accomplished anything.
But what other sport do they not touch
All
the
you've done
championship
is
trophy or whatever? Like,
well, that's hockey.
There's
Yeah, I
stupid
know,
traditions in every sport.
Who cares?
But I don't think it's a stupid tradition when that's baseball's the outlier.
No, but okay.
Every other sport does it one way. Baseball does it another. Celebrate every little thing that doesn't.
No, I disagree. I mean, I think there's stupid, tiny traditions in every sport that is only to that sport. And this is baseball's one that, you know, hey, they accomplished something. They got in the playoffs. Let them have fun. Why do you hate fun, Johnny?
No, it's not about hating fun.
You
it's
hate
about,
fun.
It's about every other sport does it one way.
You
They're
don't
the
like fun.
outliers.
Just say it. You don't
No,
like
I
fun.
enjoy
and champagne. Make sure you get the champagne in there, too.
Champagne's good, though.
It is. So
Gotta
why are you
have some
trying
good
to
one.
restrict them from having champagne, John?
Let Alec Bone become champagne
Are you
Poppy.
shorting champagne stock? We need to get the...
that could be.
That's it. Yeah, that's it.
That might be my plan.
That's his business in Denver.
Prime
Mums.
members, get Whole Foods Market Animal Welfare Certified Organic Chicken Breast. That's a mouthful. For $6.99 a pound through July the 12th. While supplies last, learn more on the Whole Foods Market app. I forgot, one of our neighbors tried Whole Foods Pizza because of the fact of hearing it on this show that people said
the
Whole
frozen
Foods
pie?
Pizza. The one
the fresh one.
take on
Oh,
the fresh
yeah,
one,
yeah.
take one. And they loved it. They said it was amazing.
I used to sneak in the Whole Foods hot dogs to the movie theater.
And they said that it was cheap.
Where'd you hide them?
Is that a wiener in
my
your
pocket,
pocket, or
yeah.
are you just happy to see me?
It's in my pocket. Yeah.
You must really love this movie.
Yeah.
That's
What are you guys
amazing.
trying to
Excited
get
to
at?
see this flick, huh,
Guys,
pal?
I'm just talking about food.
Hey, in the
Grow
linchpin,
up.
Jamie wants to talk about his boy Bryce.
This is the linchpin.
Well, it's actually an odd Matt Clintock tip of the hat because
Clintack gets a tip of the hat from you?
Yeah.
You besmirch the man always. This is nice of you.
I was thinking because Zach Wheeler was absolutely dominant the other day, and he's fun as hell to watch. I love watching this guy pitch. He is an absolute bargain around baseball. I mean, what was it, a 4-year, $105 million deal or something that he signed originally? I'll get the exacts on that in a second, but it's a bargain. It's the best thing Clintack did outside Bryce. But I want to remove Bryce from this conversation because he's an MVP of the league, so it's obviously a great signing. Outside of that, is Zach Wheeler the best signing of the Phillies in the last 20, 25 years? I mean, he's got to be, right? The only one I can think of.
Wait, you're saying signing.
Signing, not trade.
Okay, so no trades.
Cliff
gonna be hard to argue.
Cliff Lee technically signed the second time he was here, so that's in consideration. But outside of that, I don't.
Yeah, there's one I can think of.
Who do you got?
Jim Thome. Because he changed the landscape of this team, and it was Jim Thome. It was the first time in my lifetime the Phillies had actually spent money.
Yeah,
and
no, it was monumental.
It was Jim Thome, David Bell, and there was a third guy in there too that they signed. And I know they were trying to get Tom Glavine, and he was the one that signed with the Mets.
No, by the way,
And he ended up
that came
repaying
down
them.
to the last minute.
Yeah, and he ended up repaying them, by the way, in 2007 when he couldn't get out of the first inning against the Marlins.
On
So
the closing
shout out,
day of the season.
Shout out to Tom Glavine on that one. But Thome, for me, was the first one. Like, I vividly remember the Daily News cover of, like, Target. Like,
Yeah.
they had a picture of Jim Thome and it said Target. And I was like, they're never getting Jim Thome. And then it was acquired, like, a week later. And I could not believe it because it signified, well, the contract wasn't, looking back on it, it wasn't massive, but at the time it was, but it signified something different.
A change.
Change in the organization of we're ready to win now. That's why I think that you can put that out there.
Wheeler's already contributed more.
On the field, yeah.
It was
And I think
5
that's
years,
more
118.
important. And I think that's more important.
But his first year, if you remember, Jim Thome didn't have an amazing lineup. I mean, he had Abreu, he had Burrow, he had building pieces. He had Rollins, and he might have had a young Utley at the time. But he put up 48 home runs. First year, he ties Mike Schmidt's record.
Yeah.
Which is incredible.
I think second year, he also tied Mike Schmidt's record. He came close. And then the next year, he got injured, which opened the door for Ryan Howard, who came in and, won Rookie of the Year, and the next year he won MVP. So, and they probably should have gotten more in the trade for Thome when they traded him away. But that's the one that came to mind with this topic.
And to Jamie's point, that's November of 2002. So 20 years coming up in November. So just barely sneaks in there.
Yeah, I mean, the Wheeler contract's 5 years, $118 million.
It's amazing what a bargain that is.
That is such a great deal. He's making 26 this year, 24.5 next year, and then the final year of his deal, 23.5.
I just thought of another thing, though, Pat.
Go ahead.
I think that Jim Thome being here probably kept us at least a year and a half, got us a year and a half less of Ryan Howard.
Don't agree with that.
Tell us why.
I think it's revisionist history to go, oh, my God, he blocked him. He might have blocked him for half a season. Other than that,
I say a year and a half, just looking at it. He had the numbers to come up.
I'd have to go back and look, and he was mashing balls at Reading. I mean, he was crushing the ball. He set records. But at the time, though, when Jim Thome was hitting 48 home runs in his second season with the Phillies, I think Ryan Howard was at Clearwater.
Yeah, and I'm not saying he was a better option when he was hitting 48, like that type of thing. Thome was definitely the better option.
Yeah.
But the thing is, for a franchise that was going nowhere, I would rather have the young guy doing that.
When Jim Thome signed the contract, Ryan Howard was at Lakewood.
Yes, he was at Lakewood.
And that's low A ball. And he had set, I believe, the Lakewood record for home runs. So, I mean, the case can be made of why are you making that signing. But we've seen time and time again these guys at, Lakewood and at the time Williamsport, like, they'll crush the ball and then they'll get to AA and just flame out. So I do vividly remember the conversations of being like, what do you do with him? The Phillies did offer Ryan Howard for Rocco Baldelli straight up because they just didn't have a place for him.
Houston at one time in a deal?
I don't remember that. I remember Jason Starr talking about the Rocco Baldelli trade, and the Devil Rays at the time said no because Rocco Baldelli was their future center fielder. Yeah. He was at the time, and he was a really good player, but he had a weird sickness that made him tired all the time.
That? Yeah, the thing that they thought was Lyme disease.
Yeah, but the Phillies needed a center fielder, so it kind of made sense for both teams. And thank God the Devil Rays said no. But he did block him for I'd say half a season. I think Ryan Howard initially made his debut at 24. He was drafted out of college, so I think that's about par for the course.
Can you imagine that a team called themselves the Devil Rays? Sort of like when the Anaheim Mighty Ducks, that they called themselves the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, they're mighty.
And then they call themselves the Devil Rays.
Quack, quack, quack.
Have you ever coached against a V formation?
Yeah.
I have, actually.
They're mighty.
They're tough. They're mighty, yeah.
I mean, the rest were so amazed by it that they didn't even realize it was offsides.
Yeah. There we go. They
didn't even care.
Wait till the knuckle puck comes out. Then you're toast.
If someone would have just told me when I was like 7 that the knuckle puck physically is not possible, I might have been a decent hockey player because I would have practiced something else.
Saved hours of my life.
You've tried to perfect it.
Hours of my life wondering why this thing isn't fluttering in the air.
One of my former players this week.
Isn't that Keenan too?
What?
Yeah, Keenan Thompson.
Yeah.
Russ Tyler.
Right, very good.
From the streets of East LA. I am gonna. Like, when you watch the History Channel and they have an expert on, like, let's say the Civil War.
You're their Mighty Ducks guy?
I am the Mighty. I could tell you top to bottom. There was some guy down at our sister station one time, and he's on The Walking Dead. And everybody flooded down there to go meet this guy because he's on The Walking Dead. And
asked him about the Mighty Ducks.
I'm like, no, man, he was in D3, the Mighty Ducks.
So you wanted to know about that? Yeah, you wanted to know about the Mighty Ducks.
Yeah, he told us about Eden Hall's tradition. He respected it.
Pat, you and I earlier, because a couple people have missed it and asked to speak up on it, you and I both believe that this wasn't the sort of time and place to do this Tony DeAngelo signing.
No, I have been very critical of the job that Chuck Fletcher's done. I think that he's a really nice guy, and that's one of the reasons why he's kept a job, honestly. But
that's usually not a great open for somebody when you say he's a nice guy.
No, but I mean, like if he had the attitude of like a Chip Kelly, I think he would have been gone already. Or Ron Hextall.
Ron Howard, it would have been really.
Ron Howard. Ron Howard actually might have done a better deal. Than
Is
this.
Ron a Richard?
No. Ron Hextall though.
Oh, okay.
He was I'm the genius and we're doing it my way. the job that he did last offseason with trading for Ristolainen, I was very critical of, and then to give him that contract was absurd.
Oh, my gosh.
But you overpay for Tony DeAngelo in the sense of you're giving up a second, third, and fourth round pick. And, yeah, it's spread over 3 drafts. But you're overpaying in the sense of you don't have a farm system. Like, I was talking to Haley in the back, and she's like, oh, I'll be a development camp. I'm like, who are they developing? Like, honestly, who are they developing? They don't have prospects. They have, like, 3 guys that you can mention. Other than that, they're not developing anybody because the organization continues to trade away, draft picks for these guys. Now, Ristolainen, I think, is garbage. But DeAngelo on the ice is a hell of a player.
Yes.
Really, really good. He's a talented young man. No doubt about that. But it is the culture that you were bringing into your locker room to me that makes absolutely no sense for this move. And you talked about it earlier, John. This is a move that a team makes when they are literally 1 to 2 players away.
Yes, and you have a cement core locker room.
And they don't have a core. They don't have a leadership group. They don't have a captain, right? They don't have veterans.
Who is
probably
the
Lawton.
leader?
Probably Lawton or Couturier. But it's probably more Lawton, but Couturier is probably going to get the C because he signed that deal.
He's so sleepy.
It doesn't exactly. Like
if I had one word,
he does nothing for you. He's not speaking out. Even when Giroux was here, like Giroux was the captain, but he was a silent leader, and then really the guy that policed that locker room was Wayne Simmons. They don't have either of those guys. Like, they have nobody. So you're bringing in Tony DeAngelo, who, from what I've been told, like, players either love him or hate him, which is not good for a locker room because it fractures a locker room. So it shows me once again that this Flyers organization is so oblivious, and they just need to look inward. Once in their damn life, they need to look inward and realize we are not 1 and 2 players away. There's nothing wrong with actually, crazy thought here, trading players, acquiring draft picks, using those draft picks, and drafting good players.
Okay, what are the chances if I give it to you on a 1 to 10 right now? 1 to 10, the Flyers could compete for a back-end playoff spot. On a scale of 1 to 10, the likelihood that we would ever see that
in this division, are you talking about next year?
Yeah, next year.
In this division, 4, because they're in a really tough division.
I actually think 4 is more promising than I expected you to say. It's almost a coin flip.
I say that because, Torts is going to get these guys to play hard.
That's what I think,
You will see a drastic difference in the way these guys play. I'm talking like talent-wise, I don't think they have it. Now, Tony DeAngelo is going to help you in the power play. He's going to help you at the point. He's going to get his points for sure. But it just doesn't make sense to me for an organization that is not 1 and 2 players away, and it has a culture problem that you're bringing this guy in.
It makes your point of view makes total sense there. But Jamie, I still think Torts might be able to get a hell of a lot more squeeze out of the lemon than other people.
Yeah, well, he's an interesting guy in the way he pushes, motivates. He's confrontational. I'm sure players like him more than maybe his reputation says.
Well, he lasted 3 different organizations, 6 seasons plus.
Yeah.
Some players like him, some players hate him.
That's never heard of.
Well, then maybe he has a bonding moment with DeAngelo then, because some guys are going to like him, some are going to hate him.
I guarantee you he signed off on this. I guarantee he signed off on this completely. John Tortorella,
I'm sure,
was brought into this discussion. I would absolutely guarantee.
I would think so. It also tells me the Ryan Ellis fear of him maybe never playing here is real.
Honestly, I think that would be a blessing. Because that money can get wiped off the books.
I got a text from a buddy who said, like, how do they even make this work? The $5 million to DeAngelo. And I said, well, it tells me that probably Ryan Ellis is going on long-term IR, which is going to free up the Ryan Ellis money. They're in the market for Johnny Gaudreau, which I think actually would be a good move. Even though I just said they're not a win now team, that's so much talent. That
I don't understand that.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. So the reason I say he's a top 7, 8 forward in the National Hockey League, and when you have a guy that is willing to come here, that is that talented, then even though you're not a win now team, you have to make it because when you're ready to win now, he'll still be signed. It's much like what New York did with Panarin. They were in a rebuild, but Panarin was willing to come, so we'll sign him. So I think they're in the market for him. And if JVR gets moved for a bag of pucks, and they'll probably have to give up a pick again to move that contract.
Then you would know. It would telegraph.
Yeah, I mean that's telling me Gaudreau's a very strong possibility to come here. But Gaudreau and DeAngelo are 2 different people. I mean, it's
they are
Captain Obvious,
right?
But even like what they bring to the table, Gaudreau's 90 points guy, and DeAngelo's at most 70 points. But Gaudreau is beloved in a locker room, and DeAngelo's divisive. It's
just sign all the local guys.
Yeah. I don't know if you know, but Johnny Gaudreau is local.
I've heard that,
and supposedly they get along very well.
Yeah, I'm sure they do. It's not like Tony DeAngelo is hated by teammates.
No,
but he's hated by some.
He was hated in that Ranger locker room.
Yeah,
by a lot.
Some guys liked him.
Right.
A lot of,
but they wanted him gone.
There's a reason. I mean, I can't get over the fact he was kicked off a hockey team. Like, this isn't a peewee team.
Yeah.
This is a National Hockey League team that's fighting for a playoff spot.
I heard
You're not worried about culture entering your locker room.
I heard people clutching their pearls about professional athletes fighting in a locker room. All I can say to you is you've never worked for a professional football team or baseball team or whatever, because I've seen this crap go on around professional teams in all kinds of sports.
It probably happens
but they tend to cover it up.
Exactly.
They
it happens
cover
more than
it
you think.
up.
But the fight with Georgiev was like a last straw.
It was an attack.
Yeah,
honestly, it was a verbal attack that led to a confrontation.
And it was the straw that broke the camel's back, and the leadership in that room stepped up
and said no.
I heard one guy straight up like knock D'Angelo out.
I don't know if that's true.
That's hearsay. That's hearsay, so I'm not going to go there. I don't want to get sued.
Right, exactly. Don't do that.
Thank you for your time.
So be really careful with that. Hey, we got a lot coming up for you, including a little exercise where we will all try to determine what's the 76ers depth chart now. We'll get to it next. John Kincade Show, 9 o'clock hour coming your way on 97.5 The Fanatic. You know, you got a crazy real estate market, so a lot of people are thinking, hey, I'm going to do some renovations to my home, make it more livable. So I'm going to update my kitchen, my bathroom, and everything. But have you thought about upgrading the hot water heater? If you haven't, you may end up with a problem later. What good's a new fancy shower or dishwasher if your hot water is spotty and unreliable? Now's the time to replace it with a Bradford White. Bradford White water heaters are built to be the best. You're going to get top efficiency, and you're going to get years of reliable performance. I love Bradford White, too, because I want that reliable hot water in my home and all of the appliances to be run perfectly. And with Bradford White, you do the smart upgrade, get the hot water that you and everybody in your household deserves, whether you want a high-efficiency gas model, an electric model, a tankless model, or more. All you have to do is visit BradfordWhite.com. They're going to put you in touch with a local plumbing professional near you to get you hooked up. Go to BradfordWhite.com. How you heat your hot water matters. Choose the best. Choose Bradford White. They're here for the pro.
The John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey, it's Ricky Bo for Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook. Swing for the fences this week when you make a first-time deposit using the code DERBY on the Baseball Home Run Derby. Signing up is super easy with the Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook app or at BetRivers.com. Deposit $100 to receive a free Bet Rivers bet for any home run hit. Or deposit $250 and get the total home runs for the entire Derby as free Bet Rivers bets. This offer is valid through July 18th. So download the Bet Rivers Online Sportsbook app today and use code DERBY when you make your first-time deposit. Visit BetRivers.com to see all the latest odds, boosts, and promotions running this baseball season. Bet with a winner. Bet with Bet Rivers. Terms and conditions apply. See site for details. Bet Rivers is presented by Rivers Casino Pittsburgh. You must be 21 to play. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Hi, I'm Patrick Fingles, owner of New Look Home Design, the roofing experts. When you hire someone to replace your roof, you want a detailed upfront estimate and an expert to get it done right the first time. At New Look, we provide clear line-by-line estimates paired with a 3D rendering of your roofing project. On average, we install one roof every hour, so you know our team has the expertise to manage your project. And we provide a lifetime warranty on every roof installed. Find out why over 40,000 homeowners have chosen New Look to do their roof. From now until July 31st, get 50% off all roofing materials and qualify for 12 months, no payments, no interest financing. At New Look, you can depend on our 20 years of roofing expertise, honest estimates, and guaranteed customer satisfaction. Call New Look today at 800-279-5300. That's 800-279-5300. NewLookHomeDesign.com.
Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers. They wrote the book on workers' compensation in Pennsylvania. Turn to the team you can trust. Visit PAWorkInjury.com. Located in Center City, Bristol, Malvern, Allentown, Reading, Sunbury, and Harrisburg. Our attorneys are ready to listen and get you the justice you deserve. When you or a loved one are hurt on the job, you deserve the best. PAWorkInjury.com. Martin Law, the law firm for injured workers.
Hey, I'm Jackie, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the chicken. It is golden brown, so juicy, so delicious. It's the perfect savory start to my day.
Hey, I'm Matt, and a little thing I love about the Chick-fil-A chicken biscuit is the freshly baked, flaky, buttery biscuit. When I take a bite, it's kind of like, crispy, soft, crispy. Crispy outside, soft interior, crispy chicken. There's really nothing like it.
Start your day with the Chick-fil-A Chicken Biscuit, available on the Chick-fil-A app. Real Chick-fil-A guests paid for their testimonials.
This is a Reese's Peanut Butter Cup sound experiment. We're looking to find the perfect way to hear Reese's so you'll buy more of them. Here we go. Reese's, 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 Reese's. Hey, get out of here, you little stinker. Reese's.
Reese's.
Reese's. Peanut Butter Cups. That breathy one sounded very creepy, am I right?
Hey, hot dogs, sausages.
Maybe instead of using a stadium vendor to feed the office, we should have just ordered through EasyCater.
I got nachos here. Nachos?
Yeah, right here. Thank you. Yeah, I mean, it was fun at first, but it is kind of disruptive.
Cheesesteak here. Who wants a cheesesteak?
Over here.
Coming at you.
Oh, right in the face.
Some food just doesn't work at work, but EasyCater just does. Food for work on time and as ordered from over 85,000 restaurants. Order 24/7 at easycater.com.
20,000 bonus points, 18.99% variable APR, and a $32 statement credit when you spend $200 before your dog's 8th birthday.
Credit card ads have all sorts of numbers, but they mean nothing to you if you don't get approved. So here's Credit Karma's number, 50. Like members who shop on Credit Karma get approved over 50% more often than the national average. Now that's a number you can rely on. Credit Karma. Apply with more confidence. Member approval rates in 2021 over 50% higher than 2020 CFPB national average.
Helzberg Diamonds presents the guy who found the perfect ring. Jake needed an engagement ring. So he did his research, asked his fiance's best friends for advice.
She wants emerald cuts. Definitely.
And he went to Helzberg Diamonds. Jake knew that Helzberg's been in business for over 100 years. That means quality. And with their price match guarantee, he'd get a great deal. And she'd get the ring she's always wanted.
Way to go, Jake.
So be like Jake. Find the ring of her dreams at a Helzberg Diamonds near you or at Helzberg.com.
Buffalo Wild Wings has happy hour bar food from 3 to 6, Monday through Friday, and great deals on drinks all day. It's the perfect way to offset a long day. Text that hilarious joke about your boss to your boss.
What? No.
Try a $3 Wild Herd by Goose Island. Set your morning alarm for 6 p.m. That calls for $5 strawberry margaritas. So if you ask your phone why you're still single and...
Ha ha ha. Seriously?
Head to Buffalo Wild Wings. At participating locations, taxes and fees apply. Dine in only. Drink responsibly. Offers vary by location. Void where prohibited.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business offers the fastest, reliable network, the peace of mind that comes with Security Edge, helping to protect all your connected devices, and the most reliable 5G mobile network. Want me to keep going? I can. Whether your small business is starting or growing, you need Comcast Business. Technology solutions that put you ahead and give you serious savings. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
There's never been a better time to get started with gig speed internet and advanced security from Comcast Business. And now, for a limited time, get 3 months on us. Call or go online today to learn more. And 7/21/2022. Restrictions apply. New Comcast Business 1 gigabit internet. Security Edge, 1 voice line and Connection Pro customers only. 3-year contract required. 3 months on us after prepaid card redemption. Comcast Business Mobile utilizes the network with the most Root Metrics 5G data reliability wins in 2H 2021. Results may vary. Award is not an endorsement.
WPEN Burlington, Philadelphia, a Beasley Media Group station, home of the most entertaining sports talk in Philadelphia. 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
Can we wrap this up? I need to get home in time for General Hospital.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
9 o'clock hour of the John Kincade Show is brought to you by the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag.
Heard of them.
You can get yours today at Home Depot and Lowe's, and for details, go to Bagster.com.
I seen it. I see them everywhere.
Oh, I've seen it.
Yeah, my neighborhood, there was another one the other day.
A lot of Bagsters the other day out in the neighborhood. We love the Bagster.
It's a dumpster in a bag.
It is. It's very, very good. Jamie, you came into the room shaking your head saying, Connor's at it again.
Connor's an idiot.
Connor's at it again. We love him. He's our lovable idiot.
If you want to get through the rest of the show sheet, you might not want to go down.
Connor's a lovable idiot.
Pat missed this conversation. So I walked in on the back end of the conversation where Connor was saying how He would rule with an iron fist, but he'd be a giving lord and all that.
Let me just cut you off real quick. Chevy, put the camera on me because this is the first time I'm hearing this story, and I feel like my natural reaction is going to be worth it.
So I listened to it for like 45 seconds a minute just to kind of try and pick up some context clues of what was going on here. And then I eventually said, what the hell is this conversation and how did it start?
And Connor believes that in medieval times, is that he would have been.
He would thrive.
He would thrive.
I do really well for myself
and
in
he'd be
medieval
able
times.
to arrive. Connor, I don't think you.
What the hell is wrong with you, peasant?
Connor, I don't think you do well as a waiter at medieval times.
Dude,
let alone.
I work at Chick-fil-A. I have great customer service.
I have never met somebody this delusional. You know what
Why
you
would
should
I
be
not
working?
be good in medieval times?
No,
Give me
you say
concrete
you
reasons.
would thrive and ascend to the throne.
Yeah, why would I not? Give me a reason why I wouldn't.
He would kill his way to the top.
I'm ruthless.
Dude, you're so delusional. You should work for the Flyers.
Connor,
honestly,
Connor, someone
Give
who
me
is
a
going
reason.
to.
You're just calling me delusional.
Connor,
Tell me why
someone
I am.
who is going to rise to the throne. First of all, you're born into those things. But if you're going to pull the overthrow, it's not a guy who takes walks in softball.
Chaos is a ladder.
That's a good point.
Walks in softball are chaos.
A guy who takes walks in softball is not the kind of guy
I don't think they played
who ascends
softball
to a throne.
in medieval times. The Dark Ages, they didn't play softball.
It's the mentality of somebody who would ascend to a throne.
Doing everything to win.
Is not taking walks in
Can I just
softball.
ask, where the hell do you get the right with this logic? This is offensive to me. I don't even know how, but I'm offended.
Give me a counter argument.
No, tell me why you actually think you would be like the king in medieval times or a higher up. Because we all know that you actually view yourself as the king. You'll sit there and curtail it by saying, well, no, I'd be like one of his, maybe his second command. No, in your mind, you think you could be the king. Which John's right. They're born into that, jackass.
They're
so tell
born
me,
into it.
why do you think you could little finger your way up? Because you're not that smart.
They're born into it like now. In medieval times, you won the crown by warfare, by getting people to follow.
No, it was always, mostly it was families,
Dude.
Connor.
Dude. They would
descendants.
How do new families come into power? By killing the old families.
Wait. They would have a fight, okay? So the king would send an army to go kill the other king's people. You would be one of the people in the army that gets killed.
No, I feel like I'm charismatic enough that people would follow me.
You're not charismatic. I hate to break that to you.
I disagree.
You're not.
If I was going to get by, I'd try to be like the king's henchman, like just a ruthless, bloody murderer.
The ruthless advisor.
Yeah. And the king would send me to kill you in your sleep.
You wouldn't last.
I never sleep.
You wouldn't last 10 minutes in medieval times.
Well, first of all,
I
Connor,
would absolutely last 10 minutes.
Connor, in medieval times, though, you'd be coming in the day the king needed you and be like, I'm a little tired today, king. I worked a double. You had me work a double yesterday.
in the pig stalls.
And I was in the, so I really don't have the
Go milk that bull for
I'm
me.
also like a cockroach. No diseases kill me. So I can live in
you can't
squalor.
smell.
And I
Smells
can't
good for
so
the
I don't have to
toilet
worry about
systems
that.
they
I can
had,
work
yeah.
my way
That's
up.
good.
I'm a go-getter.
You would
So I
be
can work my way
go-getter.
up
You would be
the
a medieval
corporate ladder.
You'd be a medieval janitor, dude.
I love the medieval corporate ladder.
I would work my way up.
You
Connor-
would not.
And then
Connor,
get
you
close
are-
enough to the boardroom for a vicious coup.
The problem is he actually believes this.
Yeah, he does.
Prove me wrong.
He actually
Prove me
believes
wrong.
that he would be. What
What's
do you
your
mean prove it? I don't
background
have a
in
time
medieval
machine.
times?
I don't have a
I
time
know
machine
you
to prove
don't.
you wrong.
I know you don't.
Connor,
So,
there hasn't been a honestly, Patrick Bateman did not have this soundtrack going on in his head like you do.
Do we know, is the medieval times the only one around here up in North Jersey?
Yeah. They're trying to unionize.
Wait a minute, is that the only one?
Yeah.
I don't know
believe
of another one. I was going to say, I wish we could get Connor in the joust.
Well, they're-
dress him up and have him get down there.
I can tell you,
Put
the
him to the
girls,
test,
the
you know?
girls just went to the medieval times type thing in Vegas at Excalibur.
Mm-hmm.
Olivia loves going to it all the time, and she goes, Dad, the guys are all jacked.
Yeah.
And shirtless and oiled up and like these total dudes.
Well, yeah, because they're going to like Planet Fitness now.
I don't
They
think
didn't have
Connor.
that back then.
Connor, I don't think you're ready for that job yet.
You'd
Crushing
get
the
worked in a
medieval weight room?
joust.
So those guys are going to be against you in
Called
the
boulders.
Yeah, but
Kings don't joust.
But you're not facing me in a joust. All right, and yeah,
You're facing one of those dudes.
Who knows? If it's a tournament, maybe I get a lower seed matchup the first time around. I'm also relatively lucky, so I'm counting on that.
I'm blown away by this. I'm blown away at like this is another like just notch in the post of complete. You broke me.
Connor Mania continues. Hey, Staples has everything you need for school at prices that won't hold you back. Don't take your kids back to school. Send them forward at Staples, the working and learning store. I don't have to send my kid to school for another, 5 5 weeks, or so.
Don't say that.
Don't say it early.
She'll go
Because then summer's
orientation,
over,
right?
and
She
then
has,
I'm
she has
back.
orientation this week.
Okay.
She gets to do the whole orientation thing this week, and then move-in day is the 16th of August.
Wow.
Which they are, oh my gosh. Her and her roommates, they are like already planning everything. If I see one more bag from Bed Bath & Beyond or Amazon or anything in my house, how much do you need? And I said, this is not going to be one and done stuff. We're spending a fortune here. So this isn't going to be one and done. I don't expect you to bring the shower curtain home. You can throw that out at the end of the year. But this stuff you're buying, like the furniture, little stuff you're buying and everything, this gets brought home at the end of the year and used again. You don't just buy fresh every year.
Doesn't Amazon have their own college student
Oh, they do.
page?
Oh,
Yeah,
you wouldn't
and
believe.
Target does too. I
No,
think
there's
now.
this thing called. She got the biggest laugh from her parents. We don't laugh in her face often because she's a good kid. So she was like, "Dad and Mom, they have this site here called Dormify."
Okay.
Dormify.
What does that do?
Probably tells you everything.
You can tell your school, so you can pick your school and then say, okay, I'm in the Temple dorms and I'm in this dorm. And they will dormify your room for you.
Oh, they'll
the
actually
color
set it up?
scheme and the trash can will match your sheets, will match your nightstand, will match your all this stuff on the wall. Pat, give me an estimate on a room where two kids are in the room.
600.
600.
Well, you said give me.
No, if they get go higher.
1,400.
Right around 1,350. I said that ain't happening.
That's stupid.
That ain't happening. That's never happening. You can go get the sheets on your own, and they might not all match.
That's
but
dumb.
I don't care.
That's next level dumb.
That was one where we did laugh.
Dude, how much money does she think you make?
That's what we did laugh in her face and said we do not do that here. She's making
I don't even think I make $1,300 in a month.
She made $80 last week feeding a turtle.
Great.
That's good work.
In the neighborhood.
So she only needs $1,220.
No, it's like she made $100 watering plants for a neighbor for 5 days.
So now
6 days.
Now she only needs $1,120.
So
she's whittling this down.
No, she bought a really nice purse in Vegas, and she goes, "See, the turtle and the watering of the plants." Bought it. Look, I like that, but I literally laughed, and I went.
I would have laughed too. I would have been like, I raised you better than this.
Exactly. Don't do that. Let's try to do the 76ers depth chart right now. So in each of our opinions, as it stands this morning, we are going to have now just for the exercise, you got a center, you got two forwards, you got two guards. Okay, because we'll just go more traditional. So I think we can all agree. Everything that we can agree on, Jamie, that we should all agree on, we'll just pencil in.
Yeah.
So we can agree on Embiid.
Yeah.
We're agreeing on Embiid being in the starting line.
Yes, I think
he's going to make it.
I think this kid's got potential.
We are agreeing on Harden.
Yes.
We are agreeing.
Starting point guard.
We are agreeing on Maxey.
Yes, starting two guard.
Mm-hmm. Correct. We are agreeing on Tobias Harris today. Today is the starter.
Yes. This is where I think Tobias and PJ are going to play positionless roles.
And I would agree with that also.
So I think your 3-4 is.
But Harris is the starter.
Yes.
And you're going to put PJ Tucker there.
I believe he'll be starting.
Okay,
yeah.
so there we go. So if you're going on the assumption, and we all work on the assumption, Pat, you have no problem with that, right?
Yeah,
that's
I'm good. I'm really okay with that.
And Harris and Tucker, though.
I think max players should, yeah.
That's the way exactly. So you've got those five guys.
But how would they do in medieval times? I think PJ Tucker would be great.
I think PJ Tucker would
he'd be a beast.
PJ Tucker is the lead guy to come out swinging in a duel.
Now I have a feeling, though, he'd eventually get his head chopped off on the battlefield.
He's aggressive,
but he'd put up a fight.
People would be gunning for him.
They would make movies about him.
Yeah.
Right, he'd be legendary. The movie wouldn't be called Connor; it would be called PJ. But 6, 7, 8. First three off your bench, and why are they the first three? If this team has a sixth man, who's the sixth man?
I think it's going to be DeAnthony Melton.
I think it's Melton too because of what they gave up getting him and everything. They obviously wanted him badly.
Yeah, and he's a little bit of a combo-ish guard, so he can do a little bit of both. So it makes your rotation, I think, easier to get your hands around.
Do you have a different name?
No, Melton was the guy for everything you guys said.
And I also think Melton was the guy because they went out. I think Daryl Morey telegraphed it that they went out and they grabbed him before they even made some of these other moves.
Yes, and I also think his defense makes the second unit not as terrible.
Okay, who's 7th? This is where I think we're going to start. Wait, Connor, do you disagree with any of those?
No, I had Melton. I had the same starting lineup.
Okay,
Yep.
7th.
This is where it gets into.
I think this is where we're going to start. 7th and 8th, we might start to disagree, maybe even down to 9th if we go to 9th.
I mean, I think it's going to be Daniel House. But one of the first subs will probably be Bassey, or Reed, whoever isn't in the doghouse. So 7-8 is a combination of House center for me. You know what I mean? Because I just think the center is going to get rotated in.
Just because of the minutes that Doc's rotation.
But I think Daniel House is the next non-center off the bench.
Pat?
I lean
any
towards
argument?
that. No, I lean towards that, but I will go with Matisse.
I go with Matisse Thybulle also.
You know what? I forgot about him, but I think Daniel House plays good defense, so I think Matisse is really going to have to earn his minutes. He'll probably start out as that 7th guy.
Okay.
But I think it's not for the long run.
So you would put 6, 7, 8, then Thybulle House. You'd put House Thybulle.
Yeah.
You have a Thybulle jersey.
I do. I've got the 7th being Paul Reed.
Really?
Yes. I think he's going to get a lot of opportunity this year, partially because Embiid knows how important it is to be healthy in the playoffs, and now you actually have a backup 5 that could benefit from more run and one that you can trust a little bit more. Not that you couldn't trust Andre Drummond, but just this is a guy that's going to need a lot of time in the regular season. We all agree regular season basketball doesn't really matter.
See, I have Reed at 9th.
You have
Because I have
Niang
Thybulle. I have Thybulle House. I have Thybulle House Reed. Niang 10th.
Wow.
On my list.
Considering he was your 6th man last year.
I have Niang 10th because
he's almost your specialist now.
I've got Thybulle 7, House 8th, Reed 9th, Niang 10th.
I could see Niang and Thybulle being interchangeable, depending on what they need in that particular game. Like I think there's games where they have to put in Niang because they're losing. Games that they're up, they'll probably put in Thybulle. But it is interesting. I mean, and I think Jamie said it best. It's who's ever in Doc's doghouse at the time. Because I got a feeling that the bench that we see at the beginning of the season and the rotation is going to be completely different in a month, in 2 months,
that makes
3
sense.
months.
Makes sense.
So it's going to be whoever is in the good graces of Doc in the moment.
We still keep getting the Pat and I have the itch that this is over, that the roster's done.
I still think
you do not.
I still think Matisse is being shopped, and that might be in my mind. He's already gone, so that's probably why I glossed over him there. I mean, there is the off chance he could start. I would be shocked. Just to bring
How much if Thybulle starts?
Just because it's a defense like Harden, Maxey.
But no.
There's an off
I don't think
chance.
he is either. But if he did, wouldn't you think your roster looks even that much better?
Yeah, your second unit's pretty loaded.
Your second unit is arguably, well, I mean, it looks
It's
as
night and day
formidable as
from
almost
last year.
anybody. Yes.
Yeah.
And it looks formidable in the Eastern Conference.
Yeah, but I'd be really upset with Doc if he started Matisse over P.J. Tucker with what we saw from Matisse last year.
Okay.
And they gave P.J. Tucker real money, so I
Right.
think
They
he'll
did,
be.
yeah, so he's gotta
the
be
guy
the guy.
I'm interested in that I really hope can crack the rotation is Isaiah Joe. I wish we got more of a look at him last year, but he's got an NBA shot. And
I have Isaiah Joe 11th.
Yeah,
He was the darling of the summer league.
I have him
He
after
was.
George Niang.
Yeah, I hope he can work his way in there.
This roster's a lot better, though, than it was, as Jamie points out.
This is a big year for him. This is his third
Huge.
year, and if he doesn't crack the lineup this year, I don't think it's ever happening. But he could be huge for them.
Hey.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, I was just wondering, how does Furkan Korkmaz, does he get minutes from Joe?
He was
gets
12.
traded.
He's 12. He's below Isaiah Joe on mine.
Yeah,
I don't know if he's there for Doc with how Doc treats young players.
Yeah,
exactly.
Connor brings up a great point. I mean, in the playoffs, they were
And
losing
they're
by
paying
20.
Korkmaz.
They're losing
Yeah.
by 20, and instead of putting Isaiah Joe in there and even the younger
Right.
players, Doc's putting
There you go.
Furkan in.
Hey, FanFest is coming up. Brought to you by FanDuel Sportsbook. Presented to you by the FanDuel Sportsbook on Saturday, October the 1st from 1 to 5 p.m. Mike from Delran will not share the pregame grill menu yet, but he will get there. It's going to be at Xfinity Live. You got to be 21 to enter. Stay tuned to The Fanatic. Get updates on special guests, events, and all the fun for that day. We got some tickets to give away. I want you to meet Haley. So here's what you're going to go on. I want you to call 215-263-0975 to get your FanFest tickets. But When Haley welcomes you to the Fanatic and picks up the phone, you ring up that phone and you hear Haley's voice, she's going to greet you and you need to say, how you doing? Okay? That's how you're going to get the tickets. How you doing? That's the way. If Haley doesn't hear, how you doing? She's hanging up. 3 pairs.
Why that?
To give away. 215-263-0975. Because it's friendly to be friendly back. Pat,
Isn't that the Joey Tribbiani?
That is Joey Tribbiani. He hates Friends.
Yeah, okay.
He's in that crew. He hates Friends.
It was Joey.
Friends is terrible.
Proud Friends
is
hater.
just awful. It's the worst thing ever.
Proud Friends.
Oh, there's much worse than that.
I say it with my chest.
Yeah, much worse. The Fugazi Friends. How I Faked Your Mother.
Didn't watch that either.
Hey, the final 6 leading in to the Major League Baseball All-Star break. 6 games have a chance to set up the Phillies franchise, and I hate to say it, as must-buyers. From our earlier conversation today, the Phillies are 5.5 games behind the Braves, 7 games behind the Mets in the NL East. The Braves are playing the Mets this week. 3 games. Mets are playing the Braves, Braves playing the Mets. We already said earlier we want the Braves to beat the Mets because we want the Mets brought back to the pack because you only have 7 games head-to-head with the Mets where you can try to pick up some of those games. You have 4 series with the Braves, so you got more time to make it up. But what number at the All-Star break in the National League East, if we wake up next Monday morning, we're doing the show, and hopefully we'll all be back together in the studio together next Monday.
Well, there's a big announcement coming on Wednesday, so who knows?
Yeah, who knows what's going to happen. What number in the standings would allow you to dream that the Phillies could win the National League East?
How many back number
Yes.
you mean?
Next Monday morning, final 6 games here, and realizing that the 2 teams ahead of you are playing head-to-head this week 3 times. So you got a chance to see them.
You're 5.5 back now of the Braves.
5.5 of the Braves, 7 in the division. But what number being back of the division leader would lead you to actually say to yourself, could they win this thing? Could they come back?
I want to say 5, but I could probably be talked into 6. Anything past that, I probably have no faith.
I'm going to go with 4.
So you need 4. You need a big week.
I need a big week. It just doesn't seem like the Braves are slowing down.
No.
Seems like they're getting better.
They have a really, really good GM.
They're annoying.
They are. They're
annoying as hell.
Yeah.
But we're going to Jamie, were you here for it or not last week?
Oh, when we're going to go to the Wednesday game?
No, and we're stealing Dansby Swanson.
Yeah. Well, I'd prefer to hijack Trey Turner, but I'm cool with Dansby.
Okay, so you're in it. Because I may need your muscle if we have to, have Dansby pulled into the back of a car.
The way this long COVID's treating me, I don't really have any muscle.
You don't have any muscle going for you at this point, so you're all set right now?
Yeah.
So, by the way, the Braves will wrap up the All-Star break. Let's see what they got. They have 3 with the Mets. Then they go and play 4 at the Nationals. So the Braves are going to have a good week.
Yeah, the Nats suck.
The Nats aren't going to give them much. Let's see what the Mets have.
And when you see Juan Soto making that effort on the outfield wall here last week.
Boy, he's terrible.
Ooh, he doesn't even want to be there.
Mets are playing 3 at the Braves and then 4 at the Cubs. That could be a little dicey. A little dicey with the Cubs.
The Cubs kind of stink.
Yeah, they do kind of stink. So there you go. That's what we're looking at. But Pat says 4. Jamie says you could be talked into 6.
5 is my answer.
5 is my answer also.
If I was putting on the optimism glasses, I could talk 6 into existence.
5, I'm believing, Connor, I could be talked into 5 saying at least, okay, I'll at least believe there's a chance it could happen.
Yeah, I need it to be 4. I'm with Pat.
Sure, with 4
I'm
this
a little
week.
bit higher on the Mets and the Braves, I think, just because I don't think the Phillies have a chance to chase them down. I just think those are 2 better teams. Doesn't mean the Phillies are a bad team. They're just in a really tough division this year, and we kind of saw this from the start, being the World Series defending champions, the Mets, all the money they spent. They're going to have to be close for me to think they have a chance.
There you go.
I just don't have a lot of faith that they're going to catch either.
I don't either.
Someone call George Michael.
By the way, the Heinz Field.
Yeah, I
Heinz
saw
Field
that.
will be renamed.
It's still going to be called Heinz Field.
No, it's not.
No, I know, but fans will still call it Heinz Field.
It's like how Broad Street's AT&T.
Guess what it is now?
Yeah.
Probably
Market East
something
is
dumb
what
like
now?
Acrashore.
The shops at Liberty Place?
I have no idea.
Acrashore.
Market East.
Acrashore Insurance Brokerage.
Nobody's going to call it that.
No one is going to call it Acrashore.
That's a bad spending of money by them.
Why are they doing that?
I don't know.
Especially when Heinz has been.
So they got to pull the ketchup bottle down off the scoreboard.
They already took them down, yeah.
For the first 20 years, it's been Heinz Field. No one is going to call it Acrisure, because I no disrespect to the fine folks at Acrisure. I've never heard of your company till today. And I know that's one of the reasons why you're trying to do this. You're trying to create that awareness.
Sure. I still call it the Tweeter Center, John. Sometimes I'll call it the First Union Center.
Yeah.
Some things just get ingrained in you.
FU Center.
Yeah.
I call it the Core State Center.
Still call it the Tweeter Center.
You don't go Core State.
I call this show Mike and Mike sometimes.
You do?
Every once in a while.
That's what's coming on the big announcement Wednesday at 4.
Mike and Mike is
They're
back.
coming back, and they're kicking us out.
God, King, that's Mike and Mike's music.
Okay, there is one. I got to tell you, there's one thing I know will never come back. It's Mike and Mike.
Yeah,
is the thing that will never come back is Mike and Mike. There is so much venom there, and I feel sad for both of them because I can't imagine. Because I did a show with one partner longer than they did, and I can't imagine if there was this venom that you can't even like coexist, be in the same room, have a nice thing to say about each other.
Yeah.
Gosh, that's terrible. That is a terrible situation. So 48 hours away, more moves coming our way. We'll get to it. John Kincade Show on 97.5 The Fanatic. If you're getting ready to move, or you're organizing a garage or an attic, or you're maybe remodeling the bathroom, it's time to do it. The perfect cleanup solution for all of these projects is the Bagster. The Bagster is the most convenient, affordable way to help with your cleanup. Why? Because it's easy. It's a great product, a 3-cubic-yard dumpster in a bag that you unfold, you set it up, and then you load it up. And you can get it at Home Depot or Lowe's or local home improvement stores, and it's just $29.99. $29.99. You set up the Bagster. You fill it full of all the junk that you've got to get hauled away for $29.99. The Bagster is easy to use, whatever your cleanup plans are. You set it up, you load it up, and then you simply schedule your collection, and it'll be gone. No time limits, completely on demand. What I need you to do is go to thebagster.com. Thebagster.com to find the store nearest you and get more details. I'm telling you, it's time to do the cleaning. Clean it up with the Bagster. It's a dumpster in a bag.
The John Kincade Show.
Ladies and gentlemen, can I please have your attention? And I need all of you to stop what you're doing and listen.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
Hey guys, it's Andrew. Go yard all July long with $5 Dinger Tuesdays on FanDuel Sportsbook in partnership with Valley Forge. This season, all customers will get $5 for every home run hit by both teams when you place a $25 to hit or home run wager on Tuesday MLB games. And the best part about Dinger Tuesdays is even if your bet loses, FanDuel will pay you $5 for every home run hit. But you know what? Your bet may never lose if you just put it on Kyle Schwarber. Seems like he's hitting a home run every single at bat. So put your $25 down on Schwarber. But if he doesn't go yard and Castellanos hits a home run, Real Muto goes yard, players from the opposing team hit a home run, that's $5 per home run. What are you waiting for? Pick your home run hitter and turn big swings into big wins. There's no better place to bet America's pastime than on America's #1 sportsbook. Head over to your FanDuel account or download the FanDuel Sportsbook app and sign up using promo code FANATIC. That's promo code FANATIC.
21 plus and present PA. Bonus issued as non-withdrawable site credit that expires in 7 days. Max bonus $25. Restrictions apply. See full terms at sportsbook.fanduel.com. Gambling problem? Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
I've been asked 1,000 times, did you plan on becoming the largest injury law firm in the world? And the answer is no. When I started, there were just 2 of us. Today, Morgan & Morgan has almost 800 lawyers alone. No injury firm in the country has anywhere close to that. We set out to be focused on our clients and to have a commitment to trying cases and winning. And when you have those results at trial, you're able to settle most of your cases quickly and fairly. Reputation matters. We grew like this because we worked hard, and so many former clients referred family and friends. And what I believe is the main reason is we delivered for our clients a lot. Hard work and client satisfaction was our plan. It worked. Hope is not a plan. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
It's Hope Fest. Today's the day. Follow your taste buds. They'll show you the way. Hope Fest is here. Na, 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 na.
Wawa Hoagie
Fest is back. Summer tastes better when it's full of hoagie love. Get $5 shorties and $6 classic hoagies. Limited time only. See store for exclusions.
There's an epic cookie battle happening right now at Wawa. Will it be Oreo cookies and cream frozen beverages? Or will you choose Chips Ahoy cream smoothies, milkshakes, and more? If you can't choose one, go for both in our limited time ultimate cookie mashup, made with real pieces of Oreo and Chips Ahoy cookies. 2 legendary cookies, 1 epic frozen treat. Gotta have a Wawa.
Hey, it's cuz, don't be that guy with the T-shirt on in the pool. You can still be slimmer for this summer, since it only takes 40 days to lose a contractually guaranteed 20 to 40-plus pounds with NJ Diet. Their program uses hair, saliva, and bioenergetic scans to personalize natural formulas and supplements to help you lose the weight. Their DNA info is used to help you keep it off. No shots, no hormones, no surgery, no prepackaged foods. Ew. Call 855-5NJ-DIET or visit NJDiet.com. That's NJDiet.com.
Tide presents Laundry Truths, Cold Hard Savings.
Oh, hey, about to start a load. On hot? You know, washing in cold water with Tide can save you up to $150 a year on your energy bill. $150? Go on. The lower the temp, the lower your bills. Simple. Plus, Tide Pods are designed for a powerful clean, even in cold. Wow, cool tip. Get it? Oh, yeah, I get it.
Turn to cold and save with Tide. Energy savings based on average from switching from hot to cold and non-HE machines.
Thanks, everyone, for baking your way here on this toasty morning. Are you all ready to jam? Excellent. Before we get rolling, let's start by hashing out everything bagel will be discussing. Profit margins are okay, but they could maybe be butter. Sorry, I don't mean to waffle. Next quarter, it's all or muffin. Did you have a question, Sausage Patty?
My name's Patricia.
When you can't take your mind off breakfast, it matters where you stay. Delicious breakfast available at our Hilton family of brands. Hilton, for the stay.
If you're a small business, there are lots of choices when it comes to your internet and technology needs. But when you choose Comcast Business Internet, you choose the largest, fastest, reliable network. You choose advanced security for total peace of mind. And you choose fiber solutions with speeds up to 10 gigs available to more small businesses than any other provider. That's virtually everywhere we serve. The choice is clear. Get unbeatable business solutions from the most innovative company. Comcast Business, powering possibilities.
Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Actual speeds vary.
In the wee hours of the night, when everyone else is fast asleep, you're the one on third shift, burning the midnight oil. When a part fails and everything comes to a grinding halt, regardless of what the clock on the wall says, you leap into action. Grainger is with you and all the ones who get it done. With 24/7 customer support by phone or click to chat. Call, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Yo, Philadelphia, Anthony Gargano here with my childhood friend, Bob Marino, now president, Huntington Valley Bank. Bob, tell me about Huntington Valley Bank.
We are a full-service, fast-growing community bank with a great lineup of competitive products and services.
Go on.
We've always done residential mortgages, but now we have built a best-in-class business banking group.
Meaning?
We are attracting business customers by offering the best business bankers and the best services to help businesses become number one in their fields.
Sounds like Huntington Valley Bank is the best bank for your business.
Right on. And great tagline, Ant. Here's another stat. We just celebrated our 150th anniversary.
Wow. So Huntington Valley Bank is a seasoned player with a history of working with a team of experienced bankers whose goals are to deliver top-notch customer service. You heard it right here, folks. That's Bob Marino, the GOAT, president of Huntington Valley Bank. The best bank for your business, celebrating 150 years as a top contender in local banking. Huntington Valley Bank, equal housing lender, member FDIC.
Hello. Whether you're at home or on the go, listen to 97.5 The Fanatic on Odyssey on your smartphone, Roku, LG Smart TV, Waze, and more. That's Odyssey, AUDACY. Check it out now. Now, back to the John Kincade Show.
You know we really like you when you listen on the radio, but we love you a little bit extra when you take us with you after your ride on the 97.5 app.
On 97.5 The Fanatic, Philadelphia.
John Kincade Show on the Fanatic. You know, you may not always need a new water heater, but when you do, choose Bradford White, because Bradford White is here for the pro. Connor reminds me of the board game. One of my buddies texted me going, Connor reminds me of that board game. I can't think of it right now, where you read cards and you come up with like really stupid things that you debate.
Oh, yeah.
You can't think of it.
Cards Against Humanity.
Is that it?
Yeah. There's that. There's that and Apples to Apples.
Apples to Apples.
Apples to Apples was the more friendly one. Cards Against Humanity
a little
is
more family friendly.
Yeah.
So
Cards
Connor, I
Against-
think there's a game you have to create. I think there's something you could create.
Just kind of like a Mad Libs for random thoughts I have throughout the day.
It could be there. That could very well work. I think that might work. Coach,
I'll see what I can do.
You see this? I mean, we can try this too. We could try this ourselves. Do you have Cards Against Humanity in the house? I do not know if we have it.
We do, yeah.
We had it.
I used to have
Apples
to Apples.
We had Apples to Apples. Apples to Apples was kind.
You know, we play in college because Cards Against Humanity hadn't come out yet, so we play in college.
See if you can find it.
Yeah, I think I know where it is.
Do you have it out in your garage?
It's in our living room in one of those cabinet.
Okay, you brought
things.
up something yesterday on social media.
Yeah, I was kind of shocked.
Don't tell me you were going to mow the lawn at 8 or 9 in the morning on a Sunday.
Oh, 9 is completely fair game. 8.
No, 9 is not.
No, 9
on a Sunday morning, it is not.
Here's what cracks me about Jamie. Jamie will post a question out there,
but he
and
thinks
when you give him an answer, he'll just go, "No, you're wrong."
9 is not
the
8,
answer.
8 I concede is wrong.
No, 9
is fine.
9 on a Saturday morning is
What's the difference between Saturday and Sunday? A lot of people said that.
A huge difference. It's after Saturday night. It's after you've been out Saturday night. It's when people are just want to.
9 o'clock's fine.
Sleeping in is a Sunday morning thing more than anything.
I don't know what sleeping in is, but even if I did, hearing a mower at 9 a.m. wouldn't prevent me from sleeping. 9 a.m. is not too early. You guys are crazy.
This is what I mean. Like, we're not. We're telling you you're wrong.
We're telling you you're wrong. You're dismissing us, and we tend to be pretty reasonable
You're telling me
people.
your opinion is
You're telling
right.
me your opinion.
You got ratioed out there, though. It's
Your opinion-
people
your
thought you
opinion
were
seems to be wrong.
People thought you were crazy to be not
they're
understanding
crazy.
this.
9 a.m. is fine.
So
for a
you're
mower.
the sane one, and we're all the crazy people.
Yeah, exactly.
It's not.
Someone brought
Why
up
in the world would you have to do it at 9 in the morning?
I had a busy day yesterday. I had family in from Arizona. They were coming over. I had to get some yard work done, concert.
Yeah, but you have
bunch
the
of stuff.
fancy, beautiful riding mower.
From my friends over at Lawn and Golf Supply Company in Phoenixville. You take care of your yard like a dream.
There's also something here that we haven't brought up, which is
what's that?
It's really
Is it the elephant in the room?
No, it's something that's really just something that Jamie
Which, by the
had.
way, is incorrect now to say.
Oh, gee,
Elephant in the room.
Yes, we saw that the other night.
might as well just retire from
I'm not even going to get into it. There are all these
Um,
things you're supposed to delete from your vernacular. You're not supposed to say that anymore.
Is it insensitive to elephants?
Yeah, it's insensitive.
Yeah, but Bar's really upset. Our work day is done at 10. So Jamie theoretically could go home, be home at 10:40, and mow it then on a Monday when everyone else
It was
is at
already
work.
overdue.
Why was it
What's
overdue?
it going to matter one
how
day?
much does grass grow in a day?
And why
Well,
was
come
it
on, dude.
overdue? Because
You're
of
trying to
your
be-
own
you're trying to
Because
be
of
like Harry Hardo.
vacation.
negligence?
It had
You
to
went
get
back last week.
It had to get done yesterday.
When you go
It had to
home,
get done.
when you go, it doesn't. But that's the thing. It did not
No,
have to
it
get
did.
done.
It didn't have to get done
I
You
yesterday.
could have waited 24 hours.
No.
Yes.
I couldn't look at it anymore.
Oh, so it was you really let it get bad.
So it was. So
I mean,
wait,
it was-
so let me get this straight.
It was
So-
like 10 to 12 days of growth.
Jamie was back to work last Tuesday, right?
Yes.
So you could have done Tuesday afternoon,
So you
Wednesday afternoon,
Last week was busy.
Thursday afternoon,
You wake up on a Sunday.
Friday afternoon.
Here's the beauty
9
of
a.m.
my
and you go-
lawn with my beautiful lawnmower from Lawn and Golf Supply Company is
Everything
I can
turf.
cut my damn lawn whenever I want.
So you
my
should.
lawn, my lawnmower, I'll do what I want.
Wait a minute, does it have like a cone of silence?
Yeah,
You
like,
should-
I mean, it's such a dream. I don't even think.
smee-
Yeah, I don't even think the neighbors hear it.
You should cut it on a weekday because you're home.
Yeah, you
at
have a
11,
weekday to do it.
and everybody
And
else
it's-
is at work, and you're not disturbing anybody.
You're
at
not
11
bothering
a.m.
anybody, and the kids you're not even bothering.
I didn't go out until 9:45 for the record, and my neighbor Nelson was cutting his grass at the same exact
I
time.
don't
Is he
give
in a
a damn.
push mower?
No, Nelson's
He's
not
a
on
rider.
trial.
So Nelson's he's a rider too?
Yeah,
He's a
You're
ride or
guy-
die.
we're
you're
starting
on-
a bad boy club.
You're on Bougie Boulevard.
Yeah,
Seriously.
You guys rolling up to the bar and you're
the Wild Hogs. Look out,
your
Bethlehem
lawnmowers.
Pike.
I'm telling you, Bougie Boulevard.
All of a sudden,
Oh.
man, this neighborhood's really gone downhill.
But 9 o'clock, completely fine.
You guys definitely
Hey.
need like biker jackets, by the way.
Oh, absolutely.
There you go.
The vest, leather
Hey,
vest.
Here come the soy boys.
The Flyers are 48 hours from free agency signings in the NHL.
Oh boy.
Does what they've done so far dictate to you that there is going to be some sort of a next level aggressive strategy coming by what we've seen. The move, you're out there and you go and you get a very controversial player at in Tony D'Angelo. You do something like that. What if you find out in the next few days, Pat, that the Ryan Ellis contract, they're able to do some sort of a long-term IR thing, and then you see
Which I think they will.
And then you see a JVR move.
That
frees up a ton of cash.
Yeah, that would tell me that they're big game hunting. The problem with the JVR trade, I alluded to this earlier, is that if they're going to trade JVR into $7 million with the production he's giving you, you're probably having to include a draft pick. So it's even more draft capital that you're losing. With that said, it's freeing up money, and I think it'd be freeing up money for Johnny Gaudreau, which I'd be all for that signing because talent like that does not become available all that often. But in the long run, I think they're probably looking at minor moves, unless they get that Johnny Gaudreau signing. But it's minor moves, and then they'll come out and they'll tell you all the right things. We were really confident about this team and trying to get to the championship, blah 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 blah. And you're just going to sit back and go, "Are you reading the same roster that I'm reading here?"
If I'm Johnny Gaudreau,
it's gross.
Why?
Well, this happens a lot in all sports, but
because
in hockey,
he's going to get the money. He's going to get the money anywhere he turns.
Yeah, but
it's not a money issue.
If the Flyers give him
he misses hoagies.
more of that money,
have you had a hoagie?
No,
in
but the
Calgary?
money, everyone's going to pay him big money.
Yes, but somebody's going to pay him the most money.
Yeah, but then he'd pay more in taxes maybe here than somewhere
we have
else.
Delicious seated rolls here.
We
have
do.
You been to Angelo's?
Look, it's
bring me home,
man. It's so good. No, it's the fact of look. The going home thing is probably a draw for him. I would
sure,
assume.
Yeah.
And we do see players do this. Like years ago, here's an example. Like Zdeno Chara when he signed with Boston. Boston was atrocious. And he's leaving Ottawa, which was one of the better teams in the NHL. He's going to Boston. I'm like, why are you going to Money talks. He ends up changing. He ended up changing the culture in Boston, and they ended up, because of their amazing drafts, they ended up
I wish they never got him.
Their drafts and trades. It would have been cool. And then I talked about the Rangers with Panarin. So there are situations where players who would have gotten the money elsewhere, they have a destination. And deep down, we just don't know if Johnny Gaudreau actually wants to come home or if we're just talking ourselves into Johnny Gaudreau wanting to be a Flyer.
If he wanted to come home to New Jersey, your home state, and play for a team that is in a better situation, that has a better star player you can team with. They've got the money to spend.
I agree with you.
And they're a better situation to go into.
And I think that they will be players for him. But there is a thing about New Jersey and NHL and like this. The thought process about New Jersey is like they're a team with like no fan base. That's always been.
But have they seen the crowds last year down at the?
Exactly.
Well,
like
Johnny
that's the thing. But last
put
year,
some butts in the seat.
Last year was the first year where
Are
the
you
Flyers.
Sure?
I think you would.
Yeah, he will. But last year
Bryce
was
Harper put some butts in the seat.
Last year was the first year that like Flyers Stepford Wise fans said, "All right, I'm not doing this anymore." And other than that,
and I'm not critiquing them for that decision.
No, they're
I am not critiquing.
I can't believe the organization didn't lower ticket prices. It's a joke.
I'm shocked.
He will revitalize some excitement with the fan base. But the problem that I have is even with Johnny Gaudreau, you're probably not a playoff team. And they don't recognize that. They think that Johnny Gaudreau will put them over the top to actually contend.
Wait a minute, though. If Johnny Gaudreau comes here, then that means, which I don't think is happening, but if he did, then he thinks they're a playoff team.
I don't think he does. No, I think he's coming home for a large contract for a historical team that is willing to spend money to contend.
But I got to tell you.
I don't think he actually believes that in year 1 or 2 they'll be a contender because they won't.
I would think a little less of him then. That he has a chance to pick wherever he can go, and he wants to go someplace where, like in year 1 or year 2, is not going to be.
It depends on the contract. It depends on how much money he's getting paid because money, as I said, does talk.
Okay.
He will, he'll put up points, but he was on a monster line in Calgary.
Yeah, I mean,
playing with some really talented players, and I just don't know who he plays with here.
I can't imagine that you do this at this point in your career. Like, I'm not trying to badmouth the Flyers. I'm really not.
No,
I'm
just saying
it's easy to do. It comes up naturally.
No, but I'm not trying to. I'm just saying
it's the one move that I would actually agree with the Flyers made because I've said it like 15 times now. But like that talent becoming available, you have to take a stab at it, no matter how bad you are as a team. Because
when's the last time they had a 40-goal scorer? I mean, I don't think Claude ever really got there.
No. Probably Jeff Carter.
Yeah,
probably.
Giroux got close, didn't he?
I think he was close.
36, 30,
I think he did get close.
something
but,
like that.
It's probably Jeff Carter.
Jamie had an idea about the Major League Baseball All-Star Game that he wanted to share.
Yeah.
In the linchpin.
This is the linchpin.
In the linchpin.
Yeah, the Legends, I guess, a new All-Star clause enacted by Rob Manfred in Major League Baseball. I think it's cool. The All-Star Game is, baseball's different in that it actually decides something. But for the most part, it's just supposed to be a fun exercise.
Okay.
Where you debut your sport's best and you kind of just have fun. And Rob Manfred has made a spot for Miguel Cabrera and Albert Pujols. Pujols being the NL rep, Miggy being the AL rep. Now, I'm not opposed to it at all because they're two all-time greats. I think it's kind of cool to kind of get their All-Star Game farewells.
They've already had All-Stars, haven't they, though?
Yeah, but this is it.
Numerous ones.
This is like their farewell sign-off.
202, batting 202.
Yeah,
a total hole in his lineup. Here's Albert Pujols.
Yeah, nobody knows that, or everybody knows that they're past their primes at this point, but I think it's cool. I think it's cool because Albert Pujols and Miguel Cabrera, to me, are two all-time specially great players that don't get talked enough about in that context. So I think it's pretty cool. Football's irrelevant. I'll be honest, I wouldn't mind seeing it in the NBA because
and you're not playing for anything as far as home field advantage.
Yeah, there's really nothing else.
It is an exhibition.
In hockey and basketball, why not do this? You're not playing for anything. It doesn't mean anything. It's just celebrating the sport. I think it's a good move by baseball. I think it's kind of cool. I hope it's not something that they force every single season. Sometimes there's just not going to be guys that are deserving of this. But to me, Pujols and Cabrera are, first ballot Hall of Fame worthy of this honor. And not bad, Manfred. Not bad.
As long as you treat it as an exhibition, Connor, you shouldn't bitch, right?
No, the game's not being played for anything. And also what you avoid is like that Derek Jeter last season where he gets voted in over someone more deserving.
Yeah,
You can have all of the deserving players in and then get these guys in without affecting players that should make it.
Yeah, but when you get guys like Jeter who didn't deserve to be there that year and got voted in, then are you giving it to a legend or are you giving it to the deserving player that got screwed over by Jeter getting voted in?
I think it will, when this is more established, because this is the first year they're doing it, there won't be like the feeling of fans, hey, we got to vote this guy just because they'll know he's in. Like, we know this is Albert Pujols, Miguel Cabrera.
Like if Justin Verlander next year says it's my last year and he has a down year for once.
Right now, fans won't feel obligated to be like, man, I loved him in Detroit. I loved him in Houston.
You'd love to see him as a Philly, wouldn't you?
Oh, he's 39 and still.
Yeah, but he just is one of those guys. I would have loved to have rooted
for him. He's a bull. I would have loved it. And Katie Upton would have been in the stands,
prime Kate Upton was a fan, so I got to be a fan.
Yeah.
There you go.
But I think it's cool. I think when you look up the stats that Pujols and Cabrera are, like the stratosphere of stuff they've done in the history of the game, it's wildly impressive. So I think it's very well deserved. I'll pay attention to their at-bats.
I'm going to tell you now,
stupid
though,
as it is.
Pat, is that it's pain. Like the other day, I cringed watching Albert Pujols at the plate, and my wife goes, "That's a Cardinal guy. Why are you cringing like that?" And I said,
"It's just over." I
said, "Watching a guy like watching the oil leak on the middle of the road and everything. I don't want to see that. I hate watching these farewell tours that go on too long."
Yeah, and he's probably like 68 in reality.
He's not at the top of his game.
No, he's not, but I do like it because
I don't like seeing a guy like that because I have to go. If you're sitting there with Jack, Pat, you have to look at him and go, don't look at what you see right now. Don't look at this terrible broken down player. This guy was one of the all-time greats.
Yeah, but I think when he gets older, he'll appreciate the fact that he at least got to see him play in some form or another.
Yeah, you can say, hey, you watched Albert Pujols play.
Yeah, like that's cool to say in 30 or 40 years because he is one of the all-time greats.
Because he's looking for Jimmy Rollins.
And
Jack's looking for Jimmy Rollins.
He was looking for Jimmy Rollins.
84 home runs for Pujols.
That's
684.
Okay.
He's just like quietly not discussed as one of the all-time great hitters.
All right.
I mean, when he was putting up 47 home runs, he was batting .327 with a .443 on base. His numbers are outrageous.
You know why? Because when he went to L.A., people forgot.
Yeah.
Can I ask you if you think he was clean?
Yeah, I do.
Hey, he was always naturally large, right?
He dropped in the draft.
He was naturally large guy.
He got drafted in the 13th round.
Do you think Jeff Bagwell was clean?
No.
Pujols, I tend to think was.
Pujols was always
and by the way, I'm going to say this. The fact that I even said that, it's a terrible thing about this era that these discussions even have to happen because of the fact that it was such a crooked era.
The league told you it was okay, so
I find it hard to believe that one guy, because Jeff Bagwell, none of us believe was clean.
No.
But we all believe that.
If news came out that
he's one. Jeff Bagwell's one that I absolutely believe was not clean. But in my guess. But Pujols is one where I'm on the fence.
Well, Pujols,
because genuinely, when I see that he's such a genuinely big guy.
Yeah, he dropped in the draft. He was drafted in the 13th round by the Cardinals. He dropped because people thought he was older than
because he probably is.
And I think
there was
I believe that to be the case.
No, I don't think.
It says he's 42.
He went to high school in New York. I don't think so. I don't think it. Yeah.
But what age did he go to high school?
He went to community college. That's a good point.
But what age did he go to high school?
No, I think he's born.
I would bet he's off. I can tell you this.
I guess my point is he was so dominant in high school and at the JUCO level that people just assumed, he's older than he is.
Julio,
because that was around the Danny Almonte era when he got drafted.
I'll tell you about Julio Franco. Julio Franco used to laugh with us. And cuz I'm sure over time you've interviewed either Julio or talked to him. Julio Franco, we would laugh and go, his teammates would say to him, "How old are you?" And he'd go, at the time, he'd 41. And they would laugh at him.
Yeah.
They'd be like, there's no way you're that age.
He's 50.
I mean, you look like 20-year-old Anthony Gargano.
You got a haircut
today. You look like you're. You look good. No, but you look like you're 20. You're looking.
I think a haircut.
You're looking trim, the haircut.
The NJ diet.
You're looking good.
So Bagwell wants to offer me $100 if I dotted Bobby Valentine's eye.
What?
So I goes arguing with Bobby.
The inventor of the Cobb salad.
Remember
Bobby Valentine.
Yes.
So I was having an argument with him.
Great salad. Thanks, Bob.
We were yelling at each other in the bowels of Shea Stadium. They were playing the Astros. And it was over a you remember this hitting coach? His name was Tom McCraw.
No. Not the Crawl.
I love McCraw. He was like this older guy. He was a cool guy. Anyway, it was all this stuff. So I stood up for McCraw. Bobby V and I get it screaming at each other.
Really?
Bagwell walks by and goes, "Yo, Gus, there's a Franklin in it for you if you dot his eye."
Do you believe he was a clean player?
Bagwell? I don't know.
Wasn't he on the Mitchell report though?
Yes, his name showed up.
Yeah, and Pujols has never been mentioned in that. It's just it's been people like us who just go, "Well, he was that dominant and that big. He must have been doing something."
Ken Griffey Jr. I never doubted.
No.
I never doubted.
Nah, he's the best, Junior.
I never doubted him.
Great.
One of my favorite players.
If you talk about injury, he was still a great player, transformational player for his sport.
But he could have been.
The injury. He could have been even.
He could have been the best player ever.
Yeah, I agree. He to me is still the greatest baseball player.
Bonds is the greatest. Bonds,
unbelievable. Bonds is the greatest I ever saw.
Yeah,
he's the greatest.
In my mind, he's the greatest.
Junior had that. He was a great center fielder, could track down balls.
Remember the catches he used to make over the wall?
My God.
And I think he brought a joyousness. What we talking about? I think he brought a joyousness and he brought young people into the game.
He did the backwards hat.
He's the best.
Like who's doing that today?
Yeah, that's a great question.
Who's the Ken Griffey Jr. of today in baseball?
It might be Shohei Ohtani.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's not the same.
He's cool. He's a cool kid.
It's such an amazing story.
He was so mainstream. Ken Griffey Jr. was so mainstream. He was MTV. He was, everybody.
He was the villain in a baseball movie.
That's
in
good
Little
too.
Big League. He was the villain.
That's true.
Great movie. Love it.
By the way, I'm Team Connor here. I think Connor.
You think he's medieval
would have flourished in the dark ages.
Really?
Correct.
Yes.
Connor just views it as the horny era, and he's all excited by that.
I think Connor could have been a star in the middle age. Yeah, dark
in the
ages.
Middle Ages?
Dark age, yeah.
Hello, ladies. Can I interest you in some mead?
Wait a minute. When
I think he could be
he works a double,
general.
you don't see him at 5 a.m. after he's worked a double. And he drags his ass in here, and he's like, "Oh,
I'm so tired.
I'm so tired. I worked the double yesterday."
Medieval
I'm like,
times, he's
medieval
dead.
times, he's dead with that attitude.
Yeah, you can't go with you.
Your
Right.
head's
Can't be a
chopped off.
mopey ass in the
But
medieval
You know what?
times.
You know who I think could absolutely be somebody that could maybe have flourished in medieval times?
Who's that?
I could have seen a Tunis
Yes.
being the side voice
Yes.
to the king, the guy who's an advisor, the guy who genuinely loved, who can still find a way.
Yeah, I think you're right.
I can.
Plus, I think he could deal with.
He's more Littlefinger.
Tunis?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, I wouldn't see
No.
that.
I don't think so at all.
No,
I don't think
I
so
wouldn't
at all.
see
Do
that.
whatever it takes to survive. It's a compliment
actually-
in that he would do whatever it takes to survive,
think
but
he
he'd
would.
do it with a smile.
Yeah, less scuzzy, but I agree with you.
There he
is. He
Yeah.
could
I
have
don't think
said.
he's a little finger.
He's
No, I don't
got
think he's
Littlefinger.
Littlefinger. No, I don't think he
Nah,
does.
he lives in the boss's office. He
Yeah,
lives in the
he's a-
boss's
he's got a
office.
little
I
finger.
joke
He
around the
does,
5-0 thing. Like sometimes I wonder if he's 5-0.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah, I like him. I don't trust him.
He'll narc you out.
Could he be?
I still go like look at him every once in a while.
Yeah.
You hear the wire?
Yeah.
You know what I mean? I go. I'll smack
It's
him
like
in the chest.
this is like Monday. 20-year-old Anthony Gargano's on the job today. You really do. You look like you're seriously.
That's
The
'cause
audience
I
will.
shave. Nobody knows.
You look like a kid. You're just like a
once
kid.
every 2 weeks.
You're looking good there, cuz.
Love you guys.
All right, have fun today. You will. We know our friends at the AACR need your help every day. Life-saving cancer research. Make a donation today. 97.5thefanatic.com/AACR because cancer research saves lives. We'll be back with you tomorrow. We hope that Bob's feeling a little better. And we look forward to having you join us tomorrow morning at 6 on the John Kincade Show. Remember, major station announcement, Wednesday at 4. Have a great day, everybody. Download the Bet Parks app. Pennsylvania and New Jersey, bet it anytime you wish in the palm of your hand. So you're heading down to the shore, you got the Bet Parks app. It's the only sportsbook and casino app that I recommend to you. The Bet Parks Casino and Sportsbook app, where odds and bets and slots and games all come together in perfect harmony right in your pocket. Sportsbook and casino all in one. The live in-game wagering changes everything. If you think the Phillies are going to hold on to a lead now with this bullpen, you bet them. How about when you think they're going to come back because of the big bets? Big bats in the lineup. Then make some big bets of your own and capitalize on it. Let you get a bet down while you're watching the game play out. Aaron Nola and the over on the strikeouts, I have hit that at least 4 times this year. So I may try it again tonight. Pennsylvania and New Jersey, go to betparks.com. You got to be 21. If you have a gambling problem, I implore you to please call 1-800-GAMBLER.
The John Kincade Show.
Listen, I like kids, but this is not a kid's environment. This is like HBO, no limits.
On 97.5 The Fanatic. Philadelphia.
There's a reason Comcast Business powers more businesses than any other provider. Actually, there's a few. Comcast Business